Okay. Gonna try something a little different. Start using splits for a change. What's that now? Using splits for a change. Yeah, that's better. Cool. Can always adjust that later if need be. Only problem is that. Why does that not want to work? Okay. Looks like it doesn't need to be full screen as long as it's there. Can always tweak this setup later. That's not gonna go full screen, is it? I mean, it would have been nice to just kind of. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I just. Yeah, I'll have to look into it more later. I'll let this play because I have already gone into the game and saved it on the first hub area, so yeah, I'll just let this play. And okay, yeah, sure, we do miss the first in-game cutscene, but no biggie. But yeah, I went ahead and downloaded the more what do you call it? I know there was like the Canary version for Xenia. Plays some 360 games a lot better. Got the equivalent for this because yeah, I did do the one that was just like the default like PS3 setup, and it just, well, I mean, it's there in the video. It's just very glitchy visually. I mean, that was fun to try to get through Wave version and see how far I could get. But yeah, with this now, it's a lot better. I think really the only issues that I've noticed are really just minor audio things. Which, I mean, to be fair, actually, the PS3 audio kind of did have not so much glitches, but it had like this minor popping sound after the audio file would finish playing. I don't think it happened all the time, but when it did happen, it was, at least to me anyway, it was noticeable. But, alright, let's do this. Tweak that. Cool. So yeah, that should be interesting, because I wanted to make sure that it was all working okay, no crashes and all that. I read somewhere that apparently after getting through Iblis, it can crash, and for curiosity's sake, I did get up there just to see if it was going to crash on my end. It actually did crash, but I tried again, and it worked after that, so don't know what to make of that, but we'll see. Anyway, I'll start on this. And I'll update that per campaign. Not that I'm speedrunning, just to kind of keep track of time, because I mean, I'm hoping that I can cover something else after this. But if I am going to be doing the full game, then yeah, we'll see. So it's a little choppy, but not that that's anything that the PS3 didn't do before. Because in that light, I would say it's pretty accurate. And you got the draw distance in the background there. forget if that happened on the OG PS3. I think it did, but I haven't really played it that often to really remember. I think I might tweak the music after. So I do want it to be on, but not too prominent at the same time. So yeah, this is going to take a while to get used to. I mean, I've known it for a while, but it still doesn't help. But yeah, the whole thing with L1 and R1 being swapped with L2 and R2 compared to how it is on 360, it's always tripped me up. And I'm a little bit more used to it now, but still it doesn't help. But like the DualShock 4 is another good example. You know, I mean, I've gotten used to that through PS6, but this really will be like the first time I'm actually like fully going through the entire like retail game with the DualShock 4. The only thing, like I said, will trip me up is the whole trigger thing, because yeah, PS6 keeps it 360 faithful, which is great. But I do wonder if that could change in the future. Yeah, I really do wonder, because it wouldn't surprise me if there are some people out there that have grown up with the PS3 version, are hoping that those input changes will be there on PS6, but instead it's 360 faithful. Actually, that kind of gets me wondering. I can't believe I've never really thought about this before, but yeah, what did the E3 demo do? Was it, because it does say it in the hints, but it's never really crossed my mind until now if it actually uses R1 or R2. I think it still is R1, but I'll have to double check that. Just before I enter this, since I don't really try this all too often, kinda low-key curious how the physics behave, because I think it is a little different. Oh, goody tails. Always been a sweetheart. Come on. Come on. There you go. Yeah, that's... It feels a little different. That's cool, I like that. It's a lot faster to get into it. No, it's a much longer freeze on 360 anyway, but... But yeah, for real, I do need to experiment more with the PS3 files, because... I mean... Generally, it has every right to be a more advanced version of the retail version, because, I mean, while, I mean, performance-wise, yeah, sure, 360 could be considered better, the fact does remain, this version did come out after the 360 build, and because of what it did fix elements, I mean, very small elements, very small bug fixes, but, still did happen. Not that really those could be copied over to the 360 version, but yeah, through files anyway. But there are placement changes that I do want to look more into in the future. Because I mean, I know for a fact that it's called the Who's the Captain town mission. I know that the placement for that is a little bit different with the camera in the results screen. Yeah, there definitely has been some slowdown on movement. Which, I mean, I guess, yeah, sure, it's to be expected, but I guess at the same time, I was kind of expecting the loading screens to be a little bit faster, because it's not even Xenia fast at this point. Though I would be curious to compare the load times here to the modded 360. Since that's pretty consistent with its speed. So I'm just thinking, what should I do as far as full game completion goes? Because I mean, if I'm just going to be doing the splits based on the actual progression and completion of the story, I mean that's fine, but still, yeah, if I'm going to be going for things like the silver medals and the S ranks. I mean, I don't know. We'll see how we go for time. The main thing is the stories right now. But I do have a few hours up my sleeve, so, you know, we'll see how we go. Yeah, 17 years already. It's insane. Definitely starting to feel old now. Oh, crap. So I first played this in '07, which I mean even then it was very briefly. It completely... Yeah, the start of the game's story just completely steered me away from wanting to play. Because I mean, it was a pace kill. It took away all that thrill and excitement where the story was, and the idea of just roaming around the town, talking to people just wasn't really exciting. But thankfully, multiplayer exists. And it really was because of that it prepared me for what was to come in the game. So when eventually I did end up going beyond all the town mission stuff, yeah, I was just... I did know what to expect, but at the same time, you can imagine my surprise for the stuff that wasn't in multiplayer, whether it's the Mark Speed sections, playing as Tails, or even meeting Tails, because I didn't even know all those Amigo characters existed. Snowboard gameplay, the different variations of like the stages progression with its level design. But I still think that the thing that caught me off guard the most was easily Tropical Jungle and Radical Train, because those are the two main stages in the stories that are not in multiplayer. Oh wow.
It looks like the princess was moved to another location.
Yeah, I would have been 6. Insane. And I think I could be wrong, but I think I do still remember like seeing like the cover of the game being advertised. I could be just remember like seeing it. In my case, in ED Games, but yeah, I do remember seeing it a few times back in those days, even if I had no interest in it back then. In fact, I only really got this game because I got the Xbox 360, because it came with the console. I really do wonder where I'd be had the game not be included in the console, or with the console. Like, yeah, where would I be? Would I still be doing the projects that I'm doing outside of 06? Because a lot of the novels that I'm writing are inspired by 06, whether it's the story or the themes, all of it. I don't know, maybe I'd be more of a Naruto fan. I mean, I do still consider myself a Naruto fan, but maybe I'd be like full attention to that with all YouTube channels and all. I don't know, hard to say. I'll save that. I like how fast it just saves, I mean... Because, like, how's that? It just... Yeah. I mean, it was like that on 360, to be fair, but still. I mean, I guess the point is that it is a lot faster than how it saves on the real PS3, because, I mean, it just... It's more so the animation and the pause of actually needing to load into that mini dashboard type of thing where it asks you to save, but yeah. Sorry, time zones. Yeah, it's like not even 3 PM on my end, but... Yeah, I was considering starting earlier, but yeah, it mainly is because of... like, I've had it happen in the past where I've literally got people going, how dare you stream, it's not even on the day, it's like a day early. It's like, dude, chill, time zones. But no, I understand. Yeah, let's just test this out real quick. I want to make sure that's all okay when I'm in gameplay. Yeah, it's already the same. Definitely starting to feel old now. Yeah, it's not bad. I think we'll tweak the music a little because you can't really hear it at all. Try that out. Might grab my water while I'm at it. Where did you go? Ah, there. Okay. Just make sure that's up to date. Cool. How's that? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Continue. I will say that about the NPCs in this game. They do provide a bit more context to the story. More than what the cutscenes provide you with. Ooh, a bit of slowdown, that's interesting. Now, I remember trying this last time. This didn't work for me, and I don't know, maybe I'm tripping, maybe I'm just getting the time in really badly, because it's been a while since I've done this, but I was never under the impression that the PS3 version actually fixed this little clip you could do, but I actually could not perform it. And yeah, I can't seem to perform it now, so did they actually fix this somehow? Am I tripping? I don't recall ever seeing it mentioned that this was fixed. mean, I'm fine to do the normal strategy, but I'm just surprised. I never heard that was fixed. Because if that has been tweaked, then it means that... No, it doesn't look like it's been fixed. Because I was going to say, it would mean that the pull to the ground and entering that land state would have to have changed. But, because that was how it worked. You would have to, like, input the jump dash on the frame that you're landing in order to get that top speed, which is fast enough to clip into corners. Surprising. I don't know, maybe it is still possible and I'm just butchering the timing. Maybe it's more frame perfect now. Also, I like how you don't even need to do it, you just you buy it and that essentially just removes the invisible piece of collision that was there. Yeah, that's just... Because I've seen that happen too, like for people that are actually playing blind, they have bought it and they go to do it and they do like this, they do it, they go under it and then perform the trick after it, and it's like, was that supposed to happen? Game design, never change. I still think it's surprising that the NTSCJ version of the game had the yellow text for all the NPCs that had the orange exclamation mark.
Mr. Sonic.
Just call me son. Now then, are you okay?
I'm so glad that you came.
I always keep my word.
Sonic!
Oh, you can see Eggman there. I never noticed that. Okay, for real, Cerberus looks different on the PS3 version, and I actually have no idea why. I've noticed it for a while now, but I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's different. Why it looks different. It could be the shaders. Cause it's I wouldn't think it's the lighting. Or the end of the map. Yeah, he looks different. Why does he look different? I think it is something to do with the reflections. Ooh, actually, I think I might know. It could be similar to how they removed the water effects that they had in place for stages like Kingdom Valley and Aquatic Base. That type of water they don't have on the PS3 build. So, similarly, perhaps by removing certain shaders, it has affected Cerberus in this way. It also looks a bit more green, and I'm not sure why that's happening too. Yeah, he does. Why is that? It's bizarre. This is going to be so interesting to see in Pier 6, how he covers it, what changes, enhancements he makes. Because there's a lot of ways how he could approach it. I just hope he makes it faithful but better. Because I'm cool with like new states. I'm sure that'll appear in some way, shape, or form. I'm just gonna quickly test this out. The water effects that they have in place for similarly perhaps by removing certain shaders. Still can't see him. I still can't hear the music. This one looks a bit more green. Not sure why that's that's happening too. Yeah, I might turn it up a bit more. And he turns it off. Good job. Nah, I don't sweat it. I mean, it's nothing I haven't played before. It really is just testing to make sure the emulation's one-to-one
How long is this gonna
with the actual game, and to see if there is any notable differences. Like that's fast, which is
Careful, Tails.
pretty much a given. I mean, PS3 did that too, compared to 360. And aside from the DualShock 4, me playing through the game with it, the full game with it, I've already gone through the PS3 version. I've done the full playthrough for that a few years ago.
Elise, hold on tight.
Yeah, that's what it. That's this. They do still T-purse. I can't believe that. It's just. It's insane to me. Because, I mean, it makes sense, but sometimes it does shock me how much state-wise was implemented to the animation slots, but at the same time, and conversely, how much they didn't put in place of those state slots. Wow. So I've mentioned this before, but the main menu gradient is actually upside down on the PS3 version, which Chaos has accurately recreated on PS6 when you switch to PS3 inputs, which is amazing. I wonder if that's happening here with the pause bar, because that does. I've noticed that has looked different to the 360 version, and I just can't put my finger on why that is. But yeah, the only thing I can think of is, yeah, like the menu gradient is just upside down. Because I know it's not just the menu, even the enemy health bars are upside down on PS3. I have no idea why that happens for so much of the UI in the game, but yeah, it's just bizarre. Because I mean, I can't really see that being an intentional decision, especially for how often it happens in the UI. I mean, I say that, it's only really happened twice or thrice, but still, the fact that it happens more than once is enough to raise an eyebrow. I make this... not quite. Yeah, there is a bit of audio stuttering, and I think that is just the build. Because yeah, I don't think it happened on the last one I was using, and all the visuals were messed up. You can correct me if I'm wrong though. Look, you're a bit surprised how close the update for Gear 6 went out compared to the anniversary date. I was kind of expecting him to release it today. Especially since his recent releases have been on anniversary dates. Yeah, I do wonder if you can soft lock that, because... yeah, I know you can. with some chain jumps, but I've never actually seen a soft lock there. But that just could be not getting the timing right for resetting the camera. Stumble over. Can't light dash out of that, but you can when you're not using the shield. Never change. And there's no after jogging state. That's yeah. I'm still that could like definitely become a patch in the future. I mean, like yeah, just let go while jogging on quicksand or water and just insta stop. No momentum. I mean, yeah, that just tells me that there was no state there when on water or quicksand. Yes, even these windows, there's an outline in the 360 version that is not present here, and again, it could very well be that they just have it upside down with the programming, and because of that, it just doesn't show. But yeah, I do wonder if that's the case for the gradient of this window, because that does look a little different, and it could just be because there's like a lack of an outline, as I mentioned, but yeah, the fact that gradients are also upside down, it wouldn't surprise me. Let me get this glorious Windows XP of a cutscene. Yeah, I said it before on the last stream, but yeah, some kind of a change would have to be in place here, even if minor, because to say, oh yeah, he should redo this entire cutscene with Pier 6 visuals, well, I mean, that'd be nice to see. It still, I think, would be a bit too much, because it's still a good-looking cutscene, even in the original. Like I said, there just are some minor things that would have to be edited in. Or just edited in general, because like I mentioned before, yeah, there was a bit of a continuity error with the cuts, with where Elise is facing in one shot and then in the next. But I still think, yeah, having some kind of an injury on Sonic's arm is perhaps more of a priority, more than anything. Because there really is nothing there, he's just waving his arm around like, it's nothing, it is nothing, you know? And yeah, remaking this wouldn't just be remaking the animation. You'd have to redo the entire map, which, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but again, it's a bit of work to do. I mean, especially here too, because like you'd have to like fade it into some kind of like green screen, I guess. And there's like a bit of a fade out there. So this has been edited. It's not entirely all in game. I kind of wish we got more cutscenes like this, because we the closest we get to this is just in-game but recorded, and they kind of just release it like that, whereas this looks in-game but they've done a bit of editing to it to make it look a bit better. It's just there's little minor continuity errors that just need to be fixed, if we're going to keep this. But yeah, I'd be fine with this if we ended up still getting this, but with some tweaks. I'm not sure what would be done, if anything would be done about the dialogue. Mainly for recycling the same type of lines later on. And then they just walk back to the castle town from that area. I mean, the only thing I can think of to how they got here from where they were is they were on top of the literal mountains in the background there. Because I could kind of buy that the mountains were, you know, like the big hills in the background. They're just the Windows XP type of area.
Time for you to disappear, Iblis Trigger.
Oh yes, that's right. And then you start on the ground compared to 360 a little bit in the air.
It's no use. How about this? Take this. It's no use. Take. How about this? Take this. It's no use. It's no
I
use.
said jump.
Take. No. It's no use.
And my timing's all over the place, unfortunately. I haven't practiced this in a while.
Take this.
See, even that freeze is it's essentially just completely gone.
Too easy.
This is bad that much. Yeah, that's cool to see. The freeze is just it's no longer there anymore. Because again, I'm pretty sure that also didn't appear in the on Rachel PS3. Because I mean,
Hey.
yeah, like the cutscenes. There was also a delay there, but that's gone.
Is this a joke? How could someone like you cause a destruction?
Okay, why is that frozen?
What do you mean?
There we go, that's better.
For the sake of the future, the Iblis Trigger must be destroyed. Elise?
Better.
Wait! For the sake of the future, the Iblis Trigger must be destroyed. Don't you dare turn your back on me!
Yeah, let me know if I should
Put an end to this.
turn it up a bit more. Because I mean, I will. I think I will turn up the music at the least, but can't really go any further in game with the audio. But can always tweak that in OBS if you guys want. So yeah, I mentioned this before, but yeah, having Tails in this scene for Amy is something I would like to do, at least visually, as a video. It is going to require a lot of editing, a lot of modding. But the scenario would basically be Tails swooping in on the tornado, allowing Sonic to hop on and escape. Kind of like, for comparison, yeah, kind of like how the Naboo cruiser swoops in and Qui-Gon hops on board before Maul can do any more damage. Yeah, something like that. Ooh. Okay, so that's interesting. If I am a bit too sudden on the movement, just like the PS3 DualShock, it can actually spring so much that it pushes me forward. That's very interesting that does not happen on the 360 controller at all, at least from my experiences. I thought it was just a DualShock 3, but no. DualShock 4 as well. That's kind of a shame because, yeah, I'm a bit hectic with my movement in that regard. But it's a good experience. It's good to know what I'm more akin to. This one's kind of a debatable choice with where the goal pose should be, because on 360 it's in front of the the fountain, and on PS3 it's here, it's in front of the gates. And it's tricky because I actually like both, because on one hand you've got the gates behind you here, which sets up where you were meant to go next. Whereas the fountain, okay, sure, while it's not pointing you in the direction where you're meant to go, it's still nice to have like as a pretty visual, you know. So I don't know. Maybe it could be repurposed for another town mission for the fountain. Was the tornado really planned for 06? I don't think so. It's hard to say, but because I didn't even know that the radar was planned for the longest time. But then we found out that it was. We definitely do need more information, but like the fact that there is such an absence with the mention of the Master Emerald, it tells me that, like, at least for the Amigo characters, there was like a lack of story for those characters, which obviously very much does include Tails with the Tornado. I still do want to implement it to the story though, because I do think it will make for better progression, whether it's going directly from Wave Ocean to Dusty Desert, or in the case I just mentioned before, having Tails be the one to swoop in and allow Sonic to escape from Silver instead of Amy. Of course, I'd still want that Amy scene to be used, but yeah, in the story, but still, it would have to change as far as when exactly it takes place. But I guess the thing is too, depending on how it's implemented to the game, and how, like, if Chaos wants to do that, it's really going to have to be discussed with what exactly is going to be done with its implementation. Is it going to just be in cutscenes? Is it going to have a similar, if not the same type of gameplay as the glider, and is it going to be used after Wave Ocean to get to Dusty Desert? Because not going to lie, the NPCs do, while yes, provide context to a lot of things going on in the background of the story, they do still halt the pace of the story's progression quite a fair bit, and more than a few times. So if it were up to me, I would prefer to have the Tornado. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't be used all the time. It's mainly just for those two sections of the story, from Wave Ocean to Dusty Desert, and Dusty Desert to pretty much this point, yeah. Which even then, that's more so for Tails' story, because it would provide Sonic with transportation to follow the egg carrier after Wave Ocean, but after that, when they split up, Sonic would still go in the plains direction route. Meanwhile, Tails would be essentially using the Tornado in his own little plains level to destroy as many of the Eggman mechs and buy enough time for Sonic and Elise to get away. Which of course would eventually set him up for when he does swoop in and see that Sonic's being attacked by someone else. Which can lead into, yeah, that cutscene that just played where Tails can in person tell Sonic Knuckles is looking for you, which would of course have to take place sometime after the Plains level. Tails would have to either receive a signal or meet Knuckles, or even during the level, however it's covered. But yeah, I could see it tying in nicely into that cutscene. And I've said it before, but having a stage inspired by the Plains area, while not exactly a dusty desert type of area or stage, it would, if done right, it could serve as a type of Section C to Dusty Desert, where it merges elements of the terrain of Dusty Desert to the Plains. It's just a shame that we don't have access to the terrain in the files, because, yeah, that being a video file is only the only form of visuals we have. We have no models, no terrain to work with, so it would have to be remade from the ground up if we are going to actually consider implementing that. But I'm not sure who did the amazing work that was done on the STH 2006 project for like merging all the stages together. But just knowing that we can achieve that level of cohesiveness with the sections and the terrain being merged, I'm pretty confident that it could be achieved. It's just whether or not it's greenlit or not. I think the only thing that I'm a little concerned about, if that all were to happen in the story, is how Amy is going to leave Silver's team from White Acropolis and onward. So I was thinking about it earlier. I think it would be cool to get a cutscene here in this section, because we kind of get a Section 2 cutscene in the form of Pier 6. With that Shadow and Rouge kind of reunion cutscene. But really, aside from that, officially, we've only ever really seen cutscenes in White Acropolis, either in the interior or in the Cerberus and Genesis arena. And look, whether that was supposed to be merged with the scrapped Section C is kind of unknown at this point. It's not really clear. There's still a lot we don't know about that, but given it did become the White Acropolis loading screen, I would lean in the direction also that, yeah, it was a part of a scrapped section at one point. Because I could see those doors kind of opening up to an extended area in the interior. But, yeah, whether a cutscene takes place here, though, or in the arena, yeah, we would need some kind of visual to show Silver finding Sonic, and whether he attacks him or not, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I do want to create some kind of visual though, but I just don't know if I'm going to have him attack him again, because it happens already. You know, we have him attack him the first time in retail, but then it happens again when Shadow saves him. So, and that's already seen as pretty repetitive. So so to do that a third time, albeit this time it would be a bit more it would be a little different at least because, I mean, for one thing, Tails and Knuckles are actually with Sonic. But perhaps more importantly, it's not going to be done in such a way where it leads to Elise being kidnapped, just like the 2 cutscenes that were in retail. Since Elise is already kidnapped at this point. Yeah, it would have to be done in such a way where Amy sees Silver either attacking Sonic or is about to attack Sonic and he's like, oh, what are you doing? That's the person I'm looking for. The person you were looking for was Sonic as well? And then the whole scenario where she leaves is pretty much played out. Because I said it before, but having a scene or even a stage where Amy and Blaze get a bit of screen time together, I think would be nice. It just feels wrong that it doesn't happen. Because, like, I'm not expecting, like, a final Silver Stage, Flame Core, having a full Team Light type of co-op where you play as Blaze, you play as Silver, but you also play as Amy. No, I'm not expecting that. But I do think we should at least have one stage where they are together. Gotta remind myself that I can spin dash more into explosive crates and not have to worry about things like slowdown, because I usually try to avoid them for that reason. On 360. But yeah, both Shadow and Silver do get cutscenes in the arena, so I think it's that much more surprising that that Sonic didn't get that treatment. Like, it's almost daring me to put it in if I do go forward with this visual. It's just, yeah, a lot would have to be done. A lot of, it wouldn't just be one scenario where yeah, Tails swoops in and Sonic hops on the tornado and they fly off. It would have to show more than that. I guess it could do it as separate videos, but I think I would prefer to just have it as one, so it explains it all and how it could actually fit into the story. Yeah, they just flat out skip from the stage to the interior. So, I mean, at least Silver's campaign did show, you know, the arena, and then it cut to Amy in the interior. As far as Shadow goes, it's it's clear to me that the scrapped cutscene that would have taken place around then probably would have shown the interior. Perhaps showing Rouge actually getting the treasure, the scepter. Whether that was in this room or another one is unclear, but I'm pretty sure that's how that would have gone down, given the numbers of the cutscenes. So this is interesting. Knuckles screams first, but Tails follows afterward instead of... Yeah, because we see Tails first, and then Knuckles. But we hear Knuckles scream first, and then Tails. Yeah, that's... I don't get how stuff like that can happen, because it's... Did they really just accidentally file swap it? I mean... just bizarre, really bizarre. Because you had it working fine on 360, and somehow they turned it into this. But yeah, curious how they did get things right on the 360, but then undid those changes here. But conversely, they had things that were flaws on the 360 side, but fixed them up here too. I still do consider this the more superior game, even if this does still have issues. Because even if it is minor, and they could have fixed a lot more, they did still fix at least 2 pretty big glitches. Big minor, but yeah. And I think those grunts are a little bit different in time compared to 360. That could just be the performance difference, but... I don't know. I always thought this was quite the interesting choice of where to have the cutscene take place. I guess we're not supposed to think about it too much, but it's still like when you really notice where exactly they are, how they're in front of that kind of twisting road. It's like, oh snap, we're actually kind of past the halfway point in this section. In fact, I'm heavily considering making a video that shows like the continuity, like what if R6 had continuity with where the cutscene locations were into the stages, where they would start and where they would finish their stages. Because I mean, Wave Ocean's probably the most hilarious. You know, you start it off and then you pretty much immediately finish Wave Ocean before the second checkpoint of the stage. Because I mean, yeah, by the cutscene logic, he basically finishes the stage immediately right after the pole. Which even then you'd have to fail to set that up, so... Interesting. Be interesting to see how I would do the Shadow Wave version, since that cutscene's in the Mark Speed section, but a little further than where the section would normally end. Probably have to extend it somehow. Yeah. That's interesting. It's more lighter in certain rooms. And that could just be a 360 thing, but I know that it's very dark on the, yeah, not on Xenia, surprisingly, but definitely on 360. I mean, with that said, it's still lighter here, interestingly. I think that applies in these rooms as well. Yeah, it looks it from there. Yeah, definitely. But interestingly, it's still not as light as how it is in certain trailer clips, so, huh. I like how you don't even need to destroy that crate to access the spring. Like, you'd think it would, like, knock you off course because the crate's in the way, but nah. So, I don't know what's going on with this section on hardware for me, but for some reason, I don't know if this has to do with the end map or what, but this, like, bottom layer here, for some reason, is not loading in half the time I load into it. So you can see it's kind of like a cloudy, smoky kind of texture going on down there. And without it, it just looks a bit meh. And I actually have no idea why it keeps on not loading. Because other times it does load, so it's really strange. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Okay. That's why the speed glitch didn't work with the jump dash, I think. Because you can still get the speed, but I think the direction needs to be a bit more... Well, the slope itself needs to be more angled. Because if it's more flat, I don't think it triggers as much, if not at all. Which, yeah, that actually would explain why it's not working. Interesting. Wonder if the Yahoo line still triggers there. Yeah, screw it. I'm curious. Because, I mean, it has every right to still be there, but I've never actually triggered it before on here, so... Let's try it out. Yeah, there it is. It's just a little lower, that's all. And this too is a lot brighter. Yeah, I don't know what happened with like the... Cause yeah, I don't think it's the lighting. I think it's something to do with the either the end map or the shadows itself. Because, I mean, even if you go in, like, Wave Ocean for the max speed area, it just, again, there's, like, a lot less shadows, and it's, for me, anyway, it's such a glaring change, because I'm just so used to where the shadows are supposed to be, but aren't. What hit me? Okay, that was stupid. So wow, flat out, it is true. The light dash still doesn't pick up all rings. Yeah, wow, for reals. Ring attacking would be... That would be a nightmare. You'd have to essentially get through all the stages without light dashing. I mean, practice makes perfect, but man, I can't imagine trying to do that for all the rings. Trying to line myself up in such a short space of time. And the truck's still there. But see, now the shadow's here, and if I look at the stream playback, what? Yeah, no, for real. That is actually weird. There was literally no shadows as I was playing where the goal ring is, but here there are shadows in the goal ring pose, you know, like the camera. I just don't. Why does it do that? That just tells me that it's a glitch. It's supposed to be rendering shadows, but isn't. Is it some draw distance BS? Maybe the particles are cutting it off from the tornado. I don't know, that's just so weird. Because I don't think he's teleporting from where the goal ring is. I still don't get the connection here. The literal, like, terrain connection. There was no building. There was a truck that we didn't encounter. But, like, yeah, I don't know, it just could be better. I just noticed there's literal speakers in the background there. And then you got like the promotional screenshots on the monitors. That's interesting. I mean, it's literally from like review versions of the game, showing promo clips. It's even got screenshots from like the E3 or 5 teaser. Fascinating. Yeah. I wonder if this was supposed to be pre-rendered at one point. Because that Sonic scene is literally the same scenario where we see him twice in the same trailer, where he's got a fiery background. And you got like the funky looking early 2000s computers. Yeah, very 200 years into the future-esque. Nah. I get it though, it's supposed to be like a new city but left abandoned type of thing because of the disaster. Final Fantasy VII. Yep, no fooling. I think if we got like if we got more pre-rendered cutscenes that involved more of the hedgehog and animal type of characters, more so than the humans, I think there wouldn't have been as much of a connection. But because it's, you know, it's literal first cutscene, it's opening cutscene, a cutscene that literally plays if you're idle on the title screen. I mean, come on, you're just asking for it to be compared to Final Fantasy. The fact that he says that more than once, don't be late. And then he even says, hey, you're late. Which I'm guessing is to Shatter. And depending on the context of how it's all used in the game altogether, I wonder if we'll ever see a tweak to the dialogue progression for that last cutscene. Because it sets it up in such a way where Shatter is the main character of the game, essentially. He's the one throwing the comebacks, he's the one in the leader of the pack in the next cutscene when Iblis rises. So this is cool, I don't know if it's going to trigger now, because of the door opening. Yeah, no. But it does have those point lights working when the door remains closed, which is cool. I only found out about that till like a couple of years ago, so I didn't know that it was supposed to. I mean, it makes sense that it was, given Kingdom Valley's same type of flame point lights, but still. Yeah, there you go, you got working point lights with them. And it looks great, it really does. But it just makes it that much more tragic that it's glitchy and can break. And pretty damn often, too. All on account of doing something as basic as opening a door. Or tilting the camera a certain direction. Yeah, see, you can literally see the point lights are trying to glitch out. But I think it is the door opening that kind of breaks them for sure. Yeah, it's fighting it. Yep, look at that. As soon as the animation for the door opening plays, it's like, nah, I'm out of here. Can't handle that HKX data, huh? Damn son. Too much havoc physics. Can't process. Does not compute. I'm actually trying to think now. When was the last time I actually played this? I mean, like the actual retail game without just doing tests and like actually like playing it. Cause I mean, closest I get to retail these days is playing the character swaps, but it's still a mod, so I think it would have been one of these streams, and the last retail stream I did would have been on the 15th anniversary, so it's been a while. But, you know, I do think it's kind of good in some ways, because I don't want to play it all like too often unless I'm like speedrunning it, but I don't think I'm going to return to speedrunning unless I do crack mission 1. That, or if it comes to Series X through backwards compatibility. But if what they say is anything to go off of, with them not doing any more BC titles, then shit. See, this is cool. I like this, actually. It's not too dark here. I can still see where to roughly go. Don't know why you can light dash on that, but whatever. Apparently you can spin dash through there too. Which helps with the more brighter type of lighting. I still think I want to see Tails in Flame Core one of these days, whether it's in PR6 or P25. But he would have to be in the first section, since Knuckles is already here. And I want to do something about that spring, because it's still like that even in PR6, and I just found out recently that if you have a spring in the middle of nowhere, it essentially was a placeholder for what was supposed to become some type of like a physics interaction. In Tropical Jungle's case, it was supposed to be like a vine. But in Flamecore's case, I actually don't know. It could have maybe been like a light, and you were supposed to homing attack off of that and use the height gain to access the rail above, maybe? Interesting to think about, though. Oh, so like a third in-between rail type of deal? Yeah, sure, that could work. Yeah, because I'm more than fine with it when it comes to expanding the terrain, having a bit more, because, I mean... Yeah, pretty much all rails are part of the terrain. So whether it's adding, yeah, more rails or even just better section transitions, I'm all for it. Hopefully that's long enough. Was it too long? No. Ooh, just on time. Never realised it was just floating. Yeah, because the same thing happened with an early version of Tropical Jungle. There was like, I think, at least 2, if not 3, springs that were just, yeah, floating in the air. But if you compare that to what became the final version of Tropical Jungle, you do see the vines that were in place there. So it's like, oh, okay, so that was just a placeholder. Which kind of does get me wondering if perhaps some springs in Kingdom Valley that were moved out of bounds, if perhaps they were supposed to be a placeholder for something else at one point. Yeah, again, Sonic is literally the last one there. He's right at the back, and it's like, this game isn't Shadow the Hedgehog 2, it's fucking Sonic the Hedgehog. Why aren't you in the front, my man? I mean, yeah, sure, I realize it could just be as simple as, hey, let's move him a bit forward, and then boom, he's in the front with Shadow, but... still doesn't change the fact that it released like this. It went retail like this. It's just frustrating. Subjectively, this really, unfortunately, is the weakest story of the 3. Weakest story of the 3. And it's a real shame. I mean, it's one thing to have the more interesting aspects and, you know, more detailed plot elements in your other campaigns, but the fact that even, like, personality-wise, comeback-wise, Shadow's more of an interesting character than Sonic, I mean, damn, that's just a real shame. I think it's why it was so surprising to see Sonic behave in the ways he does in either Rivals or Sonic X most. Especially hearing that with Jason's performance. 'Cause it really did give it a bit of insight on how Sonic could have been in this game. I'm going to give this a shot. It might backfire. Yeah, no. Shame. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I used to be really good at doing that too. Whoa! Slow down. That's the performance on Steamdeck. It was literally fine till just now. Okay, we're back. Wonder what that was all about, if that was just the rocks. He does get a lot. Yeah, I think it is the rocks. That's really weird. I mean, it did slow down before, but like nowhere near that much. It was very briefly too.
What's wrong? Is that size just for show?
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, I still do look at this game through the lens of it being a reboot, which does make it that much more unfortunate that Sonic, your main character, just doesn't really feel like the main character. Look at that slurriness, my goodness. Well, that's interesting if I pan the camera like that. Kind of like on hardware, it does help. I do wonder if it's going to crash though after this, because it's been said to crash immediately after finishing Iblis Phase 2. Yeah, that's interesting. If I don't look at it, it's fine. I mean, nothing that hasn't been seen or heard of before, but still. Such a drastic change in speed. Just looking a certain direction. Yeah, that would be very interesting to see
That was incredible.
in a multi-dimensional type of scenario. Yeah. Oh wow, 27,500. Hmm. Okay, here we go. We're going to truth. We're gonna crash upon loading into new city. I mean, fortunately, I'm using saves this time because last time I actually wasn't, so I had to go back into the game and essentially replay through the whole halfway point of the Sonic story just to find out if it was going to crash the second time, which fortunately it did not. But it does make me wonder if it will crash for Shadow Iblis Phase 2.
Looks like we made it back in one piece.
Where did Shadow and Rouge go? Did they appear someplace
That,
else?
yeah, that could be used, that animation. But then when he moves, I have to change that. Hedgehog of Mystery. Yeah, that could be used too. I'm just trying to think of like what could be used for the Tails animation when he's in the tornado. If I go forward with that. I mean, I will. It's just a matter of when, because it's a big project to approach. Yeah, no crash. Let's go. So before I hop in, save it for starters, because I do want to turn the music up a little more. Now I eventually want to experiment a bit here with this crate, because I'm facing this direction, right? And I'm not going to change direction when I homing attack, but despite that, it locks onto the crate. It's actually one of the few crates that is locked onto for some strange and bizarre reason. Normally if you lock onto a crate, it's because there's something, you know, within it. But that crate does not have anything within it, so it's really bizarre that that behaves that way. But the main reason I want to look into it in the future, though, is because basically you need to have something that your homing attack can lock onto and miss for said target in order to get the likes of a homing launch for speedrunning tricks. Since that's pretty much the only object in the new city that can be locked onto object-wise, it does have the potential to essentially, yeah, have Sonic launch all the way across to the cave town mission in that part of the story. Might be minor for a time skip, and it might even require a bit of time to set up, but it is something I think that could and perhaps should be looked into. Because if it can cause some kind of like a homing launch all the way to the town mission, then what the heck, anytime saves, you know, better than no time save. Yeah, I said before, but the loading times on this really aren't that amazing. I mean, they are better, I think, compared to the 360 on the modded console. But it's also not Xenia speed, so I was a bit... Yeah, I kind of was expecting something a little faster, but I think it would be interesting to compare it to the modded 360 in the future. That'd be nice to go over for comparison. Still have to buy that? I don't. But really, aside from that, I do love how it does remove all the lag spikes when you're going into a stage, when you're triggering your result screen, because usually there's a bit of a lag spike there, but that no longer happens.
To do a bounce jump, you can attack downward.
See, like there, it was like virtually non-existent. Yeah, I think that's kind of what they were trying to go for, like a sort of 06 inspired story, but on the Wii, since they couldn't really go full throttle with 06 on Wii. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. They should have either just cancelled it, you know, an 06 or a Wii game in 2006. Just generally like canceled the whole game altogether, or yeah, postpone what was supposed to become 06 on the Wii, and have it come out much later. That's the thing; they don't really like to postpone games, or especially when it's anniversary titles. Or tragic irony of the whole thing. Supposed to be honoring a game, but it ends up getting rushed to meet that anniversary deadline, that it ends up doing the opposite of celebrating the franchise. Ooh, so this is interesting, because there's supposed to be one of these black-looking crab enemies here, but it's not here. Because I remember actually asking Chaos to move him a little closer to the explosive crate, since they've got quite a big health bar. And moving it closer to the explosive crate would mean, if you know to hit the explosive crate, you can take those down in one hit. Which I still think is a freaking amazing concept. I don't know, I don't think that was planned in the original, but I still like how it was executed in PS6. Yeah, these ones. and I said this before, but there was an item box here, I think in silvers, that was a little above the ground. It's like, who would think to make that a bit more lower down so it's touching the ground, but no man, Chaos X, he'll do it. He'll go beyond. It's interesting how it's crate specific. Yeah, I said before, but one of these days, I think we're going to have those type of crates in the silver boss. Have some item boxes, whether it's the shields or invincibility, or speed up even. I do think it would be a missed opportunity though to not have the shields in a character boss, just knowing how they were meant to behave. Oh my goodness, the water. I really am not used to that, even though I know it's different. It's just, wow. It just, yeah, makes me that much more curious how E3, the E3 build handled the water. Oh, interesting. Oh, I think, yeah, okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, they don't do it too often, but when they do, it's very interesting to see, because it's like, it does give you a bit of insight on what could have been used more in the game. We'll get them to make a Wii game.
This time, there will be no more interruptions. Iblis Trigger must die.
Were they around that time? I forget. Because they... Did they do the Sonic 4 games, or did they do Advanced? Or both? Oh, the gauge up. Well, yeah, I would assume so, because I mean, when I view the entire placement of this game in the retail version, it tells me that it was built for a build that was supposed to have the things like rotation, interpolation, and the other demo elements that had like the yeah, stuff like the working gauge meter. Perhaps more interesting, or just as interesting, would be the shatter gauge, having the gauge ups affect the gauge, not all in one hit, but like you'd have to get multiple gauge ups to make it go like half and then eventually full. Ooh, draw distance. Earth? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that would have been interesting. Whether it was them tackling 06 or Secret Rings, or even just a new game, but yeah, based around that time period. Whoa, flashing lights, Genesis, what's good? That doesn't happen on 360. See if I can get these to work. Thankfully I've got a good amount of lives. controller. It's low-key throwing me off with the joystick's movements. No. That, or it could very well be the PS3 physics, because I definitely know that the object behavior is at least a little bit different. Whoa, there we go. Okay, I'll take that. And my timing's a bit off. That's unfortunate. And it could be that, because it's been a while since I've done these attempts. Wouldn't mind coming back to this and trying to get the record again. Come on. Come on. Oh my goodness. Could be all factors at this point. Been a while on PS3. Whoa. And they've totally butchered that. Although that's... Hang on, that's interesting. I didn't... Is that a PS3 thing? I didn't know that they could hit you from the back like that. Because those hit me a lot sooner than the others were meant to. So if I could time that right, that actually could be a time save right there, for reals. Interesting. Let's see if I can get that again. Frick. No! Bruh. It does feel like I'm getting the angle, but it's still not launching right. So I do think the object behavior is a little different, because I mentioned it before with the barrel launching. Yeah, the barrel launching before mission 1. Is that 2? No, I think that was too early. Oh, Rush, okay. I see. Maybe we open another game at the time. Possibly.
I knew it. Oh, I knew you'd return.
I cannot say for sure, but I think we are leaning in that direction. Because even I'm not all too sure. It's not being like crystal clear on that. But yeah, because I mean we got TGSR6 in the latest update, right? So yeah, that's concluded that for this release. Although that, I mean, I'll admit I was a bit surprised by that, because I mean, what was it? It was the Shadow release that brought on board the Xbox Live Arcade coverage of Sonic's Kingdom Valley. Then it was the initial first release of the Silver release that brought Silver's Crisis City from E3. But then in the update to the same release, we have the TGSR6 Kingdom Valley coverage for all three Hedgehogs, which, yeah, I mean, I would have thought for sure that Sonic C3 Kingdom Valley would have been the priority in the update, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get that in the next one. I just hope that we get the tech demo recreation. That'd be nice. So that way it would really complete all the demo builds in Gear 6. Because the Xbox Live Arcade demo is essentially TGSR6 Sonic for Kingdom Valley. Nah, bad timing. Butchered that. God dang it. Ah! See, I hit freaking R2 just then. L2, I'm trying to get the camera. Yeah, that'll do. At least I didn't lose too many lives on that. But yeah, it'd be interesting if we got the cutscene that we saw from Sonic Fox to essentially be like a boss outro cutscene, because I'm all for having a boss outro cutscene for all the bosses that didn't have those types of cutscenes, because I mean, character bosses didn't get outros, Genesis didn't get the outro. I think everything else did get intro and outros, right? Although Mephiles could be improved upon, because Mephiles Phase 1 and 2 essentially just reused the exact same animation for both the intro and the outro. I forget if they just moved the camera in a different direction, or... yeah, I don't know, I can't remember. But obviously, yeah, there's different lines, so that's a start. But even with like the different camera animation, I still think Mephiles could have a different motion. I guess you could argue though that Phase 1, you know, you have all those shadow minions behind him, whereas Phase 2 you don't have that. But I still think that there could be something there. I think Phase 2 could maybe show those like big golem-looking creatures that you have to battle against to build up the gauge. Something funky. Yeah, for reals, I'm not gonna get used to this water, man. In fact, I just want to see how it looks in the front parts, where the castle is. I mean, it works. You can, I guess, get used to that if you've grown up with it, but that's just it. I have not. But the interesting thing is I actually could have, because I did have Earth 6 PS3 going as far back as like 2011. And I could have held on to it, but I decided to gift it to a friend of mine who was a bit of a Sonic fan. And he was turning 12, and I thought, yeah, what the heck? I've already got the game on 360, why not give it to him? He's going to get more use out of it than I am. I do wonder if he still held on to it. I mean, nowadays he's a bit of an anime fan, so that could mean anything. Too used to the pure 6 timing. And the thing is, too, I remember Chaos actually saying, oh no, but that's just the retail timing, but I swear it's different, man. It feels different. And then you got this section. I'm so glad he added a wide spring down there so you can get back up. Also, I just noticed, that's another area. Is that another floating spring, or is it on the leaves? Hard to tell from this perspective, but yeah, screw it, let's bear it back. And we got this fancy Strelipsia plants. That's great. Always admire tropical jungle for its details. I just wish there was animation though, like if you interact with them. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, you can get away with that, that's fine.
Hang on tight.
And then you got that one, which, again, yeah, you can get away with that, that's fine. As well. That's nice. Oh man, you know you're getting used to Pier 6 when you start using triangle to try and light dash. I mean, even then, that trail can't be light dashed on both, so... Psych. Still does strike me as curious that this section, or this stage for Sonic's case, is basically the only time it appears in the game. Never come back here as Shatter, Silver, Rouge. I think if this game was a bit more polished and we got town missions, kind of like Unleashed, where you actually do get to go back through stages, to find whatever it is, an object, an item. I think we could have potentially gone back to stages like these. I mean, yeah, that definitely would have at least slightly improved upon with the town missions, so that way it wasn't just literal town missions all the time. And I think in that regard it would have bumped up the amount of town missions you could have had, because knowing that there was supposed to be at least 50, I think that was for a single campaign. I mean, yeah, definitely for sure it would have helped having at least some in the stages. Makes me wonder how the likes of town missions like Haley the Beloved Dog, how that would be done. Would he have it kind of like Sonic with Elise, with the gameplay minus the shield, where you're just essentially carrying the dog through a stage back to the castle town type of thing? And of course, a lot would still have to change, but... So I noticed this before. I think there is potential here for a launch to the goal ring. Because, I mean... Yeah, the goal ring's in that direction. Yeah, given a right angle, that could potentially go somewhere. I mean, it would still be difficult, but... I guess the issue there, I mean, I can't test it right now, because, I mean, I'm on PS3, so... That's the thing, the PS3 version actually does disable the ability to homing launch off of loops, because you can't lock onto them anymore. Which I do view as an improvement, because it essentially does eliminate that glitch compared to the 360 build. Yeah, I said this before too, but like I'm gonna have to look into the vehicle files and the codes just to see if the strings are different on PS3, because for real, it does seem faster on PS3 compared to 360. Yeah, agreed. It was since it was a proof of concept, I wanted to chuck in as much dialogue to see what could potentially work and what not so much. But no, I appreciate it though. I wanted to at least put the sound design in, so we could at least have, yeah, just raw gameplay sounds. If anybody else wanted to try and dub it in. Because I think AI voices could very potentially be a factor for future improvements to the game's story. Whether it's, you know, just getting a more believable sounding, press the, you know, Y button, the triangle button to perform this, whatever it is, you know, light dash. Because there are so many more states that have been implemented, and the fact that they weren't planned for the game, at least as far as the unused lines go, I think, yeah, having AI voices fill in for that could potentially be an improvement. But I mean, that's on the minor side. It could, you know, it could start from there, and it could go as far as changing the game's story to improve the likes of Sonic's campaign. Really does depend on, again, what like Chaos wants to do in the future. I really hope we get to see this cutscene. Yeah, this pre-rendered Blood Studio cutscene, the prototype version, because we've seen a single frame from it, where she goes, "But I love this country," but that's all we've seen. We've only received like a single frame, so it would be very interesting to see how this looked in a prototype form. Especially the flashback, because knowing how they just skipped to the next frame, you know, post flashback, it'd be interesting if they did the same thing here. Because if I were to guess, I'd say they probably did. And then Sonic just yeets himself out of the story. Like, obviously it's implied that he takes her back to the castle, especially through the unused lines. But then he's just like, alright, I'm going back to the Chow Garden. Ciao. And then, oh, Eggman's back. How about that? It's almost like he hadn't been stopped. What do you know? The more the know. I like that we get to see Amy, at least we get a bit more screen time. Adds a bit more context to her story, even if she has no lines. Like where she was. Because I don't get the impression she was ever meant to go to the Bad Future stages, Crisis City and Flame Core. There's nothing that hints at that, so I think it would have been like a low-key kind of story. Which would, you know, I would have been fine with that. As long as she like goes through Wave Ocean, then I'm fine. Because I know she definitely was meant to in Team Attack. It should be nice to get working in the future. But yeah, it should be interesting to see. Not just like for the boss releases, but whenever and however he covers the DLC. Because I could see him implementing the unused network selection in the main menu and have that serve as a type of installation to the DLC from like very hard, boss attack, team attack. And depending on how or when and if we're going to get more information about the unused and scrapped DLC that still we don't have a whole lot of information on at the moment. If we get more info on that and we find out what else was planned, We might even be able to get that stuff implemented. Last thing I heard from that was that it was being handed off to someone else. Which, I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Especially since we haven't learned anything since then, because that was, I think, a year ago. It's essentially been silent since then. This stage always confused me. I think when I first encountered it, I initially thought, oh, this is supposed to be a flashback to when Tails was chilling with Sonic, and he had to save him from the Orca. But no, the way they like play it out in the story makes it seem like no, he just decided to go back there and try to stop the egg carrier, or not so much stop it, but like follow it at least. But just the absence of Sonic in this part of the story just feels really glaringly out of place. Like, he's the main character of this campaign, and we're not only not playing as him, but we're not even seeing him. Like, we don't even know where he is. Where did he go? I mean, I'm not sure when exactly that's going to happen, but he has shown that he is capable of enhancing the expressions for cutscenes. So, I mean, that was just like a proof of concept right there as well. But I do think we will eventually see that, but when I can't be sure on. And how much he does, I don't know how much he's gonna do, because I mean, we might get it episodically again, where we just get all of Sonic's in-game cutscenes for a release. Because there are a lot of in-game cutscenes that are video files in the retail files, and because of which, if you play those with the story as if it's going to be in PR6, it is going to have a bit of a change, a noticeable change in the graphics. Because if you do compare PR6 Sonic to Sonic in the video file in-game cutscenes, yeah, there is a change. You can, if you A/B it, it's very clear which one's which. But yeah, I don't know if you'd be interested in redoing those, because the problem with redoing those video file cutscenes is that you'd essentially have to be redoing all the animation, which is a nightmare because all that animation is essentially motion captured motion in XNM form. So the only way it could work would be he would essentially have to repurpose existing animation that we have in the files, recreate the camera movements, that I could see him doing, but have the motion of other cutscenes, but with this modified perspective and then cutscene all put together, if that makes sense. You'd basically be, cutting between different cutscene animation with a recreated camera motion to try to recreate the video file cutscenes. It's kind of complicated, but that's the only way I could see him actually remaking those video cutscenes. Because otherwise I would think it would just be left in. But I don't think we'll be getting that in the next release. I mean, if we do, great. But I think the release after that we may see it.
Let's go collect that chaos emerald.
Because I think for now he just wants to focus on. Well, right now he wants to focus on having a break. But that's if he's done with all the updates. But when he returns, it's pretty much just going to be full throttle on nothing but the bosses in the last episode. Because
Then we'll probably go to the ancient castle.
that I would imagine would be quite a. Yeah, it's not going to be pretty. Because I mean, importing all like the level design, all the placement and all that. It's he's shown in the past that it can easily be done. It's just how he goes about trying to improve it that can sometimes take a bit of time. But doing that with the bosses is obviously a very different ballgame. You have to, program so many states. All the different like camera behavior and movement. Yeah, there's a lot to go over. But yeah, if we get cutscenes, great. I think if we were to get one, it would probably just be the one proof of concept one we got, and maybe the Blur Studio cutscenes. But those aside, I'm not really expecting those till the release after the bosses. But yeah, they would look great. Because I've seen how the Castle Town looks with PS6 graphics, and yeah, it looks amazing. And that's not even using the like the beta lighting from like the trailers. It's literally just using the retail lighting, and if I'm being honest, the retail lighting's kind of grim looking compared to the beta lighting. Because it almost looks like Kingdom Valley as far as like the overcast setting goes, compared to a more like Wave Ocean blue daytime kind of aesthetic.
Touching the wood hole will send you far away in a flash.
Should be sometime after his break, I don't know. Because, I mean, he said that he wants to take a long break, but I mean, he said that in the past, and then he comes back like 2 months later, not even. But, yeah, I mean, however long his break is going to be, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, because he's very unpredictable with how long certain releases take, because like the Shadow release was very different to the Silver release, at least for the first one, and that's fine. I'd rather him take his time and do what he wants to do rather than feel pressured to get it out on an anniversary date. But I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if the next release is like 2025. If we do get it next year, great. But I'm not really expecting it. Yeah. I'm gonna get the visuals on that. There we go. So always the way. Wait, what does he say? Not enough? Not enough. Oh man. I could see, yeah, that's gonna be I actually do look forward to seeing how he does the town missions, because I can see it being as basic as, ooh, you died here, do you want to try again, yes, no, after the dialogue box says, not enough, instead of just loading again. And even then, hitting yes and no, it doesn't need to trigger another loading screen, man. It could just immediately boot you back right then and there. Loading screenless. I mean, I can't imagine them being exactly like really fun, really entertaining, but that said, I mean, it could be as basic as, hey, remove the loading screen and you might actually get a bit of enjoyment out of it. Because of just the pace alone, you know? Hard to say. But I think it's because I don't know and because I'm curious about it, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. I mean, I'm still more hyped for the bosses, but still, it's just, you can't help but wonder. But I think if it were up to me, I'd have the trials basically be like the Musketeer town mission, so that way it's not just Sonic the whole way through. You get to play as Tails and Knuckles. And you essentially have that as your 3 trials, going through all the Amigas, more screen time for the Amigas, while also being different. It's not just the same character doing different things. Because, I mean, the whole gimmick of these trials having, or these NPCs having the ability to, like, conjure up warp holes for you to teleport yourself is a bit weird. Whereas, at least with the Musketeer Town mission, I can get behind that. I can see, you know, Knuckles going out and destroying boulders to prove his strength. I mean, the only real unbelievable one is Tails going through the rings, but if it's under like a time limit, which I guess it is, I can still kind of get behind that. But the rings could be done better in the future. They don't need to be like literal rings. They could be like almost like the Rise of a Ninja attempts. So I want to look into this file in the future, the lighting file, because it didn't hit me till just recently, but like, for real, Sonic kind of does look a little bit like the Sonic of the promo screenshots with the lighting specifically. So I do wonder if at one point that was early lighting for Kingdom Valley. Because it's the closest thing that we have to work with, simply put. I find it so interesting that the works have a delay during that specific state. It just makes it so difficult. So, that robot is not supposed to fall. So I only just noticed that now. He did fall from the wall. I always thought he was supposed to load in on the ground, but no, it does make sense. Just fell. They still didn't fix the whole thing with, if you take damage, you kind of have to run around to get your footing, because if I do it the same thing with the blue gem, look how slow he goes until I drop. I heard that's something that could be fixed with patches, because like, that speed though, it's just until you get that drop, it's almost like you're clipped into the collision. It's the only way I can really try to explain it, describe it. I wonder if does it apply to wall runs? Did I get that? Whoa. Try it on this next one. Or I could just go back. Try this again. Alright. It's tricky because, like, as soon as you, like, steer during the state, it does make him reset. That'd be alright. The one time I'm actually, like, trying to keep that slow speed and it goes away instantly. Let's try over here. Or even like the rock, perhaps. Actually, yeah, no, I know. If I, instead of just using the joystick, if I just spam blue gem, that should give us an answer. Should. Okay, why is that not doing that? Don't tell me it's different on PS3. Maybe it's the direction I'm facing. Yeah, actually, that could potentially be a PS3 difference. Because I mentioned it before with the whole thing of jump dashing on like the last frame as you land. How that didn't seem to behave like it did on 360. It could be to do with that. Yeah, for reals, he's going full speed right now. Yeah, they actually could have improved that, even if a little. Interesting. Compiling shooters. I hope we do get to see the extended ending for Kingdom Valley Section 1 in a PR6 update. That'd be cool. Because I think it's just a real shame that we've never really seen the full progression of the ending. It's just eagle to the next section instead of having that final wall run.
I'll go on ahead.
So I just lost my rings, right? And despite that, it still says I've got 81 rings, right? That said, if I do take damage now, it's still going to register as if I've got 0 rings. So I do have to make sure to be careful who sees me like this. So slow. But now, if we go to another section, and we take damage without that, and we collect more rings, it's actually registered it as if we never lost rings. Just like that. It's a shame though, because like if you do collect the rings that you lose through that glitch, it does reset your counter. So it's not like you can like add rings to the counter. Because yeah, I mean it is a shame. That would have been nice. Okay, so that's interesting. I just noticed. Yeah, okay. So those boulders really do have gravity, and because of which, when they spawn in the collision, they try to rise up to the top. And I've got to figure. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I got to figure out a way how to tell that behavior to apply to the normal stones that you can get the rock launchers on, because that is, it's minor, but it is actually how the E3 rocks behave. And it's weird because I mean you don't really see it throughout all the footage, but the only way to really tell is through looking at the way the rocks actually load in, because they have movement. That's the biggest noticeable difference. And compared to retail, that's actually not how they spawn in. They just spawn in, but they don't have any movement because, simply put, they don't have gravity in retail. Which is why it's interesting that the boulders do, when the normal rocks not so much. Makes me wonder if it does like bust any of the other stages where those rocks are used because they have gravity. But it is something to look more into for the object physics behavior. I feel like it's something that shouldn't be too complicated to do, because I mean, I have kind of gotten those results in the past through copying a lot of the demo files over to the retail version. And there is different object behavior in those files with how it like handles things like the new city container, or the tables and chairs in the castle town. Being able to destroy them compared to not being able to in retail. Little details like that, but yeah, if I can look more into it, hopefully I don't need to have like some kind of tool to actually modify them. If I can just see what is causing gravity to apply to certain objects and tell that to affect the common rocks, then should be able to have another element of E3 in the retail builds. So I mean, it's something that I've wanted to add to PE3 for a while, even if minor, but haven't been able to so far. It's crazy what he did with that, how he turned that into what it is. I mean, it is essentially just an STH 2006 cutscene, but the way he was able to like accurately recreate that, and even kind of get the camera to mimic that of the E3 2005 camera, with where it was to Sonic. Yeah, it really is crazy going back to retail after all this. All the progress made in Pier 6. I didn't know this till recently, but these little things here are the fence things that I'm... what do you call them? The bar things? I don't know. Decoration. That's actually in the TGS06 demo for all the staircases. And I thought for the longest time that it was just an object that was not in the retail building, because of which something we would have to recreate. But because it is in retail, repurposed for those towers, I'd like to think that we could eventually get PTGS06 in a more faithful state by having those bridge decorations in an update. Because on top of all that, it would be nice just generally to have like a little visual glow up to that, as well as another restoration. Because I mean, if you ask me on my opinions of how Kingdom Valley looks now compared to how it used to look, I do miss the bridge. I think it is a shame that it is gone. And I do also prefer the wall run texture he had in the first Silver release compared to it now just being retail again. I mean, that's just my 2 cents, but I do get why he's done it. It just would have been nice to see like an evolution of all the wall running textures from like TGSR5 to like the promo screenshots texture that we did have in the last release, and then the final one being the retail one. Because we've never actually seen that in one Kingdom Valley setting yet. But yeah, maybe in the future.
And what's this? Stop all engines now! Why is this happening? No! We're about to crash!
So I do appreciate the attempt to have a bit of consistency with this setting to the very final cutscene of Sonic's story, since it is like a more daytime-looking scenario. But then they completely throw it out with this being overcast. So I'm actually really glad that LOS did improve upon this cutscene by making it daytime. I mean, it's kind of tricky because I like the idea of having Kingdom Valley progress from daytime to like overcast and rainy to kind of make it a little bit, what's the word? A bit of an omen, if you will, to what's about to happen in this cutscene.
There's still a way to change
But I guess the problem is that, yeah, you can't change the literal Blur Studio pre-rendered cutscene to make that look overcast, so...
to save her.
And on top of that, it's better to end the game, obviously, on a more, you know, a less gloomy-looking note, so, so it's hard to... It's hard to have it like this. The only thing I think in my little headcanon that makes this kind of barely believable is that because they're such a far distance away from the egg carrier still, it just had a different setting. Because I mean, you know, I've heard, I've been on the phone to someone that's really not that far away from where I am, and it's like pissing down, raining where they are, but it's still pretty like blue daytime for me, you know. But still, that's still a stretch here, I think. So, well, what's tricky, I guess, the most is with the way Pier 6 handles the stage. You know, it essentially is raining in the Mach Speed section. So the idea that it goes from that to that cutscene that we just saw, but in daytime, somehow it's going to have to go through some sort of transition to make that a bit more believable. Whether it's like a warp hole or I mean, I'd like to think if we could somehow remake the tech demo, not the tech demo, the TGSR5 teaser terrain, where he's running through the forest and he encounters like that Mephiles Resurrection Castle interior, the ruins. If we have that area connected to the end of Kingdom Valley's Mach Speed section, where you would hit like the goal ring, and instead you'd go through the door behind and come out on the other side in the forest, and there you have it kind of transition from like a rainy overcast setting to a more daytime setting, where he would also kind of meet up with the egg carrier. I could see that working, having that kind of an extension to the Mach Speed area. Yeah, I still think that could work. It's just we don't have the terrain, so it would have to be remade, which is the most difficult part. Well, I actually got a pretty good Ring attack, I just noticed I could get the purple gem. Okay. Spin on. Nice. Thought it was going to expire. It's always the way. But do I have to redo all that? Because I'm pretty sure once it's open, it's open. Yay! Does this still work? Yes, it does. I actually really like how the water kind of looks here. So I guess I never really viewed it as water, to be honest. I just viewed it as this kind of like a, I don't even know what you would call it, but like the same material that they use for basically keeping water in those caskets. I think that's why, for me anyway, it's just such a contrast to hear like watery footsteps in Pier 6. I'm just still not really used to it. I think it's such a cool detail that when you destroy robots in Pier 6, it actually does remove the rockets, or it makes them like blow up. Whereas here, if you take out your enemy, you still can get hit by their rockets. Missiles. Whoa! Whoa! Yo! That's interesting. That's new. I don't think I've ever seen it without those little contraption things that are meant to be there. Guess this is what you see when you skip it. I don't know if that's just a draw distance thing because the PS3. Yeah, I'm really not used to seeing that at all. And there's no collision there either, so yeah, it really hasn't been loaded in. Huh? Wow. Yeah, I'll have to double check that on PS3. If that's there, if you skip it. 'Cause that could very well be a difference. I said this before in the last stream, but yeah, I would give this platforming segment to Shatter's aquatic base, and have Shatter's part of this section of the level having just the jump panel shoot you across, because, you know, with Sonic's being more faster paced, I feel like he should have the faster jump panel that sends you here. In my opinion, anyway, but. Because I don't want to scrap the platforming, which is why I'd just swap it out with Shatters. Yeah, as I thought. It's exactly like the 360 version with the storing and disabling of the push physics. Yeah, these little contraption things, they just flat out did not lure. Wow, you can flat out clip out with that. I forget if you could do that on 360. I know you could, like, go through the contraption and its collision, but it's always had funky collision in general, I guess. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, for 06 or even 07, these visuals look pretty damn great. Because even when you're not emulating it, it still looks great for its time. Yeah, for real, that's actually been improved a little bit. Interesting. Again, our lag spike. Yeah, it is better. Yeah, I'd be very, very curious to compare the loading times to the modded 360s. Because the fact that that does still have lag spikes, but this doesn't. This has every right to be better in speed, but how much more is, well, it'd be interesting to compare. Alright, I should probably get ready on the split since we're almost done here. I never really got whether or not this part of Aquatic Base is actually Aquatic Base, or if it's an added section that Eggman's added with, like, his tech to make it more White Acropolis-esque, because it's not really talked about a lot, but Aquatic Base really it really isn't Eggman's base. I mean, they do point it out that it's, you know, it was a Solianan, like, laboratory, but White Acropolis really is Eggman's base in this game. That is like his theme. That's his tech, you know? And we don't really see an amazing amount of that type of art style and textures throughout Aquatic Base, and that's kind of a good thing, since again it's not really meant to be Eggman's base. But in that last area, it kind of had elements of both. But I guess the point is, if it is supposed to be a part of Aquatic Base, then like, what was it? What was it for? Because I mean, if it wasn't for an egg carrier, because it's not built by Eggman, then what was it originally? Because it's such an open area, you know, and it leads to that kind of C-split looking area where, what, I guess it could potentially merge with Kingdom Valley's C-split? I don't know, it's just a little confusing. Whew, 2 hours already. I should probably
That was incredible.
I'll split it when it gets to the credits, I think. I'd be curious if people would like to be able to be essentially playing as Sonic with Elise during bosses like Egg Cerberus, Egg Genesis, and of course Egg Wyvern in this case. Because I guess you are with the princess during these boss battles in the story, even Silver to a degree. So yeah, I do wonder if people would be open to that, because it's not. It wouldn't just be Sonic with Elise, you know. There would be improvements there. Ooh, I just noticed something I've never noticed before. A little glitch there, right before the explosion. I wonder if this was a part of the Plains area at one point, and yeah, Sonic Team just sent this to Blur to use, because it does look like Sonic Team made this area, mainly because of like the 2D cross texture. I mean, it looks better there, but where in the shot where like Elise is like lying on the grass, it just, it looks 2D there, like really 2D. Still can't believe they have the instrumental of his world playing, and right as the vocals are supposed to kick back in, there is no vocals, but despite that, they like cut it out right as it comes back in to have a bit of silence. Especially since they haven't released the instrumental to this day. If I'm honest, this melody, you know, it's obviously from Sonic 2. I think it's a great melody. But this cover, the lyrics specifically, and the way they were performed, I really detest with a passion. It's just... his world is Sonic's theme in this game, not this. And yet they put this first before his world. Ah man, that really rubs me the wrong way. Because they essentially are spelling it out to us here that, oh yeah, it is a love story if you didn't catch it. And I don't like that. I like that it's more open to interpretation. That way it doesn't need to be shoved in our faces, you know? That's just my 2 cents anyway. Now this is another comparison I need to set up in the future, because not many people seem to notice it, but and I don't blame them, because like really, this is the footage that we're seeing might as well be retail, but simply put, it's not. And I have noticed a single difference from a quick comparison I made a few years back. And ever since then, I've been putting it off. I need to yeah, like come back to this and actually do it, because there could be more changes for all I know. Because if there's one change, which there is, then there's probably more. Actually, there's at least 2 that I can think of in all the in-game footage, at least. So yeah, no, I do need to set up a comparison for this, because if there's even more, then yeah, I should, you know, setting up a comparison, I should be able to find them all. Like even that danger looking thing. Did I miss it? So I think it's mirrored in retail, and I don't think it was there. Does it still have the glitch here? Are they even going to show it there? Okay. Cut. Okay, that's interesting, they didn't. Okay, so maybe it's a PS3 thing, maybe it's just the way it's emulating and trying to play back the video, could have been that. Possibly. Probably. It'd be good to also put his world on that to kind of just to see how it would work with the video that's playing, if it syncs up well or not. But I'm actually still surprised that they haven't released an instrumental of Sweet Dreams. Because I'd low-key probably put that in there, the instrumental version, in place of the one with the vocals. I'm sorry, I don't like it. Anyway, I'll save the full thing for last story, I think. So how's this? I'm not used to seeing it just a single campaign. Let's play it back. I still think it's jarring here, what Knuckles says.
Looks like we made it back in one piece.
One piece! One piece! The whole fucking town's a ghost town! There's nobody around, there's no NPCs! One piece. I mean, that's like the equivalent of when Silver's like, they're quite noisy, and it's like, yeah, what commotion? There's nobody there. Like, I get it, you know, having NPCs is probably going to slow down the game more. I know. But goddamn, man, that just yikes. Yikes. I'm almost tempted to hop into PR6 to just A/B the stories. I mean, the problem is I freaking just split it there. Nah, we'll keep going with this. Because I still haven't tried any of the other campaigns, so I'm very curious how this is going to be coded. If there's going to be any crashes that are intercepted. This is such a freaking amazing opening cutscene. I still think this is like the best one in the game. It just... Oh man, for the amount of things this game gets wrong, this is probably one of the biggest highlights, I think. It just shows what could have been, and in a lot of ways it does actually still execute what it was trying to accomplish through the story. It's just... You have to try to look past a lot of things. But this really is such a great setup for a story. It's fast-paced, ultimately. I think that's the only thing I really don't like about the opening cutscene for the Sonic story. It's visually beautiful for the most part, aside from like the darkness that they put on the filter for the retail version. But my biggest gripe with it is that it just takes so long to get to the dialogue. And even when you're going through that, you don't really know you're playing a Sonic game until he appears. So yeah, the pacing's a little slower. I don't really know if much could be done about that though, without really like drastically changing it. Yeah, so really it is just audio glitches. That's the biggest difference here so far, but again, I think that's just a common issue. That could be like amplified. Through this. Okay, now go this way. Yeah, wow, there really is a delay with the flame. Which I think is more so a factor of the hitbox like slowly growing. Which is actually kind of good in some ways, because it kind of should be like that for the flames, but I think that it's just a bit too slow compared to the animation of the fire. Because I've noticed that even Silver has like a bit of a growing hitbox with his ground pound shock bracelet thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Huh? Dude, what? Huh? Why is he... I saw that. He was in his charging slap state. Why was... Is that because I... Was that really because I, like, switched to Blaze in that kind of a state? Because I know I was holding it down in the air state, so... That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, I figured he would just die out on responding. It took a bit too long. Okay, now he's fine. Never change game. Still want to see eventually for PR6 the switch back to silver right there before the spring. Mainly for the consistency of other stages level design. Of course, it would have to change here. You wouldn't have to be. Yeah, you wouldn't. You don't want to have a blaze spawn in after you've switched back, so. And that'd have to be removed. It's a little bit of work, but I mean, I've done it through mods, so. It can be done. Still think it's a pretty obscure, and I'm pretty sure this was unintentional that you can actually interact with this collision here, but kind of broken. I mean, you can kind of skip the tornado throwing the debris if you go here first. I mean, it's kind of too late in my case, but still. How can I get him? No, it's good though. I'm glad, even though the PR6 update did drop just a little before this anniversary date. It does make for a good comparison, because since I did just go through this. And it's good to go through the story to really see, refresh my memory with like what's going to be coming. Probably not in the next update, in the next release, but potentially the next one after that. Yeah, really don't give you a lot of time. The flashes. I hope. I think yeah. For this boss now, phase 1 of Iblis, or better yet, for all bosses, I do hope we get the intro and outro cutscenes. I mean, it seems pretty unlikely that we won't get them. I'd be very, very surprised if not. But I hope. Yeah, if we are actually getting all of it, all the intro and outros, I hope we get the unused scene of Iblis. Basically, yeah, like the animation we're seeing right now, he was supposed to be breathing fire just then. We actually see this in the Xbox Live Arcade trailer. So it's, you wonder why he's just kind of going rah, and nothing's happening. Basically, he was supposed to be breathing fire, so explains why the animation looks a little off. Oh, what? Oh, snap! It blurs up on the PS3, huh? Whereas 360 not so much. Okay, that is very interesting. Yeah, without a doubt, there definitely is object behavior differences in this build of the game. And I'm not sure why, if it's just the way the PS3 handles its translation of Havoc physics. Or maybe they did actually program it to behave differently. Either way, definitely different behavior. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Whew. Hate it when it does that, when it blows up right at the end of the wave. There we go.
It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down, Silver.
I mean, ultimately, I just want it to be faster paced. For all the bosses alike. Oh, I thought there was still 3 more hits. If I knew that, I might have gotten the rings. Oh well. This is... yeah, this is okay. It's a bit Terminator-esque. Which is ironic since Earth 6 literally came out the exact same day Bionicle Heroes came out. Which also made a Terminator reference with the lava sinking. Yes. Which, if memory serves, I think... actually, I'm going to double check this now. Casino Royale, the movie, came out. Its initial premiere was November 14, or 6th anniversary, 2006. And guess where that is based in its climax? Oh, Venice! Oh! How about that? It's amazing how some of these things kind of echo each other on the same day of a release. Curious. It's all conspiracy. We're in a matrix, I'm telling you. Take cover. I like the way the lava descends, though. It's cool. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how all these glow-ups are going to look for these stages, areas.
It'll never end.
Calm down, Silver.
Then tell me what we should do. How can we completely destroy Iblis?
It's yet another comparison I've got to make. Because I just noticed, yeah, I've got the subtitles on. I don't know if it really would make a difference, if at all. But I do want to compare it with and without to see if the loading times are different and to see if it affects the performance of it.
Is that really the answer to our problem?
I mean, it's mainly for the loading times, because if it does affect it, even if a little, then, I mean, obviously, yeah, disabling it is going to be faster for speedrunning. One.
To fix this present timeline, you need to change the past.
Swear Dan Green's the dirt.
That's impossible.
Because I have the power to travel through time.
No way.
Yes, way.
Past. You must eliminate the individual who has awakened Iblis. The Iblis trigger.
Ooh, did I just see a visual glitch with his eyes?
If I eliminate that guy, will our world be saved?
Hmm.
The day of disaster. Fear my
See, I find this interesting. It's not something many pick up on, but in Sonic's take on this cutscene, Silver says, "Could it be true?" And then, if I eliminate that guy. Whereas here, it just skips past that line, and it's minor, like always, but I just wonder if they forgot it or if they chose to skip it.
I see it.
Because it almost feels like we're in a different timeline when certain lines don't trigger or are skipped over. Like the way he just grabs it back. Not too hastily, but he's like, thank you. I need that to kill Sonic later. So if we do end up getting these in like the next 2 years or so, it's nice to know that because of the way the stages have been handled, that their previous cutscenes or later cutscenes after the stage will have that kind of setting applied to the hub areas. Because like, imagining this cutscene with the tropical jungle setting is just, oh man, I can see Silver going, this is so unbelievable to that. Because right now you just see a daytime looking forest and really not a whole lot going on screen. But yeah, I can see the potential there. I can see where that could be going in the next few years. But I do think some lines are going to have to be repurposed in the future because, what does he say in Tropical Jungle? He says, this looks so beautiful. And he says that again, or he says that originally in Dusty Desert, or right before the stage with Amy. So, yeah, that's probably going to have to change. But, I'm not really sure what would be in its place, though. That's the only thing. God dang, what an odd place to put a hint room.
When in doubt, consult your map and radar. They should tell you exactly where you need to go next.
I wonder if a Taz would use the rocks to get to the mirror faster. I would think so. I'd be very surprised if not. But it's hard to imagine because I mean I know it could be used, but I've just never really seen a whole lot of like distance covered with the rocks outside of using the telelaunch. But I guess the thing is you only really use the telelaunch when you want to use your ETD. But that's the thing, you don't have that ability at this point, this early in the story. So I figured if they mentioned that in Shadow's campaign, the same hint ring, because the first one would be Kingdom Valley, but I'm trying to remember if it's next to the mirror or not. Can't recall it. Whew. still intrigued how he put like the barriers sideways and basically closed up this little gap of sorts. Because he essentially made it into like a bit of a rooftop by doing that, and it's such an interesting choice and change. Especially how it just perfectly fits, because I mean, you know, I wouldn't have thought so. Oh, it worked. Ooh, yo, actually, that could be a PS3 difference right there. Because I know for a fact that just bounces off of the robot and doesn't even damage him on 360. Yeah, wow, that's damaging the fruit as well. Yeah, for real, that might have actually been improved on the PS3. So remember that always really, really frustrating me that it just didn't do anything. Didn't matter what angle you hit him. Alright, let's try that here too. Yeah, for reals, that is an improvement right there. I had no idea. That's sick. That's great. Okay. Okay, yeah, actually, if because that would be an HKX file. If we can copy that from the PS3 files, theoretically that should cause it to damage on 360. I might try that out after I'm done here, because I mean, I am curious. For reals. Can't believe I never noticed that before though. Guess I'm just so used to not using it because it's been useless every time. That's so cool. Okay. Gotta be careful, make sure that doesn't get hit by the thingies. The rockets. Or by its own collision for that matter. That's great! Did I destroy it that time? Yeah, I think I did. Useful. So, is it this one? That where the vine is? No, that vine's fine. Yeah, there's a vine that's a little below that part. And I remember, like, pointing that out a large number of times to Chaos about moving it up a little. And, yeah, it would have had to have been Rouge's Tropical Jungle. Because I remember, yeah, that sounds right. I remember going as far back as, like, 21. Pointing it out, and it was only till like now, this release, it actually did get improved. Which is good that we eventually get there, but it certainly is a process to make certain changes. But that's fine. Can't expect everything. Let's try this here too. That's so cool. I like doing that. It's actually useful now. I just wish I could use the pieces, grab them and use them. Because that's something that currently PR6 doesn't even do as well, if not for more objects. Which is a shame, because I mean, at least with certain like rocks and boulders, you can still pick up the pieces in the original and use them. But currently that's not the case, even for PR6. But not just for the... Whoa. Yeah, not just for the pieces that can't be picked up in the original game, but even for ones where you can pick them up. Yeah. It's more notable for the stones, the rocks, boulders. Cool. I don't actually mind the idea of like the Vulcan cannon shots like burning down your gauge meter because you're picking up so many of them, and because of that, it's like going through your gauge in no time, quickly making it empty. I forget if that happens in PR6. It might do nothing, no value. I forget. I can't remember.
That was easy.
I know you can't throw them back, which I mean, I kind of sort of disagree with that. I feel like you should have been able to throw back the Vulcans. Although I say that, I forget if the lines say that it was supposed to actually like stop it. Because I mean that's essentially how it behaves in the original.
So, this is the past.
Fortunately, we get this cutscene where it is because, I guess, because it's here,
He's pretty insecure when he's alone.
right at the literal start of the stage. I like to think eventually through mods I can get enough files swapped around to get the equivalent of Sonic meeting up with Tails to take place here, because it just, I feel like that's a transition just waiting to happen. That's a good last shot. Although, you can see Blaze stop moving. She does the same thing Sonic does in that same cutscene I mentioned where he meets up with Tails. You see the animation stop right before it fades out.
The Iblis creation. A blue hedgehog.
Come on.
Blue? I need to find silver fast.
What hit me?
The jump. Press the X button to perform an accelerated tornado. You can jump higher than usual.
Ah. I like how often the last obstacle in a sequence, if you reset the camera, makes it go in the reverse direction. I just don't know, like, look at, it's fine there, but I just don't get how that seems to happen so often from spring to spring. I think it's usually a spring that takes you down to collision. Those are usually the ones that, if you reset it, it makes it go backwards. Whoa, I really did just land on that. Holy crap. Like, fine for like hitting it with the jump dash, but then I literally landed on it. I suppose I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm like hitting it below 2 on the same frame. Still. So I said it before, but yeah, for reals, Blaze really was OP at one point in a pre-silver release state, pre-beta testing phase as well, which is just insane that I never got to try that out. Because like having that type of, that similar kind of Chaos Blast move, I mean, I don't know, maybe it would have made her 2 RP, but I think, you know, Sonic, Shadow, and Blaze being similar was something they were intending, because they do have animations for their own Mark speed sections, essentially, even though we didn't get it for either Blaze or Shadow. But still, with that, plus the whole idea of having like a Chaos Blast type of thing for Blaze, and I guess you get that with Supersonic for the gems. Or even Herming Smash to a degree, even though that's not exactly the same thing. It hasn't been made that RP. But still, you kind of get that, more so with Supersonic, more than anything. But yeah, the idea of having a Chaos Blast type of thing with Blaze, I don't know, I think I would have been okay with that, but depends how RP it was, like how often it could be used throughout the stage.
I finally found it. The Ignis trigger.
So this is the cutscene that's different in the credits. It's just as simple as a different like shader or texture for a building. But like I said before, just knowing that there's at least one change or two tells me that it's a different build, and because it's a different build, there could be more changes that we're unaware of at the moment.
It's okay. I'm sure the guy I'm looking for is still on the island. I'm sure I can still find it.
Well, then I'll help you.
What?
Two heads are better than one when looking for someone.
Hey, just wait a second.
What's your name?
Silver.
That's a nice name. I'm Amy Rose. It's nice to meet you.
Ah! Hey, wait!
I wonder if that was originally intended to be there. Because, I mean, what? Oh, do we get a freeze? Crash? I think we did. Shit. No, that's fine. I just have to skip the cutscenes, that's all. But, alright, our first crash. Not bad, you know, 3 hours into it before given. But yeah, I wonder if that cutscene was in that location originally, since we have a very similar looking visual where he's doing the same thing, clenching his fist, supposedly saying the same line. Where are you? Alright, we'll put that. Yeah, okay. Thank God the DualShock 4 has its own little trackpad to do the mouse thing. Okay, where did you go? Okay, that's buggy. That's fine. I know I had it around here somewhere. Huh. Hang on. Is that 1, 2? Yeah, it is still 2 seconds. Okay. I thought that was a little faster. No, that's alright. Okay. See, that's so cool that like that actually freaking saves. I'm so used to going to options because the 360 doesn't save those options. It's so bizarre that it doesn't. But yeah, that's another thing that PS3 improved upon. Actual freaking saving options. I mean, I say that. The weird thing is that on 360 it does actually save it if you disable the subtitles. But yeah, doesn't save the audio settings. The frick? See if I can find it in that time.
I finally found it. The ignis trigger.
Now I've got you, Sonic.
Hey!
It's about time I finally caught you again.
I wonder if it's to do with actually letting the cutscene playing out compared to skipping it. That's why I'm letting it go this far. I mean, I'm also trying to find the video. Yeah, I think it was around here.
I'm sorry. Did you miss someone because of me?
It's okay. I'm sure the guy I'm looking for is still on the island. I'm sure I can still find him.
Well, then I'll help you.
What?
Two heads are better than one when looking for someone.
Hey, just wait a second.
What's your name?
Silver.
That's a nice name. I'm Amy Rose. It's nice to meet you.
Ah! Hey!
Okay, this was even more further back than I thought. Didn't think it was this far back. Where are we? June. Okay, so far so good. It's not freezing.
Maybe
There we
I'll
go.
find some people in the town.
Yeah, so it just seems to... Ah, there's the video finally. So I think it is just a one-off when it happens. Although I say that it does seem to be one-off, but consistent where the one-off is. If that makes sense. Okay, is it that? Where? No, it should be here. Yeah, here we go. Cool. Save that. Discipline opinion on the settings for stage 1. I prefer to have this kind of memory if there's something like that. There's also getting a lot of songs. Saying the plan was to have this release. Yeah, okay. Be sure that goes there. Times yes. Okay, cool. Alright, let's continue.
Maybe I'll call.
Yo, what is up, Sonic the Saiyan Hog? Welcome to the stream. How are you going today? It's been a while since I've done this trick. I don't even know if it works on PS3. It should, I would think, but then again, the collision's a little different. Although I say that, nah, the Sonic thing was more of a... oh. It was more of a player detail. God, trying to get this under speedrunning pressure, man, that would be painful. I mean, I'm sure you'd get a feel for with time, but still. here. It only cost a crate, but that's alright. So that's it, right? I don't have to do anything else. Yeah, cool. Because I know that you have to... Yeah, it's a bit different for Sonics. Yeah, I'm not used to doing that, even though I've done it a few times now. Ah, time zones at its finest. I mean, thankfully, I do intend for this to be a little bit long of a stream, so hopefully it'll carry on over. Because, yeah, we're on Silver now, do Shatters, then Last Story, and depending on how we are going for time at that point, I'll either jump into Pier 6 and do all 3 hedgehogs there, or I'll stay on this and get everything else from like silver medals to the S ranks. But I would like to cover a bit of Pier 6, especially since the update, the latest one, just recently dropped. Oh! Yeeted it into myself. And again, because it's locking onto the U, that's why. Okay, so that's interesting. It seems that throwing... Yeah, I think throwing gunners, although the robots generally, it's the lock-on radius I think might be a little different, but that just could be to do with the object behavior. Oh, not good. Okay, let's get these out of here. Since they do a fair amount of damage if they interact with them in the wrong way. Oh goody, and I've got the counter kicking in. I'm so glad that timer was removed. That is the worst. Because I mean, I know it's like every 20 seconds, but it shouldn't even have a timer to begin with. It's already got it for every time you slap it, but man. There we go. Yeah. It's, oh man, it's such a contrast going, yeah, from Pier 6 to this, even if just by a few days. And like knowing that I've got the ability to double jump out of an air state, whereas here not so much. It's just, wow, what a difference that alone makes. Yeah, a bit of an end map difference on that robot as well. Yeah, it really is for all stages that have the different like water on 360. Because even, yeah, like anything reflective is going to look different with that water change. Because, like, yeah, the spikes, they look a little different. The crates look a little different. It's more noticeable with the enemies, though, if you really know how they look on 360. I wonder if that'll ever get remade. I do like that the switch isn't just in front of the door like it is here. You have to actually get to the high ground. I wonder what happens if I trigger the invisibility on the frame. I hit the switch and switch back to silver. And I wouldn't think that does much, but still. Never been able to do it thus far.
Those enemies look like they're guarding that door. Ha! Let's start by getting rid of them.
I do think that's pretty cool that you can stun the enemies by throwing previous ones into them. Bounce. Okay, so that's interesting. It does seem that if... Yeah, okay, the explosive crates not so much, but it does seem that the enemies' projectiles, whether it's, you know, the cannonball-looking things or the meteor rocks from the Iblis worms, they do seem to do more damage than your typical throwing object into said enemy. Because it does seem that it's at least double damage, and I don't think... I mean, I've known that it can do that, but I thought it was a hitbox thing with single damage, but no, I think it actually is. Because, like, these guys... Okay, that failed. Let's try this again. Again. There you go. They usually take 2 hits, and because of which, if you throw any other object at them, like this, if I can... Nah, this fail. Try this again. So I throw this one, they tip over. But if I throw a cannonball at them... Insta-kill. Damn, I was hoping to try it out there. What about these? Yeah, those two have a really crap hitbox. Collision detection. Yeah, so much for that. And now we come to the best part of the game. Oh wow, that didn't do anything. Well, while I'm here, let's destroy these, since they will undoubtedly get in the way. I mean, it might be different on PS3. Again, with the whole object behavior being different. See, that's interesting too, because, like, I know it can launch a lot faster on 360, so I wonder if that's being taken down a little. Nah. Hard to say. Such a contrast. Whoa! Oh gosh! Where did you go? You just blew up, did you? Oh goodness. I'll give it 2 more attempts, and if it still bails, I'll bail too. But yeah, it doesn't seem I can get the same kind of launch I can on 360, surprisingly. That's saying much, not many people actually did that. Which I don't get, they didn't think to charge, they mostly just, you know, hit it once. No charge at all. Yeah, I mean, that works, but it's just not the same. It makes it a little harder, I would say. And that's, well, that is kind of saying a lot. Man, really? Even the steel crates do damage? I mean, I knew that, but it's still freaking, like, really? Okay, okay. Okay. Let's try this. We'll probably do damage, though. Oh, goodness. One more. Yeah, see, the thing is, without the fast launch, it really does change my way of approaching this. And I'm not used to that. Yeah, like, it launches just nowhere near as much as in 360. That's more like it. Hurry, Silver. Oof. I see. You have chosen death. Do you want to, like, pick it up, or do you want to fall to doom? Wait, did they change this on PS3? I can't remember. I don't think they did. Maybe they did. I don't know. I don't know. I don't recall them saying. Nah, that should be possible. It looks possible. I just need a kind of precise setup. And that was not it. There you go. Wow, still less rank after that time, huh? I'm impressive. Okay. And a water, I'll grab a shaking bottle. Ooh, a bit of choppiness there.
Gee, I wonder where he went.
I just want to know what he was looking at. What was Sonic reacting to make him stop her, and then react about a second or two later to then eventually pick her up? Like, what did he see first? Did he see Silver first, or did he see the psychic ball first? I'm just curious. So, this is where the cohesiveness kind of dies with the 360 and PS3 placement. Because Silver, you have to kind of, you know, you're starting right over here, but here on PS3 you're starting where Sonic starts on 360. How do you do it? There you go. That's cool. At least I can do it once. Because I'm not used to doing that, and I mean the timing is really crap on my end. It's like you have to pause it as you're doing it. I invite you to work. I ran out of time.
Here I come. That hurt.
Yeah. It's just amazing to me that that was even found to begin with.
Here I come.
I mean, seriously, who would have thought? Because I don't even think that's the boss code. I mean, it might be, but I wasn't really under that impression. See if we can get. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, that's alright. I was gonna say try and get it and lost it. Never mind. He saw his shoes design. Yeah. It's like, wait, you're not Shadow. I wonder how that would be covered in the remake, if it's like a case of, ooh, he's gonna blind Sonic with his ESP.
How could someone like you cause the destruction of our world?
Because I mean, it's not like when he glows up, it's not like it can't be blinding.
Iblis trigger must be destroyed.
Especially if he wants to be charging up like a real powerful psychic ball. Compared to that.
Don't you dare turn your back on me. It's time I finally put an end to this. Get out of my way, Iblis. This is my mission.
So if I were to approach this with Tails being the one swooping in, I don't want to just do it where he just swoops in and that's that same location. I want it to be on the circuit as well. So that way it really can tie into Sonic meeting up with Knuckles next. To keep the game fast-paced, ultimately. But like I said before, this entire scenario would have to be moved over to White Acropolis.
He's responsible for destroying my world.
But it would also mean that this entire scenario would have to take place in the circuit, which is actually pretty interesting to think about. I've never... Well, actually, I have tried to put it in the circuit, but it just doesn't sync up well, so I would have to do some hectic editing to really get the results. But where I'm concerned about getting it to look believable is having the tornado go off screen type of thing, and or going in the direction of the new city, because the whole thing is that the new city is supposed to be connected to the circuit, so you should be able to see it just like you can in the STH 2006 project. And the fact that he goes here next is, I mean, it really does add up so perfectly, because if that last cutscene was in the circuit, it really is. It's so much more believable now, going from the circuit only a few feet ahead to where we are right now. The only thing that might be tweaked about this is the whole deleted scene at the end where they both hop off. Because with it clipping into the terrain, obviously it should be more. There should be more higher up.
Whether it's right or wrong, I can't really say.
Because I mean, I don't want to put that in the circuit because, like, don't get me wrong, it could work in the circuit. It would make for a cool visual where he's looking out instead of looking out to the ocean here. It would instead be looking out from the circuit to the new city, which could still work. But the issue is, where would he be jumping off to at the end? Because the thing is, there's nothing below the circuit but water, so there really is no place he could be jumping unless we like put him like, I don't know, where it connects to and from the circuit, which would be around like here-ish. But in that light, he would be looking in this direction, which kind of. But even if it's more off in the distance, you'd want him to be looking more like over here toward the dock, which is fine to a degree, but the issue again is, where would he be jumping off right at the end of the cutscene? Because again, there's just nothing but water unless you put a platform there, which I don't really want to do. So the only thing I can think of, if I'm going to keep it in the same location, is instead of being here, I'd actually place him on the building and have him hop down, land type of thing, and progress. Yeah, and that's fair enough. It's just the deleted scene would mean it would have to be a little higher. And I do like him being in the new city, especially if we're coming from the circuit. But yeah, if I were to include that deleted scene, he'd have to be on top of the building, or somewhere higher. Where am I going? Let's reset that. Right. Actually, might. I'm actually going to go for the ETD, which is alright. I just have to skip through all that and make do without it till whenever. So I really haven't spent a whole lot of time with the ETD, and especially on the PS3. I don't actually think I've ever used the ETD on PS3, so it'd be very interesting to. Oh wow. Yeah, so flat out, skipping cutscenes, there's like no lag spike at all. I'm not used to seeing that. Alright. Okay, so how was this done in the speedruns? I think you either slap it or you find a way to get around or wherever. Because you can't do that, can you? Strange, because you can do that on multiplayer, I believe. Very strange.
You need to short out the electricity in order to stop this laser. You'll need to hit the switches at the same time.
She makes it sound like it's a common thing for the citizens, or just in general, to have like lasers as technology to block off areas. Okay, so how do I do it? I have to get a bunch of crates, but where do I get some crates? Do I have to go over here? Yeah, I think I need all the steel crates around here. I'm trying to remember how it was done, if you go over or not. I think you kind of like pull like a dusty desert where you go up into the collision to clip out and then you go over it. But I forget how many steel crates I'm going to need for that of them. At least 3. That should do. Just gotta be careful though, because whoa! Yeah, I've got no rings, so one hit kill essentially. And that camera change ain't healthy. Okay. Hey, perfection! They said use was a waste of money. Nice. Yeah, I'm not really used to doing that, so that worked out pretty well. Yeah, it could be better. Now I wonder, could a cutscene take place before the start of the stage, taking place in the first section? Because we kind of have an in-game cutscene through Pier 6 in the second section. We get a lot of cutscenes in both the interior and the arena, which is, I guess, the equivalent of Section C combined. But we never really get a cutscene at all, really, in the in this section, the first one. So I'm trying to think if I were to add scene like that to the whole thing of Amy being on this journey with Blaze and Silver all the way up until the end of White Acropolis, where she discovers what they're really up to and parts ways. What would that look like? Because there's not really a whole lot of lines to work with. But the whole thing is we want to give more screen time to Amy and Blaze, essentially. So yeah, I think this is really where AI could come into it to help really create these scenarios through audio, because there really is not a whole lot to work with in the original files for the unused lines. At best, we have Blaze saying Sonic more concerned, but can't really use that with Amy because that's going to basically give away that they're looking for him. Can't have the common lines of Blaze going Amy and Amy going Blaze, because you know that's more of a stage type of line. It's not so much for cutscenes. So yeah, I think unless I can do some crafty editing to merge lines together, I'd have to create an entirely new scenario, create a bit of a script for it. Some kind of like a prologue to the stage, kind of like the prologue to Dusty Desert, where Silver's like, this is so beautiful. And Amy's like, huh? Something kind of like that. like I could see them still using the whole Iblis trigger thing, because I mean that's code name for Sonic, but Amy doesn't know that, so that could work. Yeah, like having like this whole thing of Amy like even pulling them up on this and going, so who is this Iblis trigger that you guys are looking for? And they could even get into, we want to destroy him because, you know, he's responsible for our world. So that way it gives Amy a bit of a heads up before the real like red flag is brought to her attention, where they are actually targeting Sonic. That way she knows that they're not just looking for him like they were before, like they are in the retail story. It's, no, we're looking because we're actually going to take him out. So at least that way when she finds out, she's got even more reason to leave, because it's been on her mind for a little bit longer. It's not like a sudden change of, oh, I'm going to leave now because plot. I mean, don't get me wrong, it does still work the way it is, but I think giving her a bit more time to think on it and really let her like digest that information of, oh, these guys are kind of bad, because I mean if they're, you know, trying to, you know, they're looking for someone to take them out, I'm not sure if I want to be hanging around these kinds of people. They say it's for a good cause, but can I trust them, you know? I like that scenario. But it really depends like how well it can look and sound all together. Because that proof of concept for the boss outro is a really good example where, you know, sometimes, you know, having too much dialogue can make it not sound organic. I mean, albeit that's, again, I intentionally chucked everything in to see what could work, what could not work. But, yeah, still. Has to be done right. Yeah, this would be interesting to see an outro cutscene for it, because obviously, yeah, we've seen roughly how Sonic's could look, and that's cool. But trying to imagine how it would look for Silver is, I mean, you can kind of imagine how it would roughly go, but I just hope if we're going to get some kind of a cinematic for that as well, just give Blaze some collaboration with Silver. She deserves it. She needs more screen time. Why is that not reaching? Hello? It's looking onto the other thing. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Let me try this again. Rings. So what would he like, just levitate off screen type of thing, kind of pause, or make Genesis with its descent kind of go idle with a psychic grab, and allow enough time for Blaze to kind of hop in and do kind of something similar to what Sonic does, maybe from the core below Genesis. Something kind of like that? Yeah, I could kind of see that. Damn, missed it by that much. Yeah, there's a lot of potential. And it's cool to think about, because, I mean... yeah, especially when it does... when those changes do happen. Save that. Yeah, we we literally go from this to
That's a chaos element.
Amy.
It said this gel controls
And that's another thing too. I just didn't even think about it till now.
and a miracle's supposed to happen.
That could even be like as Blaze does that like final hit type of thing. You know, it obviously blows up, but then there could be an animation of the blue Chaos Emerald like kind of floating out of it, descending out of it, out of the fire explosion. Yeah, that could be cool. Because this is so interesting to me that she's actually in the base, but you know we don't really understand why. It's just okay. So she split up from Silver when Silver was caught trying to attack and kill Sonic. But somehow she has ended up in White Acropolis in the base, mind you. More progression than Silver's ever made at this point, and yet, yeah, they both are here at the exact same time, despite supposedly going their own ways earlier. You know, it's just. I think I'd buy more that they would have gone in together. She found out that tried to kill Sonic and decided to go the separate ways there. It's just whether or not Silver's actually going to attack Sonic at that point in the story or not. Because I would like to repurpose that, but it's tricky because obviously if Silver's going to fight Genesis, Sonic can't be around to fight Genesis since he's got his own Genesis boss later on. So, how would that work?
Nothing starts until you take action. So I decided
Because I would think it would be more so before, you catch up to Sonic, try to snipe him out. Maybe even Amy could be like, "Oh, I found him," and she's the one that finds him. And that's what kind of sets Silver off or something, I don't know. Just thinking aloud, but yeah, there's a lot of ways that this could be approached. Oh man. God, the shader on the headband is actually a bit different. At least I think it is. I mean, it's the same water, so I might be wrong. But it looks a little off. Oh yeah, it's in the town mission. Yeah, they're really kind of like character swap at this point. Give the spotlight to Amy. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I do like and respect that they wanted to tell both Amy and Elise's story around this point, where Sonic and Shadow are basically in the future. Like, what was happening in the present timeline when Sonic was absent. Which is cool, but I just wish they did the same thing for frickin' Sonic's absence again when, after returning Elise to the castle after Tropical Jungle. Because, they don't do that. See, even these enemies, the arms are a bit more blue. I know, right? I go invisible, and the thing still hit me. And then they have the goal to do that, to have it as a delay. It stops movement. And then they make her invisible, and the results if you end it that way. And then there's like no particle, just back in. I mean, it just makes me see the more potential that's still there that could be explored, but currently cannot be with that ability not being in Peter 6. So I do hope it returns, mostly in the next release, because I mean, I said it before, but yeah, it would be more ideal to have it in the next release, since it could be used to, you know, steer clear of the Eye of Solaris, have it not look at you when you're invisible, and especially in that town mission, it could be used as like a stealthy tactic. So I think that was the whole point of that.
I've been waiting so patiently for you to return, princess.
Then that happens. As if she hadn't been kidnapped enough. But at the same time, I think I do like that more than most of the other methods that are used to get her out of Sonic's clutches. Because it's not, I finally found you, Iblis Trigger. I'm gonna destroy you now. You know, and then, oh no, you again. And then he stumbles, and then that's enough for Eggman to just swoop in with the Eggmobile, yeets her out of the screen, and then just flies off. And he's like, "No, come back!" Yeah. That's why I'm a bit concerned about it being having those similar kind of reoccurring scenes of you know, Silver confronting Sonic with the whole Amy scenario in White Acropolis. Yeah. Okay. And finally we get that speed up upgrade, sir. Which is an interesting place to make us load. Right in front of where we need to go. Okay, that's okay for the most part, but compared to every other time we load here, where we're right where we need to be to load and walk over to the shop. But yeah, it's an interesting change. I also thought this was interesting, but the upgrades have a specific order to them, right? And yet the one we were supposed to get, the shock bracelet, is the one at the bottom. The Heart of Wind is above that. I don't know. It almost implies that we were meant to get the Heart of Wind first. There we go. Much better. And I can still do that trick. Very nice. Don't mind if I do. Much faster. See if we can ETD this. Although, I forget, can you go around or... Yeah, I actually forget if you can or can't. You can't. Oh, you can quit this. Curious. Okay, thing is, I would need to get Telelaunch if I'm going to do this. So complicated. There we go. So where's the gap? I forget. It's not right on the edge. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there's no tripping state, so that makes it kind of tricky for me. It could kind of cave in anywhere. So like, we don't want to. Yeah, no, don't want to ETD this. I think I have tried that in the past, and I forget if I have gotten it, but you get an interesting amount of height here. Can I land there? Yes, I can. You probably could do it here, but I do recall there being a pretty big piece of invisible collision, so I'm going to try to go around that. Oh, there it is. Does that work? Yes, it does. So you can't skip that. Okay. Just goes to show how far away I've been from all the strats.
I'm not going to let the Iblis trigger get away.
Oh no!
I'm not going to let the Iblis trigger get away.
And the thing is too, because there's like a lack of slowdown now, I can oops. I can get the timing to work a lot better than I've been able to in the past. Rings. Yeah, whatever. Just. Huh. Only problem with that is it's probably going to make these laddiers load in. No? Unless I went around it just then. Okay, yeah, what the heck. Okay, so far so good. Okay, that failed. Interesting that they're still not spawning. Am I tripping? Is there no enemies there? Were they just added in Pier 6? Yeah. So satisfying to pull off. Nah. Woohoo! Didn't actually expect that one to work. Let's go. Oh. Okay. It's just permanent, is it? Yep. Wow, I'm actually a lot better at timing at that than I thought. I think that just goes to show that you just fucking went off screen. What the fuck, man? Man, that happens so fast too. Oh man, I'm still not used to that. It's so unexpected. I mean, I know it's there, but like, Just completely went over my head that time. Yeah, I mean that just goes to show with the ETD though that I'm encountering that many phases in the game where there is a bit of slowdown, which is enough to throw off the timing of the ETD. Because to be getting it that often, when I usually don't, it has to be slowdown. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, see, it's the same thing. I'm going to defeat you, Endless Trigger! No, not you, Sonic. No. I back away and clench my hands together and pray? Is that what she does here? Praying? No? She does that so often too. And then Eggman, allow me to introduce myself! And this is the end for you, you gutter-crawling cur! And then insert character that saves him. Amy. Macrolus, I mean, who? But he didn't go, this time. Yeah. Yeah, I still think Pier 6 could eventually have a second section to, Silver's Radical Train. Because, the fact that, like, Sonic and Shadow have a second section, but Silver doesn't, but also ends up where Sonic and Shadow do end up as well. It's a bit... And don't get me wrong, I do understand that, like, obviously, Silver not really being a speed character, how exactly would a Section 2 work? But that's the thing, it's supposed to be more of like a platforming type of section for Silver. But I'm not saying that he should go through the entire stage, because I mean, there are ways to do that, you know? To do like a Section 2... Oh shit, did he already recover? Yeah, for reals. I think he recovers a little faster. Whoa! Does the Pimp Slap do damage? Am I tripping? Yeah, let's try it out. Yeah, it does. Holy crap. I don't think it does that on 360. I'll have to double check that though. You have to wait for that. It's the only thing that kind of prevents me from wanting to use the exploit more often. This should be interesting to hear in Gear 6 when it has its corrected audio, because you hear Shadow's like grunt or he's like death line or he's like no. But thing is, he's only meant to say that when you defeat him. But he says it when he does his spin kick. So what does he say, or what line or grunt is used when you actually defeat him? Instead you hear him go, like he's building up to something. And it makes sense to me anyway that if you were to swap those two lines around, he would have used that building up line or grunt with the spin kick. And obviously the death line for the death line. So yeah, it should be pretty interesting to hear that all fully restored and functional eventually in Pier 6. Let's try this again. No, it still didn't work. Yeah, I don't get why it doesn't work for some attempts. Because, like, pause. One. Square on resume. Wait a little bit. Release square. And now it worked. Maybe I'm releasing R1 too soon when I do it. Come This is such a difficult boss, even when you know what to do. Okay. Cool. At least I did what I wanted to do with the Sonic boss. So, at least that worked out.
That was easy.
I'm gonna get this beautiful scene.
Chaos control.
Never change.
You.
Don't bother. Chaos unlocks power. I control time and space. You can't break free.
I won't give up. It all depends on me. Can't lose. Not when I'm so close. Chaos, chaos, control! Huh?
Induce chaos control.
I won't let anyone get in my way. I'll change the past and save the world.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing the cutscene where the Duke steals Iblis and Elise, because that looks pretty cool actually on PS3. It looks the way it was meant to look, whereas on 360 it lacks a lot of fire effects and lighting effects. I forget if it slows down on PS3. I don't think it does, but point is it does look better, so it'd be interesting to see that here. Such a seamless transition. And yet, there's the quality dip. Or glow up, I should say. This would have been a really cool map to get if they left this area in the files, but yeah, great pity that they didn't. Although, actually, I say that, I would not be surprised if this is just a modified version or a modified map of the area where Sonic and gang are sent to the future, because it has the broken window stuff up there, the same glass that's broken in the bad future take when they get sent to the future. The whole thing of dropping down and the whole thing in the center. I don't know, just yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it was modelled off of it, or vice versa. Yeah, because you can get the centerpiece. Wait a minute. Am I tripping? Yeah, the audio's not synced. What's up with that? So, okay, so the emulator can't really play the videos back flawlessly at the moment, because there was that video glitch I noticed right before the explosion in the final Sonic story cutscene. So, okay. So it's, yeah, videos aren't perfect yet. Alright, got it. No. Come back. Can I knock it back up? There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, this is a more tricky door to get through, I can see. Let's get to higher ground for starters. Try it again. Oof! Yes, let's go. Cool. Sub 1. Yeah, it really is the slowdown that screws up my timing for that. What a shame. And it just makes me want a Series X port that much more. Bruh. So, does that mean there's some funky collision going on there, too? Damn. Should have just done the thing that normal people do. Open the frickin' door with a switch. Ah. Oh. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Just a little bit too hard. Oh, wow, that's a battle, that, huh? Yeah, I was a bit skeptical on doing the angles on that, because the thing is, yeah, there's lasers on the other side, so... And I had no rings, so that wouldn't have been pretty. There you go. Let's try this again. Cool. There you go. Yeah, you have to be fast when that happens because it'll just spit you back out. Now it's pretty much just enemy to victory. Which does complicate character swaps, interestingly. In cases like Mark Speed Sonic or Snowball Sonic, also the latter. Well, if they can get this far into it anyway. Ooh, okay. So it's not... Okay. So, what are those enemies? They're like, what, 4 hits? And that was like a triple damage then. Nice. Why can't the gameplay sessions be like that all the time? Yeah, it should be interesting though. Ooh, yeah, that looks... Oh man. So much better. I think it does slow down a little bit on PS3. So seeing this is... Because it's at full speed from the looks of things. And it slows down on 360 too, so... Yeah, seeing this is quite a trip actually, because I mean, if you know, if I were to put this on Xenia, again, it's like it still would be missing those flame effects or the lighting from the flames. So seeing this at full speed with the right lighting, yeah, this is peak cutscene. This is roughly how it should look. Yeah, if we ever do get to this part. In PR6, I'll definitely make sure to address that. Because I think it's a point light. I could be wrong, but it looks like it has the same effect as point lights, and we know that it works a lot better on PS3 compared to 360. So it would explain why it's not working at all on the 360 side for this cutscene, but is on PS3. Because that's the only thing I can think of to why that would be doing that. And in that light, perhaps I should try out the point light fix mod and try out this cutscene, because I still have yet to cover that. Very interesting, nonetheless. Strong queen. What does that mean? Maybe it's got different lore. I don't know. Like, when does she become a queen? Like, what age? Because isn't it, if the parents die dead, she becomes queen? Isn't that how that works? Because by that logic, she should have been queen right then, in that very moment, at the end.
Did you do it? Yes.
But she's still called the Princess of Soliana.
Yes.
Why is that?
Really see it.
Does she need to find a man? Is that it? Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit unclear to me. Because it... What are they saying? That the mother's still alive? Nah. Plot twist. A better plot twist. Solaris is her mother.
Yes. It comes in your future. It's time to return.
Yes,
I love that delivery. Yes, of course.
chaos control.
Here it is, becoming a new man. A new character, a new hedgehog. I just noticed she's got the same gold stripe that she's got in her present design. Can't believe I never noticed that till now.
It's like a charm.
I'm glad we at least get a bit of screen time between present Elise and Silva in the form of Lost Episode. Because really, aside from that, they don't really exchange, conversation together. They don't have dialogue in Sonic's story anyway. She just kind of backs away and he just does his business because, Iblis Trigger!
The Iblis trigger wasn't inside.
See, this is another good example. I mean, I said this before, but yeah, like, they're quite noisy. Crowd and people noise. Was that there on 360? I don't remember seeing that subtitle. Then again, I don't have subtitles on very often, but oh man, there's nobody there. And again, it's like you can see the potential in how this would look if this were covered in Pier 6. You can see the NPCs walking around in the background. You can see them. You can see the traffic. You know. Oof, the potential.
I'm going to stop Dr. Eggman no matter what. Blaze, let's go back.
So there's no way to get to the forest at this point, right? Because like even if you clip in, I don't think it's active. I think you do need to do the town mission to get in. Because like, how do you clip into the thingy, the castle gate door thing? Do you go over? Do you clip through the corners? How do you do it? I can't remember. It doesn't look like you can go over. I know you can do that in other areas, but it's got some funky collision. In fact, I think that might have multiple layers of doors. Because I remember that has happened in the past. Oh, come on. Jump, man. Eager. Try again. Yeah, that might work. Try on the left side, maybe. No. Tricky, pricky. Then there's that factor where it can totally cancel out of the state. Yeah, that's tricky. Okay, let's try contingency plan. Why is it only now backing out? Whoa. Okay, did it. But yeah, no trigger. No trigger. But fortunately, there is a pretty good alternative way of doing the town mission. Where you can just chill, essentially. I mean, I say that now. You do still have to put in a bit of work, but I mean, you'll see. You'll see. Oh, cool! You can break out of bounds with that. That's nice. Let's do that. Because I've never actually explored here before. It's pretty hard to frame perfect slap out of the state. So, hello, what do we has here? An enemy of one, huh? Is that all? Is that all you've got? So wait, whoa, 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 whoa. You really telling me that there's a fucking set file out there? And it basically tells you to, okay, yeah, we're gonna reload into the castle town. There's gonna be Anna, and then there's the guards, and they're gonna load into, they're gonna have their text saying, ooh, help us, please, if you do, we'll allow you passage, ooh. And in the same said set file, they've got a freaking enemy on the sidelines. The freak. My goodness. Oh dear. Is that it? Is that just one enemy? Nothing else? Because I mean, I've found a lot of other funky jazz on the sidelines and other town missions. I found an enormous amount of silver medals in one town mission. I found, I think, the equivalent of that, but something else in place. I can't remember. There was one, I think, with presents. And I know there was an unused one, but still a town mission that allowed you to have a literal extra main display, which is like, what? Alright, let's check around here. Never know. I mean, it is pretty damn empty for the most part. I guess that's it. Just for that one dialogue box on that. If I could find that set, man. Anyway, okay, that's tricky to get through. There we go. There we go. Yeah, if I could, I mean, fortunately, debug mode exists, so that's a pretty good mod for exploring any and all town missions that, you know, have you load into a town mission with a, like an introduction dialogue box where you can't get out of it. So that can be very useful for exploring. But that said, you can't really, at the moment, there's no patches or anything that allows us to go to and from debug mode back to a character, which would be cool in the future if we could do that. But because of which, at the moment, can only really rely on frame perfect pimp slapping. Let's see if I can do it now. So I don't know when it's going to end. Yeah, see, it's like tricky. And that's another thing too. These are probably more interesting to explore than the last one, because it's with debug mode, you just have to go to the town mission selection, select your town mission, it loads you in, and then you're already there, you can explore. But because you can't switch back to the character to then talk to the NPC to then go into the mission, that basically means that this area here is even more unexplorable at the moment, unless you can, like I said, like frame perfect slap out of the state. And I just tried it then, I couldn't do it, so it can be done. It's just you have to go back a number of times to really get it.
Sonic went to the ancient castle to find Elise. The bishop.
Oh, that's Anna, right? So you can't speak to her, but they programmed her to talk like that. But then there are other times where you can speak to her and she actually has a line. Hey. A lot of interesting changes and inconsistencies. Curious. Yeah. Makes me wonder if that was left on enough, if the enemy could somehow find its way to where you typically load it into and either do its damage to either silver or even armor, if that would do anything. I don't recall seeing a health bar, but I'll have to go back. Does it allow me to get back? No, it doesn't. What the heck, bro? There you go. Should have saved it. Oh well. Guess we can always do it after. Actually, yeah, it's probably better doing it after because it's going to reset the where I am. So let's see if we can get this because it's been a while since I've done it. Yee. Nah, that was pathetic. Damn you! That's probably gonna load more though, huh? And probably more closer to this too. Can I move crates with these? Yes, I can. Oh, that's right. It stops, right? It doesn't have the state. Am I right? Hang on. Okay, no, I'm just tripping. Try again. Can only really do this one more time with the gauge. Actually, I might move that a little closer. No! Frick. Alright, let's try that again. Just has to go the opposite direction, don't it? It's like, if it ain't one thing, it's the other. Alright. Oh, bastard. No, I've got a time limit too, so that don't help. Okay, let's try these. He's probably just thinking, why am I moving? Why am I moving boxes? What is life? Maybe he's trying to cast a spirit or something. Come on. Yeah, fuck it. I need gauge anyway. Just wing it. Is that close enough? Nope. Oh, fucking goody. Okay, that's the most of that. That That should hopefully lock. Yep, so much for that idea. Here I'm thinking you have to like do it from a distance when you just have to buffer it. Nah. Yeah. Oh really? Could be a PS3 thing then. Maybe. I'm noticing some more things that I haven't noticed on this playthrough, interestingly. Like I mean, like always, it's minor, but like in Tropical Jungle, you can like pick up the stone, what do you call it? Like the flat stone platform. And unlike on the 360 version, where if you throw that into literally any enemy or object, it just bounces off of it with no damage. Here, it actually does do damage to objects and enemies. So yeah, it might just be as simple as copying that HKX file on the PS3 files, replace the 361, and we have a fix already. Oh, okay. But this isn't the head to the wave ocean, head to wave ocean immediately, and then he repeats the lines. It's not that. Again, is it? Because I know you can get amigos to do things that you normally would be able to do. Like I know you can get an amigo to touch the mirror and get them to trigger it for you. If you can get them to interact with it. Okay, interesting. Oh, the getting into the cage. Yeah. Just I thought you could do it from a distance, but it's just easier to do it. Yeah, with the buffered jump. Which I mean, even then, that wasn't even frame perfect. Far from it. But I still, fortunately, was able to get it. Some corners are just generous. I think I'm getting this right. No, I'm not. Never mind. It's a shame because I remember I had like a really good. I don't know if it was on Xenia, but I remember I had like all the portals memorized for not just this, but what was it? The first one, Sonic's. Can't even remember the goddamn name. So okay, so it's right, and left, I think. Right? Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Ooba dooba. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I have a theory that it might actually be possible, or might actually be faster to use the portals in the first trial town mission for Sonics compared to currently just spin dashing past all of them, banding on the spring, and then using that to get to the end. Because the thing is, the portals, if you know where to go, they can literally teleport you to the end if you can easily access them all in like one jump, essentially. I mean, I could be wrong. You know, you still have to cover the distance to get to those next portals, and that might be slower. But theoretically, the whole idea of and gimmick of teleporting to your next target, I mean, has every right to be faster if it's if it can be done right anyway. My wings. So that's like what? 2 damage, maybe? Red. Okay. Yeah, it could have been done better. Oh well.
Looks like I'm on a roll.
Kind of tempted to try to do the trial skip, but yeah. Still haven't gotten a feel for it. I mean, for that matter, I don't even think I've ever done it fully. I mean, I do get the general gist of things. You know, using the highest point you can get to, and then using the X or square ability to recharge the gauge. It's a very hectic process, and it's actually, quite frankly, pretty freaking impressive that you can actually do it, let alone find how to do it. Just makes it that much more tragic that Sonic's can't skip the trials, because I mean, getting there is one thing, but the fact remains that even if you could get there, the mirror doesn't even trigger. See if we can get Blaze to do the mirror for us. Just doing the thing with the idle state. Well, okay then. Just need you to jump a little bit. Nope, okay. Come over here then, maybe. Nope, you're gonna do that over here. Okay. Alright, plan B. Where did you go? Still stuck, huh? Even then. Okay, just jump. Choo! Come on. Alright, that's not gonna work. Maybe if I... Yeah, there you go. Till that happens. Yeah, it's mainly that idle state that's actually frustrating. Trying to remember to... Ooh, almost got it. I think it could also be like the Amigas, that it could that could be a factor with the way they've been programmed, because that little block that Blaze has, I don't think it applies to every character or every Amiga. So in that light, it could be easier for characters like Tails or Knuckles compared to Blaze and who else. Where did she go? Okay, she's down there, which is not healthy. There you go. Oh, that's... never mind. Yeah, because she keeps, like, hitting that, and that's, like, breaking it. That's so easy to do. Because, yeah, look, Silver can't even do it, so it is character specific. I know Sonic can do it. I don't think I've ever seen it done that fast before, though. That's interesting. I think the trick might be doing it here, or not. But I've noticed the jumps seem to happen more. Yeah, I think that might be it. You have to get him to jump. I don't know why that didn't work though. Jumping a few times. I guess it's the thing that blocks it there, so moving out of that, it's tricky. You're a pricky little bastard, aren't you? Eh. I can get it there, I just can't get it to... okay, I have a better idea. That's not gonna work, is it? Great, now you're stuck over there. Of course you are. Alright. Let's try this. Yeah, I can imagine they're jumping, getting them to jump into it. That's definitely going to be a nightmare to get working. So I remember actually doing that. Ooh, no slowdown. I remember doing that in a past video too, to get Tails to load in and drop into the Dusty Desert mirror, because I had to have him be the one to trigger the mirror while I stored a yes/no dialogue box into both Cerberus and then Dusty Desert without pressing A or X for both stages, getting to the end, getting essentially to the goal ring, and then hitting yes and basically getting a 0-second time by doing that trick. Nothing amazing, but I guess a cheaty kind of world record of sorts, even if legit and unmodded. Still bouncing. Oh, come on, really? I wanted to try that out here. Oh, that's charming. When your grab radius isn't as powerful. Or rather, I should say, freaking. When your throw radius isn't as powerful as your grab radius. You'd think it would be equal, right? But nah. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure all Amigos can trigger the mirror as long as they're following you. Because it's basically the same coding as when you're playing as them, essentially. Huh? Where are you going? Hey, hey, where are you going? Wait! No! What the What? Why were they going down? Who put that there? I want my money back. Wow, I think I made it. This water, man. It's weird though, because like you'd think that I grew up on the multiplayer aspects of R6, and yet, despite this being the water that's used for multiplayer, I'm still not used to it. It's strange. It's really strange. Guess I'm just used to the single player water on single player for a reason. I don't know. Weird. So glad Chaos implemented the tower from the promo screenshots, because you had the one there, but there was a second one here-ish, and yeah, it's just so glad about that one. Oh no! Eee! I was so close. I hate it when it does that, where it's just perfectly straight collision where I can't use the slopes to get higher. And I can land on this, can I not? I'm pretty sure I can. So do it! Land! Come on! Do I need to get on the save point? Is that it? Maybe that'll do it. There you go. Where to from here, though? Maybe over here? If I can even get a freaking ETD. Ugh. No. Oh, come on, really? No! No! How do I get it the first time but can't get it after that? Thank you. Again, he doesn't get it like a freaking prick. Alright, let's still create this shenanigans then, huh? Where'd you go? Come on, come back here. Come on, come on. That's it. Good boy. I have to put up with the save point collision BS. Alright. There we go. There you go. I like my ETD. God, it sounds like I've got conditions. Oh. And then there's you. There you're. Ooh. Uh-oh. That's cool. Yeah. Don't mind if I do. Oh, come on. How's that work? How does it take that one out, but then this one stunned? damn you, timing. There you go. That was fun. Oh yeah. It seems to happen so goddamn often with this game too. Unpredictability. Or even fatigue, dare I say. Sonic, my friend, it's been too long. It's always a joy to play as in this section. I still want to have Blaze for this though, as much as I do love switching to Sonic. And the eagle's removed, isn't it, for this part? Yeah, there's no eagle, despite there being an eagle in Sonic's. Which tells me that they added that in a little later, curiously. Probably just for visual detail. That was close. Let's try this again. Jeez, that camera. Okay, there we go. I don't get why that happens. That seems to happen weirdly often, but also not too often. It's really bizarre because it can happen when you're inputting something, but just now it didn't happen because of that. It happened regardless, you know. So I don't know why it's so inconsistent, you know. I mean, I know it will consistently happen with Omega in Dusty Desert. Oh, look at him go. He's trying to walk towards me so he can get. Little prick. Okay. Can I go around? That would be nice. Or not. You can do that. Hit it when it does that. Try again. Thank you. So close. Ooh, metal. Don't mind if I do. I'm hitting X. Why do Alright, again. Okay, it's alright. Right. It's like getting it so consistently before. Come on, gotta get this right. Well, I just noticed something. If memory serves, that texture in the background there, with the Solaris Zelda Shield symbol thing, I know for a fact that that texture was swapped out for the bar-looking texture in the promo screenshots. I wonder if the bar texture was affecting this part of the stage at one point. It's hard to say, because I mean, there's not really a whole lot of promo screenshots that show this part of the stage, from those builds at least. Can't help but wonder, especially knowing how the staircases worked with its decoration. There we go. What now? I could do a little bit of this, which didn't want to work apparently. Try again. Thank you. Try again. Go for that other one if you can. It's not really, they'd really be facing it. Alright, plan B. Boom! Oh, come on, draw distance. Just had to go forward, it's as simple as that. Yeah, nice, nice. Alright, that's probably a bit too far draw distance, I would assume, unless I can do that, which I did. Let's go! Nice. When you know how the game works, it can be a really rewarding experience when you pull things off, I tell you. Okay. You can still see me. Huh? Oh, back there. Nice. Yeah. I think I did make a mod once upon a time that did do that. Although it wasn't so much for enemies, it was more so for every time that you would like press RT. Because it essentially swapped the grab sound effect with yeah, it's no use. So actually in that light, it didn't just play for grabbing objects and enemies. It also applied for every other time that sound effect is replayed, and trust me when I say it really is replayed a lot. That same sound, because it plays when you levitate, it plays when you teledash if you're not holding an object at the same time. What else does it play? I mean, even if that's it, that's still a fuck ton of states that's used so often, so... I forget if it's played when you do tele-launch. I mean, either way, yeah, like I said, it's still... That's most of the common states that are used, and pretty often. So you can imagine, too, if you're trying to levitate and you're trying to store your gauge at the same time, you basically have to simultaneously press or tap the X button to, you know, hover around and try to store the gauge while entering an air state and going back into levitation. So, if it's no use just on that state, on that sound, it's no every time, you know, it's yeah. So there was that. I think Take This was fine because that only plays for the slap, but it also would apply when you're not throwing objects and enemies, but also when you're just slapping, doing the pimp slap. Although I say that, it doesn't. Interestingly, there's no sound in the air if there's no objects being thrown. I never got that if it was supposed to have a sound or not. I just kind of got used to there being no sound, but it's cool to hear that there's a sound with PR6, I guess. You get to kind of hear what it would have been like. Yeah, I said this before, but this being at daytime should be the priority, since it would be more consistent to it'd be more consistent to the final Sonic story cutscene. which unfortunately kind of works against PR6, with it being all overcast and really rainy in the C-split section. Unless like I said before, if instead of having the goal ring where it is, you actually have that door open up, you go through a bit of a tunnel, and then on the other side you have the E3 or 5 teaser terrain recreated in a forest, and it reverts from, cloudy, overcast, rainy to clear daytime as you catch up with the A carrier. That could potentially merge the stage to this scene in a more believable way, sort of. But then there's the Blaze Duel.
Silver! I can handle this myself. Besides, you got somewhere to go, right? You. I always sure
Yeah, exactly.
this is fate. And that in turn
I mean, I'm glad you do get an achievement, but honestly, that's not saying much.
Thank you, Silver.
Just save her.
But, at least that was something. Because if you do it on here, I mean, it's worse. Because trophies didn't exist. So, you really do get nothing. But, yeah, for sure. They definitely should do something. I'm not really sure what, but
How to save our world now.
I've heard people say in the past that they want it to
I'm sure.
enable the ability to play as Super Silver and Super Shadow in the same way you can as Super Sonic. But I mean, yeah, the whole deal was that you get all the S ranks, so you only get Super Sonic because it's supposed to be his game, he's the main character, so just to get that one single reward is reward enough. And it makes you kind of appreciate that ability, that reward, that much more, and how rare a state it's supposed to be. So the idea that the others get it for the unlockables, it raises other questions like, well, shouldn't Sonic get something? I mean, yeah, sure, he gets the Rainbow Gem, but shouldn't he also have the ability to go Super without the Rainbow Gem? And it's like, why? It's just a lot of unnecessary questions and all. But I mean, I do get it, but yeah, I don't think I'm fully on board with that whole concept of having Super Shadow and Super Silver, because I don't believe it was planned for them. But I think what I was leaning more in the direction of is having it do something for Metal Sonic, since it's kind of like how it is with the emblems and Metal and SA. Yeah, from memory, that's what I wanted to have done for the project, or I mean, yeah, whether that was Pure 6 or P25, either way, just to have it in a more better and enhanced 06. They shoot you once, laser rings kind of stop panicking, and then burn dead. Yeah, the power, the value for their power is just insane. I mean, I haven't seen it, but you can just tell with the shockwave, the push that makes the rings you're flying off screen. You know that value is a lot higher than the other enemies, and it's yeah. I remember having quite the disliking for those enemies back in the day, and I still do now. I think the thing that pissed me off the most was more so the amount of slowdown that they caused on hardware. But I guess yeah, playing on this now, I don't mind it so much. I just have to know to prepare for it and how to approach that. I guess it was before not knowing that kind of made me not like the whole system. But yeah, it would be interesting to see the values in comparison. Can I do it here? Nope. begin? Uh-huh. Where are my platforms? Alright, let's try a little something out. If it will let me. Okay, I gotta be careful here because I've actually fallen to my doom and I'm not sure where or why it happens. It's either directly under or too far out. But going in between seems to do the trick, so that's nice. Nice. Please don't get sniped. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I remember him saying that he doesn't have an interest in doing that either, so... It's an interesting idea and concept, but yeah, I don't think it's something that would actually be taken literally. Not by Chaos anyway. Yeah, definitely the priority. Yeah, sure. Whoa, I can't believe how fast that worked. Usually a bit of a struggle.
Concentrate your power on the light, and it will show you the way.
Yeah, I just they don't really feel like fair to get through. And what I mean by that is if you grab their missiles and throw them back, I don't know. I was kind of hoping that they would kind of do a boom and there'd be like a huge explosion on their part, but not really. Just regular damage, you know. So I don't know. Maybe that's something. Whoa, something Chaos can improve upon in the future with those busters. Busters, I think. 'Cause you got the Stingers are the red ones, the Lancers, I believe, are the blue ones, and yeah, I think it's the gold ones that are the Busters. That's such a fast platform. You really cannot make that. I think even with the teleport dash extension. I gotta be careful here because I've got new wings. There we go. Now, believe it or not, I can actually see now because I'm on PS3. I don't know why the 360 has these rooms like so dark, but anyway, yeah, because I can now see. I can actually see where I might approach my routing. So let's see if I go up there. Might be able to use the height. I haven't got any objects to tele-launch though, that's the only thing. But I can always do that. Yeah, I'm just curious, because I've, you know, replayed this stage a number of times for the beta testing phases, but despite that, this room has always given me grief. I've always struggled with what the best route is to take. Because when I'm down there, I can't seem to get on the platform because there's nothing that really allows me to get up easily. Unless I raise the platform, which I think you have to go back to do. But yeah, there's no objects that I can use to tele-launch up there. I can't rely on that little light orb to do it, because that can't be tele-launched on. And by the time you jump and land on it, on Retailer's, the laser enemy that's where the explosive crate is has probably lasered the rock and basically killed your foothold. And on top of that, in Pier 6, you can't actually land on that object. He's basically removed all collision abilities on that, so I don't know if that's changed, but last time I checked, you can't land on him. So it's a real struggle just to progress that way. So really, yeah, my only methods of progression where I'm not backed into a bit of a corner is really going this way, which does kind of feel like a long way since you're kind of going over here and your enemy's facing the wrong direction. But I'm just curious though, if I were to do what? If I were to sacrifice my rings, actually let's just see what this does. But, okay, it does make it rise. Okay. Well, that's fine. Never mind. I think I'll just take this route from now on. It just seems to be more reliable. That way I don't have to sacrifice my rings either to get the height from the slip terrain. Bruh, I wanted to grab that. Come on. Let's see if we can get this. Or not. Yeah. Sink. If we can get it again, that'd be great. Smeg. So many enemies. In fact, I think there were so many that even Chaos removed a wave of enemies from that section there. So I remember pointing it out and going, hey, there's missing enemies here, what's up? It's like, yeah, no, that was intentional, too many. Which, I mean, I get. I do get that. Uh-oh. Whoa, I can't believe I dodged that. But yeah, but I'm a bit surprised you didn't try to go for, like, literal different waves of enemies where when you get through the first wave, the next one loads in. Instead of it all just being loaded in one place at the same time. That delay is fucking atrocious. I've known it's always there, but... yeah, just... maybe I'm getting too used to Pier 6 at this point. Hey, no point lights on the PS3 build. Who would have thought? So weirdly obscure. Oh, and now it's working. Yep, there you go. There, the point lights. So one time it actually works on the 360, and seems to be one of the only times it's not really working as well on the PS3 side of things. Curious, huh? Interesting. Yeah, for sure. I'd have something to say if Solaris didn't have super forms, but you know, obviously that's not the case. But yeah, no, it'll be very interesting to see how he approaches the super forms in that boss, because I would like to think that he's going to make it a little bit more three-dimensional, kind of like the the start of Perfect Gaia when you're supersonic and you're heading toward the shield. I would kind of hope it's something like that where you can kind of move around a bit more, but you're still ultimately going in the direction of the boss. Because I don't like that it's just okay, perfect circle, or just perfect, you know, up and around type of thing till you reach that cap. It just yeah, I feel like that could be improved upon. I don't like that Supersonic is the only one that can get toward the boss and attack him that way. Because even if that's going to be his form of attack, which is fine, I do think that Super Shadow and Super Silver should have the ability to get closer when grabbing objects, throwing spears, conversely getting more further away to throw, again, spears and objects. In my opinion, anyway. Oh, welcome back. No worries. Yep, Thorn made it. It was phase 3. Let's go. Let's see. I hope, I really hope he finds a way to make it. So in this boss in particular, your the rocks, the meteor rocks or whatever, they don't collide into each other and screw up your aim, because that is really freaking frustrating in this boss especially. Because I know I'm not the only one that's encountered that issue. And, yeah, it's just really frustrating. Because you know you would have gotten him with some throws, but because it's collided with another, it's like, bruh, really? And I hope we also get the unused Y button collab attack with Silver and Blaze together, because I was kind of hoping we'd get that in the Silver release, but I guess it'd be a bit much, considering you only really play as Blaze like, what, 2 or 3 times? Not bad for the most part. Could be a little better, but not too shabby for the most part.
He's going to try and destroy the foothold from a distance this time. Here it comes, Silver.
I don't think I've ever actually... Oh, I might have done it once. But it's like really hard to get the grapple with this one object. You really have to time it right, otherwise you've lost a platform essentially. I like that it's perfectly in sync with the meter, you know, running out. I don't know if that was intentional, but curious. Oh snap! I pressed his eye and then he just was like, "Nee, I'm going back." Not the eye. Curious that they kind of brought back the eye weakness in Dark Gaia. But I still think that's probably, or perhaps, one of the darkest things I've ever seen Sonic do. Supersonic through Dark Gaia's freaking eye. Right through the other side. Oh, how brutal.
Perfect.
But oddly satisfying in a weird way. It's just, yeah, we don't get that, really. Not anymore. Oh shit, sorry. I don't actually think it's possible to do that though, because I mean, for one thing, from memory, the shockwaves that he sends out can destroy the rocks. So you have to be like really careful with how you keep it held as you're avoiding those. But then you gotta try to like get it to work right before he's about to destroy it. Because the collision for his head, it does get disabled after he after you lose that window of time to jump on him and do whatever. I mean, I guess it could be done if it's within that window of time, but the issue, I guess, is just, can it be done in such a way where you launch high enough to see the platform get destroyed? It could be done, but it would require a lot of like precise movement and precise launching, because like, although I guess I've got the recharge, don't I? The trickiest part would be keeping the rock and getting the tele-launch in one go, because keeping the rock is one thing. Tele-launching is also another thing, but to do that together, possible but probably tricky. And then there's also the camera, because I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but when it comes to tele-launching, I need to have like the camera moving where I need it to move, because when it's in a fixed direction, it's a lot harder, at least for me anyway, to get the right angle to launch it. Then again, it is a sphere object. Yeah, it's tricky. It could work. There's a lot of factors that could work against it too at the same time. Like the invisible collision if you launch it in the wrong way before you get the chance to actually tele-launch it. Iblis being in the way if you get the right direction. Oh wow. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, it sounds precise. I mean, yeah, I'll have to check that out. Be interesting to see. Yeah, and I'm not really a big fan of the whole thing of, okay, you like all of you launch up into the sky, you launch in, it's supersonic, but oh wait, you can't attack a supersonic, silly. You actually thought we'd let you play as the main character and the final boss for the first attack? No! No! Silver's the new character, man. Oh, and you thought we were going to allow you to switch to him next? No, you got to get through Shadow first, then switch to Silver to have the ability to damage him first. Who thought of that? Because that's the mentality behind it. There, that orangey looking bricky building in the back there, that's the difference that I was mentioning before. That confirms that this is not the retail build. This is, in fact, a review version. Or prototype. Or prototype. But it's, yeah, definitely not retail. Because there's shading differences, there's particle differences, and I need to set up the comparison because it's interesting. There are differences in this build. But I'm also not a fan of the 50 rings counting down every 2 seconds. Like, come on, really? Like, I get it to a degree. Ooh, this had the glitch of the point lights. Oh my goodness. I mean, that tells me that they were recording this on a 360. Because I can't really believe that this, if this was the PC version, that it would have point light issues. I mean, it's not impossible, but the fact that the PS3 makes it work better than the 360, I don't know, I find it hard to believe that the PC version would struggle with this. I don't know, it's hard to say, because I mean, if this was what would eventually become the 360 build, it's not impossible. It's tricky. And yeah, having seamless transitioning in-game intro, mid-tro, outro, boss cutscenes for that would be amazing to see. Because, I mean, you know, launching into Solaris, where, you know, the supersonic for that final attack of Phase 1 to then transition to... I mean, even if it's not supersonic and you Super Shadow or Super Silver and you deliver that that final blow and then it transitions seamlessly to that explosion sound where Solaris kind of sinks down. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of potential there. But even the results screen, there's a lot of potential there, because, I mean, they didn't even program it so you could actually end the section or the boss as the character you're playing as. Or rather, they did, but it doesn't work that way because they tell the game, hey, we need to play the boss outro when you complete the Phase 2. So when you do that, play the thing that's, you know, the animation. But then after that, you need to load back in. And when you load back in, why, who is your default character that we mentioned before? Oh, that's right, it's Supersonic! Of course, no, we can't play as Super Silver and Super Shadow upon loading back in. Even though you were playing as them last time? No! No! Well, that looks different. Might have to compare the pre-rendered cutscenes too. Interesting. But like, it's not just having, you know, Super Silver or Super Shadow in the results screen. It's also having the other two supers behind you. And whoever you were playing as last being in the center, you know? That's like, in my opinion, yeah, the ideal supers or super hedgehogs against Solaris. Yeah, I'm looking forward to End of the World for a number of reasons, but I'm also a bit nervous that there'll be a lot of things that don't get implemented. Like I said this before, but I really do think we should get a mirrored mode for End of the World. because instead of just replaying through the same stage, but they've got a funky skybox, funky lighting that changes hue as you progress, and some black holes that spit things out and suck things up. Instead of just that, why not mirror the stage so that way it's it's got a twist to it. There's a bit more going on, I've always been curious about how a mirrored R6 would look, and the only time and place I can think of that would be necessary and the most useful is undoubtedly End of the World, because where else? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they had big plans. I mean, they did have big plans. I mean, you can check the unused sounds and find a lot of stuff there. And it's tragic that so much didn't get implemented. But that much more tragic that even the things that did make it in the final could have been used but weren't because of account of, oh, we're going to load this or unload everything to load this, and then when that's done, load back in with default settings, which resets things. Yeah. How dare you? Yeah, it's just unfortunate. It is. It really is. But, something to look forward to with PR6. Huh. It is. It really, really is. So far, so good. We've only encountered one crash so far. And yeah, I mean, for reals, that's not bad at all. Considering I did encounter a crash in Sonic Story when I was testing this out. And that was Iblis Phase 2 when that happened. So it'd be very interesting to see if that happens for Iblis Phase 2 for Shadow Story. But let's see. Oh, right, I got to split. There we go. So what was the time comparison here? I can't read. That does not say 5 hours. What does that say? Is that saying 3? It has to be 3, right? I can't read. Why is that? Ugh. Come here. Oh, I get it. It's not resetting the time. It's just going up. Okay, that's why it's saying 5. Okay. I can read. Oh no. Okay, so... Yeah, alright. So I'll have to figure out a way how to tell that to reset upon doing splits. Because I'm trying to get it set up, or rather I'm trying to get myself acquainted with how this works, because I'm not really used to splits. Because I think it'd be nice to go into the Broken Bond with its 15th anniversary coming up in a few days. And I do intend to have a bit of a speed run for that. So yeah, it would be nice to have some splits set up for that when I go into the run. It's equating myself now. Oh man, I'm not used to this. Shadow not having a light dash, not having a chaos boost. It's just wrong, it's not meant to be. Yeah, wow, for real. Object behavior really is different. Not as broken, and because of which, not as strategic on the speedrunning side of things. The only real advantage you get through the PS3 version with the different object physics behavior is the fact that the spike balls actually come down and stun and or destroy the enemies in the Amy Town mission, so how about that? And that does seem to be consistent too, so that's interesting. But I do have to wonder if it behaves that way because of the actual like coding in the executable, or if it is, or if there is like some files that control that behavior and have tweaked it through those files. See, the thing I like about playing Sonic's campaign, then Silver's, then finally Shadow's, is that I'm not going from a jump dash type to another jump dash type. I get to have a bit of a break with Silver's campaign. And sure, it's a bit balanced out with Blaze occasionally switching to her. But I like that too, because it's, you know, I don't have to play as that type of a character the entire campaign, you know? So, no, I prefer this progression. Plus, on top of all that, it's the way you were meant to progress through the game. It's the way they're chronologically unlocked and selected. So that blast jump really is... Oh wow, nice hitbox. Yeah, blast jump really is just... I was hoping it'd be maybe a little different here. I mean, I'm not expecting big changes here, it is still retail. With some minor patch updates, but... Over settle. Dr. Shadow? Who said that? Boogie. Okay, so this is where I gotta start paying attention to the speed, because apparently the vehicles really are faster on PS3. I still want to compare the code to be sure, but I'll get a few bursts after this one. Yeah, that does feel a little faster. Just from those two bursts, anyway. Yeah, for sure. Because don't get me wrong, I mean, LOS has accomplished quite a fair bit. But at best, we've gotten, at least for the last episode, we've got better emerald colors that aren't just reused. Although I think they could be improved upon. I think they were in the wrong order. I forget if that was fixed or not. But for Solaris... You have Super Shadow and Super Silver posing behind Super Sonic. They're all doing their victory animations, and that is amazing. But like I said, currently you don't have the ability to have the character you're playing as with the other Amiga behind them. And some could argue, I guess, that it perhaps should be that way, with Supersonic being in the center. But I do think that the character that you end the boss off on should be the one in the center, and the other two behind, in my opinion anyway, but... Nah, it's all good. Yeah, I'm pretty much I pretty much always go Sonic Silver Shadow. That's my progression through all the stories. That's literally what I'm doing with the character swaps as well. I very rarely will change that formula, and that's also another reason why I'm not. I mean, if I had the choice, I would have basically told Chaos, "Hey man, I prefer you do Silver after Sonic, and then Shadow." Whoa, why does this look janky on the camera? Because it didn't look like the frames were out, it just looked like the camera was reacting weirdly to that. Yeah. Ah! Okay, let's try this again. No! Come back! I'm telling the teacher on you. You gonna launch? Oh no, he's not double health yet. Okay. Alright. And again, it looks janky. Why didn't it look like this for Sonic servers? Why does it look like that now? Did it always do that? Or is it an emulator side effect? That's weird. Bizarre. Okay, let's go this way. Again, it looks like the camera's fighting him, you know? Real bizarre. No, no, come on, no! And then when you interact, it's too late. Go figure, huh? See, I can't believe I didn't just put this together now, but the way you launch off of the railing of Cerberus and have the ability to jump dash out of that, low-key kind of reminds me of how Pure 6 you can jump dash out of obstacles like, jump panels or springs, depending on if you have that ability. So I don't think it applies to all of them, but most of them, within reason. If it's not taking you to a target, then you should be able to. But, yeah, interesting that I didn't make that connection. I mean, it is a rail in comparison, but still, curious. I wonder if at one point you were supposed to kind of go off rails, say in like Crisis City, and you were meant to launch depending on your momentum. Because that's very interesting coding, and it only ever really appears here, so interesting. Now, I've got to seriously figure out some scripting issues in P25, because for some reason at this point in the game, in the story, it will consistently crash here, and it's kind of getting annoying, because I can't get through Shadow's story like this. I can't progress with the story and know how the script is progressing with the modifications I make, because it's going to consistently crash here. So I gotta find the number it is and put it back to normal. So I must have made a change and didn't realize it was affecting this. And then we've got Mona Lisa. No, just me. Okay. Try to do the PW skip, mirror skip. Don't use the ability to break the rocks. I'm curious to see if you'll get it done the way I have. Okay, so so don't use the Chaos Brews to break the rocks. Find a way to get in, or just find a way to get to the mirror. However, it's done without Chaos Brews. I can do that. Try that. I will still get the upgrade there, because you could soft lock the game if you don't get it, because you need Chaos Boost against Mephiles Phase 1, because if not, you're kind of screwed. And the thing is, this part of the game is the only time to get it, because from here you go from Kingdom Valley to Crisis City to Flame Call to Mephiles, no, to Iblis Phase 2 to Mephiles, no, to Rouge's Tropical Jungle to Mephiles Phase 1. That's like fucking 6 stages without a fucking hub world where you can buy it, so that's what I mean. This really is the last time to get the upgrade you need, and it's insane to me that that is the progression, but perhaps that's also why so many people really like Shadow's campaign. The fact that you don't have to do so much hub BS, if I'm being honest. You're just going from stage to stage to stage, and I mean, I don't blame the player if that's the opinion. I mean, it really is just you're going there, you're doing it, you know. Because I know a lot of people said they wished Sonic's episode would be more like Shadow's, if not Silver's as well. Now, where is it? There's an NPC here. Was it this one? The way to the forest. Go across this bridge and it'll be right there. What? Why do I get the feeling that NPC was supposed to be in the forest? Because that almost implies the bridge is supposed to be here in the new city, which... I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's just a bit strange. But that's not the one that caught me off guard. The one time I was reading the NPC dialogue for the first time. Which was it? Not that one. Oh, no, it was this one. Yeah. But this is so peaceful. There was a little earthquake, but nothing else happens here. That's... Actually, no, that's not it. But that is one that mentions a very mysterious earthquake or landslide that doesn't get addressed anywhere else in the game. And it's very interesting to me because it's basically providing context to Shadow's story of the events of the opening cutscene post Shadow's story, essentially. Okay, maybe this one? Which was store, blah, 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 blah. No. Not you. Okay, I thought there was one around here that... Maybe it was that one, but I could have sworn that there was another one that said... Oh, watch out, landslide. Cuisine. Seafood to die for. Solion crab. Sitting down a date with a princess. Yeah, sure. Okay, come on, where... Hey, you don't suppose they took it out of the PS3 version, do you? What about you? No, you're just filler, literal filler. I could have sworn there was one around here. I swear, if they actually did remove one, maybe it was this one, but I just... I know someone mentioned a landslide. Maybe it's in the forest, perhaps. What did you say? No. Maybe it's somewhere else, I don't know. This is the intersection guy, right? Yeah, intersection. He mentions an intersection in the new city where there's literally no intersection. I mean, come on. It's clear to me that this hub area was meant to be bigger. Okay, what about chef guy? Sup, chef? Nope, just that. On repeat. Okay, well, it says you. Still can't get to my meeting. Is this the wrong way? Bunch of strange kids ran after me, yelling something about jaywalking. Really? No, I don't think so. Well, thank you very much. You don't look rich. You not see these gold rings I'm wearing, bruh? Yikes. Okay, what about you? I don't think it was this far out there. And my iPad just died dead. God dang it. Where's my phone? Long train line. What's today? But this ticket is for tomorrow. Oh, one more. Yeah, I'm supposed to do. Why is that not working? Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it was supposed to have bikes and, well, not bikes, but yeah, at the least traffic, cars, traffic lights, light posts, you name it. But the thing is, yeah, this really sucks, this area. It doesn't look like a whole lot of traffic can get around here. Like, I'm sorry, but like, how's this traffic supposed to work here? It's just a parking area to me. That's what it looks like anyway. And this is why, in my opinion, we both should have the circuit attached to the new city, so traffic can, you know, traffic. But also, like Adventure 1, we should have the train station actually lead to another part of the city, because I can't really show it. Or can I, actually? If I can clip, I might be able to show. But there's a section of the new city that's literally being cut out of the terrain of the sea. And if I can get this to work, I should be able to show what I mean. Come on, that should have worked. There you go. Okay. So, just want to do. Come on. There you go. Okay. So you can see the sea there. I was trying to get a good shot. There we go. I'm on the edge. So you can see there's water there, right? And if I go over here, you can also see. It's hard to see with the invisible collision, but there is also water there. Maybe if I do this. There we go. So there's a fuck ton of sea, right? It's essentially covering the entire new city. However, if we pan the camera over here, there is a fucking shitload of land that has been cut out of the water. And this only happens, at least with 06 modeling, it only happens when they basically want to put land there. So the fact that there is such a huge amount of sea that's been cut out, especially where it connects to the train station, that tells me that there was a shit ton more of the new city that was removed. Perhaps an area where the intersection could have been. And I mean, it's just insane to me that this much was cut. Because it's like, the new city that we got would have been fine as is if the section that was cut did have things like traffic and the intersection and perhaps even its own connection to the circuit. But the fact that all of that was removed and we got the version that we ended up getting, my God, there was so much that was scrapped. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard of a game that's had this much tragedy behind it, with how much was cut or lost or scrapped or all of the above. So sad. I mean, could you imagine working on this game day in, day out? You're in the office just doing everything you can to model texture, and you make this really super cool looking futuristic new city, and then like only a quarter of the damn thing is used in the final, and half the placement that was made for it doesn't even get used. Like, what? I mean, Twin Sanity comes freaking close with how much stuff was cut from that game, but my goodness, this really is up there, man. It really is. I really hope we get to see a lot of this get restored in PR6. But I mean, that's the thing. A lot of this stuff we kind of can't do about it. You know, we can't fix with terrain because we don't have the full new city terrain stage model. if we're lucky, we might get things like the scrap section C of Dusty Desert and White Acropolis. If we're lucky, we might get the scrap section D of Crisis City officially. But this, I really don't see this getting found for the full new city. I mean, the best we could probably do is what Brian New has done with the STH 2006 project by having the circuit merged with the new city. But really, that aside, there is still a fuck ton of land that was cut out for more new city exploration, and the fact that that can't be put in place unless some amazing modeler out there decides to try to merge elements of the new city, elements of the cutscene terrain that's not in gameplay, elements of even the castle town, more elements of the circuit, and try to make it fit and connect to the train station. Oh man, I mean, I praise anybody that dares to try that. I really do, but it is just so tragic that that was lost, and there really is not a lot of information, if not at all, on that. It's so sad. Because that's cut, I don't even know. I don't even want to imagine what it was like for the forest with how much this lost. I mean, to be fair, there's not a big block of land that's been cut out of the terrain, but still. There could have been a lot more trees for all we know. It was supposed to be a forest after all, not a freaking canyon mountain grave thing. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I think we will get hubs. It's just how much unused content is going to be restored and implemented that I'm a little concerned about, because I was like that with Silver, and sure enough, there was a lot of stuff that I was really hoping would make an appearance that either did but was taken out, or just didn't make it full stop. Yeah, it's just very unfortunate. Anyway, yeah, try to do this. So yeah, try to get to the mirror without legitimately doing it. I forget if I've actually done this in the past, but I can't remember doing this. The only time I would have done this would have been like close to a decade ago, and even then, I can't recall an exact, precise time when I would have done this, or successfully done this, I should say. So I can recall attempting this, but I can't recall actually pulling it off. And even then, I'm trying to recall if I had mods on at that point. That looks like it kind of wants to work. Like a Rouge, Knuckles and Rouge jumping out of the area because they can't jump off walls properly type of thing. But I think the only way that's going to work is if I have like full speed when I jump. So at that point I'll be digging into the collision. Doesn't help when the camera does that. Let's try corners here. Alright. does have funky collision. That's a pretty good corner. But it doesn't really look like it wants to. But for reals, I mean, that looks like it has every right to clip. But yeah, just alright. I forget if I've actually done this clip before. Alright, let's just let it do it. Yeah, it's not, even with like, without jumping, he's not clipping still. No. What if could that work? Yeah. It's a hit or miss technique though. And even then, let's see if I can even reach the damn thing. Okay, I can. Sort of. But they don't really want to cooperate, so much for that. So that respawns, huh? Oh snap, that can damage objects! Come to me, my friend. Whew. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that could do anything, but Oh, I see. So buffering here. Interesting. Yeah, I think I've only ever really done this through mods. Because I don't think I've done it through here before. Or if I have, it might have been through mods, so huh. It is there, right? Oh yeah, I see. I got a clip. Brief one at that, but still. It's tricky to get the right angle though. Good to know though. I mean, I don't know if that could lead to anything as far as exploiting goes for runs, but good to know a legit way how to do it without mods, without any stupid like over-the-top chaos spear methods. Oh, wait a minute, so what? Oh, okay. And then jump. God, the collision there is awkward. Really awkward. Because it looks like it looks like a fair amount of invisible collision. You should be able to just jump dash out and then turn around. Assuming there's no like major invisible collision in the way. Right? I think. Anyways, so like, wait, how did that work? You like this? So it's just a drop after doing it, right? Okay, so it's at the... Okay, so kind of like where I am. But then... But what... Oh, is there invisible collision there? Is that... Because I thought the momentum had been killed. But unless there is invisible collision that's preventing movement, that's the only thing that could explain that. Unless it reset the state? I don't know. Try this out there. I think I got it then. Much more harder to do with a dual shock 4. I'm really not used to this at all. But even then, the timing's different to how it is on my modded 360. Which is saying a lot, because that's also different to a retail 360's time. Come on. It looked like I did it for a frame though. get how that works. Is that really like a fluke shot? Because I don't get how you get out and stay out without storing momentum. So you just hop out then. Like that. Okay, yeah, I see. So you do that, you pause, and then you turn around, land on the outside, and then you jump. And, I mean, I still don't... There might be... Yeah, I'll have to figure out if there's a visible collision or not. Because it looks like it, but I can't be sure. So you pause it, you obviously try to redirect him to land on the remaining collision that's out there. Okay, at least I kind of know. So it's the right, right? Okay. I went too far back in, I think. I think I might just try and wing it. Because pausing kind of pisses me off too much, to be honest. Because I'm like trying so hard to pause it to get what I want it to do to happen. So when that fails, it's like, but I paused it and you betrayed me. It's just really frustrating. That's weird. It's such a freaking... such a short window of both time and collision. I can't believe you can actually use that and use that to... I mean, it makes sense. I mean, that's the type of thinking outside the box that we need for Taz strats. I mean, for reals, that's genius. I really wonder if this has been covered before, because I actually can't recall. Okay, here we go. No! Okay. I mean, it's hard to know for sure if I'm actually out too. I might have to wait a little bit before I actually start moving, because I might be moving and that might be pushing me back in. So if I waited out a little longer, that might help. But yeah, it seems to be a lot more consistent when facing to the right, so that's good. Yeah, very tricky indeed. I think I had the right idea. Okay. I just don't know where the collision is. That's the only thing. If I can find where the collision is, I might have to. I'll bring that back up. Where is that? Wait. Oh, you jumped. Am I getting that right? Wait, how did that happen? Okay, so... Oh, okay, so you hug it, and then you land back without clipping. And then you jump. Okay, so there is no momentum. I don't have to worry about that. That was the most scary part for me, because when there's momentum, that's where it becomes really fucking nightmarish, because it's like you have to find a way to cancel that with the speed that it has while staying in such a tight and precise area of collision. So I'm glad that's not the case. That makes me feel a lot better. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think I can do this. I think I can do this. Yeah, because I just have to land on the rock's collision and jump off of it without clipping back in. Yeah, I think I could do that. Just hope I'm not in over my head. Yeah, that is pretty precise. Can be done there. I'm just glad the clip is pretty damn consistent when you're facing the right direction. When I say that, what happens? I don't clip out. It's always the way. And again, yeah, I've fucking jinxed it, haven't I? There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wing it because it's just I think I'm more chance of me getting it. What does that? Okay. Yeah, I just need to find where the collision is. So it's like right. Okay, so right there. So it's right in the corner. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to see because, like, I have to kind of base it off of the lack of rotation interpolation because he just immediately snaps to the next position when he lands. Yeah, holy crap. That is precise because it's like as soon as you land, it's pretty much you're back in. I wonder if that's pixel perfect. Oh, thank you very much, camera. and tricky. Yeah, because I can't just steer and land. It's like you really do have to land on it without clipping back in. Okay. Yeah, you should. I mean, if nobody's nobody's done it, then I mean, shit, why not? And I mean, even if it has been documented before, at least you can post it and say, look, I did this kind of this exploit, this glitch that is pretty damn precise to pull off. Because there's not an amazing amount of people that can say, yeah, I skipped the trials in or 6 for Silver Story, because that's a very precise technique. You know, even I can't really do it. I haven't done it before outside of mods, but it can be done. It has been done several times by those that speedrun Silver. But that's the thing, there's not a huge amount of people that speedrun Silver. Speedrunning 06 is one thing, but Silver Story, Silver by himself, requires a lot of talent. Yeah, I gotta be careful too with how I pause it, because if I pause it while I'm holding forward like I am now, I'm going to let go of joystick and unpause it. Let's see what happens. Oh look, I'm going left now. It's something that doesn't happen in the demo, interestingly, but does happen in both PS3 and 360 retail. Yeah, holy crap, that is precise. It's more precise than it seems at first. I wonder if... Yeah. Okay. It's never easy to get this. Just where I spend more time trying to get this to work than I do the actual thing. The actual exploit. Come on. So I got to press it before. Okay, why does that look different? I guess it's the brightness, but still. Wow, yeah, that is... Okay. I think I could see it. I think it's here, this light part of the texture. I think that's kind of where we want to be going. Wow. See, I did not press a single thing on that last unpause. It was just the joystick got caught on pausing the previous time. So, yeah, and just that one frame of redirecting Shadow was enough to clip him back in. So, how about that? Yes! Haha! Thank God I winged it. Thank goodness I winged it. Et voila. Okay, so now... Thank you. Yeah, it's certainly satisfying to pull off once you do it. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know if people have done that. But definitely post it though, just to be safe. Okay, let's see, because I'm going to try and get her to trigger it this time, if I can. Oh, now she's stuck. Great. Where is she? Oh no. Is she? Okay, no, she's not. Tricky thing with this, with both Silver and Shadow, is that you have to sacrifice a lot of distance and height, most of all height, to get to that point where they can fall off. Unless I can, like, either to it, maybe? So, like... So close to the edge, it's so far. This looks like it's still a bit of distance. And I'm barely going to make that back too. So... Unless I can do that, but what's wrong with that? Actually, I know. What am I thinking? Just try it over here. Because that's more accessible and it's... Right? I think so. Okay, now. Alright, so if I can't, yeah, no, because I can't use the eagle to do it. Alright, that's alright. That's fine. Yeah, because that's how I got it the last time, right? Okay. But now... See, why is she just there? How does that work? I don't get that. So, what actually is closer? Is that closer? Let's try. Oh, you lose so much height from that. So I guess... Nah, even if you did it like over here... And like, yeah, nah, because yeah, as soon as you go off with the map, she's just going to respawn. Man, that exclamation mark is quite the distance away. I don't think that's meant to happen, but I do like that that can happen. And I think it should happen on default, because I like that it's almost like you're... like a mini-map of sorts, like saying, hey, I'm over here type of thing, help me. Yeah, she's just... That's so weird. It's like, as soon as I touch it, it applies to the Amigo as well. So they don't react like, oh, I've just moved. It's almost as if we've both teleported at the same time. Interesting. Okay, what about the sides? Ooh, actually, is that possible? That looks pretty good actually, because that's not I didn't really lose that much height making it over there. Although that, not so much. Okay, what about just whoa? My bloody DualShock 4 keeps springing back. Yeah, you just lose too much height when you actually get to the edge. Although, did I do it? Oh no, I thought I did it. Okay, yeah, because she was coming back, but I guess it's just springing back into place. Come on. So the thing is, she's not really jogging. We needed to do that in order to drop off. In fact, I'm not going to have enough height anyway to get back. Be curious to see if that could be done. I mean, not that really it's going to do much of anything, but although I say that, I don't actually know. I haven't really experimented too much with that. I don't know if entering certain mirrors as certain Amigas changes the outcomes of certain maps when you load into them. What about... could that be used? Actually, yeah, that could, right? Sort of. Because, like, yeah, I could use the collision of that to extend her off the platform, maybe. Ooh, that was clean. Alright, but the problem now is that she can't get back up here, so okay, that might actually, that might be the only way to do that. It's like a one-off thing, you have to do it when she's at the top. Well, that's the thing, I'm trying to get it to fall off to drown, so teleportation, although when she reappears she'll be where I need her to be, but okay, so if we do that... No, she still didn't freaking... I mean, I lost too much height anyway, but it's like an instant, ooh, I'm gonna curve back into place type of thing kicks in. But I think that's the only time to do it, if that's gonna be done. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it's like, yeah, wow, already an hour since finishing silvers. And how are we going for time? About 2 hours, or just under 2 hours. Tricky. Maybe something to look into. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how I don't have right now. Just gonna pretty much spend the rest of the 2 hours or 1:30 to get through this in the last episode. That's alright. I don't mind doing the chunting, it's always fun to experiment, try new things. I still can't believe the silver gradients is on that shadow gauge. It's just, once you see it, you really can't unsee it. But I mean, man, it's no wonder I used to look at that and think, that reminds me of the E3 gauge. I'm not sure why. But yeah, literally just different gradients. Yeah, this would have been very interesting if this ever did make it to the Wii. So I think the only way it would have made it is if it was just like draw distancing out everything, you know, just unloading anything and everything visual that's like within like a 10-meter radius type of thing. It's because for it to have been that powerful, too powerful for the Wii to handle, yeah, just to the castle barriers over there, to the walls. I could imagine that just already being drawn out. Huh, how about that? Pier 6 is starting to make me forget the retail locations. I do hope we get some kind of update on the beta DLC files, because I mentioned it before, but yeah, like the last time we heard anything from that, it was being moved or it was going to be given to someone else. I would like to think for safekeeping, but the fact that there's been no update in a year is a bit concerning. Ooh, yeah, they do feel a little faster. And again, could be just used to the pure 6 speed. Let's go this route for a change or not. Gotta remind myself, this is still retail of 6. Don't care if it's a PS3 version, it's still gonna fucking kill you. Yikes. And I thought I waited long enough. Little old me. Silly me for thinking that. The thing that pisses me off the most about this is that they just fall anyway. It's not even a case of, oh, random friction, you know? It's not like the vehicle damage where it's just random when it takes place. No, you just need to get close enough and it automatically falls, and it's frustrating. It really is. Look at that. You just have to get close and it falls, and it's like, why? Did they... Like, if you want to go by that logic, I don't know, man. They should have just had a visual to show the robots shooting the towers to try to make them fall on you. That would have been more believable than whatever the hell is going on now. Okay, so the point lights aren't even working here. That's unfortunate. I mean, it's no wonder I was freaking out, thinking the footage that I saw that was modded was just some fancy random looking lighting, when no, it was actually, well, I mean, it was modded lighting, but it had the point lights working in these tunnels, essentially. Because it really did look like different lighting. It really was lighting up the whole area in the tunnels. It's pretty crazy how powerful those lights are, the point lights, when they're working anyway. But, that's always intrigued me, that half-open door. Let me see you. And I've got that. Curious. Yeah, yeah. Again, I think having a robot would have been the right way to approach it, and I'm not sure they could very well have been trying to do that, and they only got as far in the build as having it just automatically fall, and they eventually intended to have a robot actually, you know, pop in and start shooting. See, this is interesting. They seem to be. So you can disconnect these little bar texture things, but can you get them by itself without these little pillar things stuck next to them? So if we can do that, we can get the TGS06 staircase recreated. But it does not look like that is the case. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. The point is the texture is there. Yeah, just have to separate it from that if it's not already separate in the model files. Yeah, yeah. Because I'll admit, Vulcan cannon shot firepower is pretty, you know, it's weird as far as the consistency goes. Because like when you see the equivalent of Vulcan cannon shots in pre-rendered form, they have the ability to destroy ancient-looking pillars. You know, you see that happen with the pillar that Sonic stands on, which. Ironically, we actually got a bit of consistency in the actual in-game castle town. How about that? And I respect that. I wish they did it more. But then you actually get the Vulcan cannon shots in gameplay, and yeah, you just need one Vulcan cannon shot from your hover vehicle, and you can destroy the entire tower, make it fall down like it's nothing. Like I know it's got a lot of firepower, but it took a several amount of firepower to actually destroy that pillar thing that Sonic was standing on in the cutscene. But just a single one for a much larger tower? Nah. At least 5 or 10 to take it down at the bare minimum. Doesn't actually look too bad with this water, with this lighting. Kind of blends in. It low-key kind of reminds me of the the primer lighting. It's not exactly the same, but it does help, I think. Oh yeah, there's no thing there. Whoop. Alright, I guess we're going skiing over here. Because this has a platform. But no rope over here, unlike TGS06. Ooh, lag drops. Yeah. A lot of frame loss. Interesting. But it's interesting that it doesn't slow down through that. It just kind of skips the frames. I forget. Does it do that? I don't recall it doing that in RG on the PS3. Oh, did you want to grab onto the eagle? Yeah, that's right, Chaos put the spring that was here. Which is cool, because I mean, it's like, if you accidentally hit that, you can always just grab that one. Because I mean, it's pointing you in that direction, so you can see it as you go on. We can do it again. It really is stage to stage at this point. Which is cool. I mean, again, I get it, and I do. It's cool that people like that form of progression. It'd be interesting for that reason if we ever get like a, I don't know, a hubless version of the game where there's like maybe an option to just get to the main event at hand. The stage, the cutscenes, and the bosses, and only those three. That'd be cool. Oh yeah, there's a difference here, isn't there? What was the difference again? I can't recall. I think it's the way the Mephiles shadow rises out of the ground. It's like the motion, the movement of it is either different or the speed of it is different. I can't recall, but it's one of those. Something to do with the Mephiles shadow. So yeah, the sending Sonic and Gang to the future was the sound design, or the lines more specifically. But yeah, this was the shadow. And then we get this interesting anti-gravity sound effect on Shadow. Like, are they implying that Shadow was meant to have that ability at one point? That's, I mean, it's interesting to think about. I'll grant you that. And it's a little brighter, which is good. You can see a lot more this way. Yeah, I do. It's funny. I'm not used to this version of the game, but despite that, I still do view this as the more ideal way to play the game. Like, if it ever were to get a legit and official Steam port, I would be saying do the PS3 version. Okay, here we go. Yeah, sorry, it's delayed, right? Yeah, it doesn't warp into the black void until now. Yeah, it's delayed. Sorry, I thought it might have been like a slowdown thing initially, but the fact that it even happens here too, yeah, they've actually got a slower animation here compared to the 360 version. That's so interesting. Very strange. These little differences, man. They're just very, bizarre. But I don't know. They make these decisions, and you don't know what goes behind the thought process. They have their reasons, I guess, but it's always the way. Yeah, I should probably update my comparisons on the 360 and PS3 cutscenes, because I did do comparisons to both when I initially did the PS3 playthrough. But that was back when I was using I was still using the same capture card software that we're using now, but I was connecting it through output, which was getting converted to HDMI. So because of which the quality of it looked really, really crap. So yeah, perhaps I should, especially now that I'm going through it on here. Maybe after I'm done, I'll record all the most notable changed cutscenes from PS3 to 360, or 360 to PS3, I should say, and yeah, set up an updated comparison. Because I think I made them as separate videos too originally, when yeah, they should probably be just one video. And on top of that, back then I only did those 2 cutscenes that I mentioned, whereas I probably should also include the sealing, the Iblis sealing cutscene, since that has point lights that are working compared to 360 not so much. Is there? Oh man. Okay, there you go.
No, that's not possible. We're still in the doctor's base.
See, we're still in the Doctor's base? What do you mean still? You weren't in White Acropolis, you were literally in Kingdom Valley. That just tells me that Mephiles was brought into the story in White Acropolis, sent them to the future, and that's why they're here now. They didn't go to Kingdom Valley at one point in the story. That's what that tells me. We're still in the Doctor's base. Get out of town. Because, I mean, she's not wrong. They're not in the Doctor's... They're still in the Doctor's base as far as this location goes. Because we know that where Sonic and gang end up is exactly where they were in White Acropolis, but it's in this bad future, 200 years into the future. That's where these guys are. But for her to say we're still in the Doctor's base, that tells me that in the script at one point, yeah, they really did go from White Acropolis to Mephiles, sending them here. There was no Kingdom Valley. Not at this point in the story, anyway. Which kind of does make sense, because I always found it strange that, oh, what does she say? You know, we're going to get to the rendezvous location. Where's the rendezvous point? Or maybe it's the GUN agent. Rose, respond. I prepared the means to go to Kingdom Valley. Head to the forest gate immediately. No, that's not it. There's something that someone says that indicates that they're going to meet a GUN agent at the rendezvous location, but instead of meeting that agent, we meet Eggman instead. And that just seems very unclear as to how that happened. Like, what did Eggman get rid of the agent? Like, what happened? They didn't explain that. They didn't show that. They don't ask questions about it. And it's it tells me that it was inserted into the story pretty late into the game, especially if we have that line that ended up in the final with Rouge saying we're still in the Doctor's base. You know, very very interesting and suspicious.
Yes, but that alone is insufficient. Okay, Shadow.
Yeah, sure. I should make more videos on them. Unfortunately, we do actually have. Yeah, we do. We have a GUN agent that I can use. I could swap that NPC model with an NPC that's used in cutscenes, and I could technically create a scenario there through another what if, but yeah, one thing at a time. Yeah, I hope I can. Oh, okay, chill. I do hope I can get to that though. I mean, like I said, there's at least 2 that I want to get to next, which I hope I won't take too long on. But the thing is, the time I spend on it, I'm essentially spending it away from working on the Pure 6 review, and I only really like to take breaks on that when I'm done with when I finish the next stage. Holy fuck! Holy shit, that is fast! Wow. I mean, you know it's fast. We know it's fast. We all know it's fast. We've seen it. We know it. We heard it a few times now. Oh. But, yeah, for real, it really is faster on PS3. I mean, I tend to forget, because I mean, I really don't play this all too often. The speedrunning times must be drastic, surely. I mean, if you can get a good run on this section anyway. Okay. That's another patch that could exist in the future. Because I don't know why, but for some reason they've got the falling time applied to vehicles. And they've also got that weird rotation thing going on. All of which could be improved upon through patches in the future. Alright, at least I get to try this again. See, this is another instance where shaders are affecting the reflections in ways that are different to the 360 version. Oh, fucking wonderful. Yeah, me too. Okay, chill. Jump panel. Does that... Oh man, that doesn't even send me into the one-up. Yeah, remember that changing. Yeah, they really are faster. But it's weird though, I feel like I have brought up the code in the past, I just don't know what I did with it, if I actually put it in place of P25's vehicles, or if I modified it and turned it into what it is now. Okay, here we go, let's try this again. Oh god. That really, oh my god, that is, wow, okay. Oh god, damn son, okay, can I go, oh, whoa, holy shit. Yo, is that, I don't think I've seen that done before. That's got to have been done before, because I mean, I haven't seen that, but like, I mean, if it's common knowledge, the PS3 runs have got to have something on that, right? So, I mean, I've known that it can go through the invisible collision, but man, that just worked out so flawlessly. Yeah, they gotta know, surely. Man, that's so useful. Let's see if we can get this. That still stumbles, just like 360. Get rid of that lock on. And there we go. Okay. Let's get moving. Oh yeah, I forget Silver says that too. But it's weird that that's an idle line, whereas Shadows... I mean, it could have been an idle line, but given how often it plays in the stages, I wouldn't think so. Yeah, for real, there's a lot of potential with the PS3 speedruns when it comes to the vehicles alone, but you know, there's even that town mission I mentioned before with the with Amy, where the spikes come down and allow you to progress. A lot sooner than on 360. Oh, that's charming. They did after dead. There we go. And that still spikes, both on Steamdeck and on a gaming PC, despite that footage existing of the trailer clips where there's no spikes whatsoever. I mean, the fact that it even freaks Chaos X out, I mean, say no more. If he's freaked out about something, you know it's kind of a big deal. Glider doesn't really feel that different, doesn't feel that faster. I don't know... And I can't really... Yeah, I don't know. Unless they've changed the speed for, or the delay for when you can boost again, or maybe the boost speed is different, I don't know. Again, I'll have to actually bring it up. AB the curd. See, what was the deal with this? Did they want? Yeah, maybe they wanted you to land on the dash panel, which is apparently really weak. Huh? How about that? Let's try that again. No, I'm not falling for that. I've seen how you work on 360. I know you're faster than that. You did not! Oh my god. Did they actually slow down the dash panel on the PS3 side? Wow. I remember that being fast. I mean, not like amazingly fast, but not that slow. Surely, come on. But yeah, I wonder if they wanted to have you fall down here, have that progress, and start here, kind of. I don't know. That's just because it always bugged me that you start here when the start was like right there, and they've got placement there. Let's try some shenanigans here. That's not gonna help. That's not gonna help. Yeah, I gotta learn those tricks because I inspired the speedrunners to look into rock launching for those purposes, for those much faster results. So the fact that that's actually being looked into and results are actually coming out with both Shadow and Silver. Yeah, I gotta start learning those tricks one of these days. So I don't know why those particular jump dash states happen where there's no particle or sound. Huh. Oh, I see. Again with the draw distance. Okay. See, yeah. I know it kind of happens on 360, but obviously nowhere near as much as PS3. I'm still surprised that they just couldn't do something like that with the Wii. But like I said, I guess it probably would just be over the top with the draw distance if it really was too powerful for the Wii. I don't know, man. I look at Super Mario Galaxy and I'm just like, man, there's fucking levels in here that are insane in length, and yet 06 is too powerful? I mean, really? Particles, sure. I get that, for sure. Fine. Fair enough. Okay, that was too early. What are you doing, man? Did it again! It's like I'm doubting the perspective when the camera changes. I don't think I'm there when I'm actually there, so I end up double jumping. Try again. There you go. Yeah. See, the thing is too, I've actually had that happen in the past. It's just unfortunate that it's not rail to spring that causes that. The more likely, insert Tropical Jungle Sonic clip. No, it's because I'm hitting spring immediately after hitting the final pixel of the rail on a certain angle. Bloody hell. Oh god, I'm not even thinking now. Yeah, I always seem to have an interesting playthrough, an interesting time playing this version of the game, because, you know, as someone who's grown up with the 360 version, it's just... You know what to expect. Did I do this? I did the same fucking thing, what the frick? Okay, I gotta try not to game over here. But I've also got to make sure to hit the rail if I'm going to do it. Not the spring. Because the spring isn't really the issue, it's the fact that I'm hitting the rail as soon as I touch the spring. Nah. That's a strong lock-on, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is always fun to jump in to find all the differences as someone that's, yeah, just so religiously used to the how it all is on 360. I think that the thing that took me the most surprise as far as the placement goes is the different camera or the different positionings of the results screen for the town mission, who's the captain, because you've got the fountain behind you on the 360 side, but then you've got the gates, the door gates, whatever, to the new city. Yeah, behind Sonic and the PS3 side of it. I mean, it's minor, but it's still a difference, you know. And if you're used to how it looks on 360, it really, I mean, it took me by surprise. And same thing with like the Silver boss, you know. You start on the ground with Sonic vs. Silver on PS3, but on 360 you start in the air. But perhaps even more surprising is the Silver equivalent, where you basically have you basically start where Sonic starts the boss, but as Silver, instead of on the 360, you start the complete opposite direction, where Boss Silver would start, basically. But that's, yeah, on 360, so it's bizarre that they changed that on PS3. I mean, more consistent to how it is on with the cutscenes and where the characters are with their positions before the boss starts. But yeah, still very strange that they made that change in the short time it was from 360 to PS3 launch release. Getting that audio spike. Yeah, I've noticed that the even on the hardware, it's there are these weird like popping, quiet but noticeable popping noises after certain lines play. I noticed it the most on the rank lines. Like you'll hear like Silver go perfect, and then immediately after you'll hear this like kind of noise. It's a bit distracting when you're used to how it sounds on 360, especially when you hear it all the time for every rank. Come on, there you go. Lower frames? Not from what I've noticed. But I know for a fact that it does not slow down where the 360 slows down, so if that is a difference with the lower frames, then that could potentially be why the PS3 doesn't slow down where the 360 does. Because I know it did do that before when we were in Kingdom Valley. So, which is weird because it did slow down when I was in Iblis Phase 2 for Sonic, so I don't know if that's just the emulator freaking out or what, but... But yeah, it would explain it, I would think. The whole, the lack of slowdown. So, I mean, I haven't played this too often, but, yeah, I definitely do know that there's no slowdown for areas where there is in 360. Best examples I can think of easily going to be the two cutscenes with Is It Right and Let's Split Up, because you literally have two scenes in Let's Split Up where Sonic has his animation of, okay, you be careful, Tails, but his animation is so delayed and it just looks so out of sync with the motion, even though on PS3 it's perfectly in sync because there is no slowdown. And again in the same cutscene, when he goes hold on tight, there's almost an immediate reaction and response from Elise on the PS3 side, which is like, okay. But with that slowdown on 360, it just makes it even more uncomfortable and awkward with how long the delay is. And in Is It Right, I mean, say no more, it's pretty much the same thing. You've got a lot more slowdown, and because of which you'll see line syncing that's out of place on 360, whereas it's fine on PS3, so two best examples, but yeah, perhaps I should set up comparisons for those as well. Yeah, definitely, that is definitely different object behavior. I mean, it was clear before, but I know for a fact that Ute mini truck thing back there, I know that was supposed to launch a lot higher on 360, and both times I've gone through here, it hasn't done that, so yeah, it's something definitely different with the object behavior. There you go. Finally. We skipped the part where it chucks cars. Right? Or was that a Peter 6 thing? Oh my god, the draw distance. I don't remember seeing that on PS3. Maybe it's an emulator thing? Maybe I'm being generous. Can't recall. Curious.
Perfect.
Oh, I see. I forget what happens now. I'm gonna bring up that video out of curiosity. Because I'm pretty certain that I did. Pretty certain that I did have cutscenes showcased with the patch coverage I did. No, I didn't want to open an already open tab, you frick. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So what am I looking for? Let's see. Jera. What was it? It was like frame something. Frames. I forget what the patch was called. FBS unlock a test comparison. No. FBS unlock a test experience. Now that's more like it. Okay, so yes, I do show cutscenes. But please tell me you at least show the most important cutscenes first. Yes, I do. Good. Okay, here we go. So, 2 hours and 2 minutes into it. And where does that put us? Okay, here we go.
I'll get their attention, and you take the princess.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you be careful, Tails.
Xbox 360 and not even slowing down. So yeah, that seems to have replicated how it works on PS3, I think. Let's see this delay.
Hold on tight.
Okay.
It's so much faster compared to 360 speed. Okay, and what did I show? Is it right? Oh, it's the next cutscene. Good. What a clever boy. Let's see now.
Where you are.
Because it's Silver's response specifically that's slow.
What's wrong?
Well, Blaze? Well, Blaze?
Perfect.
To kill someone to save the world.
Perfect.
Is that really the right thing to do?
Yeah, it's perfectly synced up. Cool. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot that. I remember showing cutscenes, but I forgot what exactly happened. It's been a while. Hopefully we get updates on that. What? Why? Oh, what the fuck? No. This is unacceptable. What the fuck is going on? That's not... you're not pulling that crap on me. There's no fucking chance the cube maps make that look that different. What's going on? No. Come on. What is it? Is it the emulator? Come on. No way it makes it look that different. Come on. What's up? Why are you different? Why do you look like Dusty Desert has crystals here? Come on. That's weird, man. I mean, it didn't even look like this on Sonic, so... Yeah, yikes. This can't be... I couldn't have glitched it, right? Surely. This has to be an emulator thing. Because, like, make no mistake, I know you can do env-map glitches where you can either store it or glitch it. I can't remember exactly how it happens, but I know it can happen. And I know that it's not programmed in the best way in retail, because it stores, for example, Kingdom Valley's first section env map all the way to section 2, 3, and 4, instead of using section 2, 3, and 4's own env map. So I know that can happen. I know all that can happen. But see, it looks fine now, so why... What's up? Go back. Okay, now you're going back to normal. Okay. Yeah, I think it was an emulator thing. Because I know it's not meant to look that different. Because even if it's somehow stored... Yeah, there it is again. Yeah, definitely an emulator spike. Because even if it did store the likes of the Crisis City env map to where we are here, it's not meant to look that different. Because that borderline looks like yeah, like I said, like the Dusty Desert, Crystal Room type of lighting or end map, or even the Kingdom Valley. But that can't be. Curious. Oh. Actually, can I do that somehow? Ooh. Yo, actually. Just curious now. Can I... Over there? Yes, I can. Let's go. Gauge up. Yes, here's full. And second wave. Yeah, I've got muscle memory to go backwards after I'm done with the enemies to basically pan the camera away from all the particle action of the door opening, because every time that happens on hardware it does slow down. But obviously I don't have to worry about that here. It still doesn't change the muscle memory. Bruh. Do you, were you playing on hardware when you were trying LOS? Because I mean, I don't know if that patch was put there, but I mean, look, I guess the fix could really be as simple as you know, moving or removing certain particles. That said, I do recall there being a cache file that enabled a lot of slow cutscenes to be a lot faster, so it could just be that file and not the FPS patch. Because I know the FPS patch is still, like, it hasn't been released because there's still a lot of things that could be improved upon. The biggest problem I found with the patch is that if you basically were encountering a part of the game where it would be slowing down and it would be skipping frames, it would basically enable you to skip frames so much that you would actually skip certain collision types that needed to be loaded in. And for example, I would be encountering slowdown and I'm running and I'm about to hit a dash panel to change my direction to send me to a spring, but because it's slowing down at this point, I have these frame skips, and one of those frame skips skips the dash panel collision, so I end up not so much missing the dash panel, I end up running through it because it's missed the frame that needed to have the collision trigger for those dash panels, and I end up going past it, and I end up just either clipping through the building and just falling to my doom, or I've gone past the dash panels and I have to steer around, basically. It's, not amazing. And definitely something to look more into with fixing or updating the patch in the future. But otherwise, it was pretty impressive to see what it did with cutscenes and other stages. Didn't really alter the gameplay progression. Like I said, it was mainly just the dash panels preventing the direction change from occurring because of that collision being absent. Not a bad score, dare I say. Almost got the silver. Oh well. No biggie. I mean, thankfully it's not part of the animation. It's just the performance itself, so... The thing that could be improved upon, slowdown wise, that he's going to have to deal with, is the likes of the Mephiles ceiling cutscene, because that basically is a cutscene that does have slowdown and was recorded on the PC version of the game, hence the slowdown, sort of. I mean, it's kind of weird, because, I mean, you'd think it's the PC version, so it'd be faster, but for whatever reason, it did have slowdown. And because of which, unless Chaos is willing to reanimate it, redo the cutscene, he's gonna instead just make do with the video, and because of which, the video, does have slowdown, so either the video itself has to be sped up a little bit, or he's gonna have to redo it. But either way, I just hope that however it's done, we get some kind of change rather than just leaving it. Come on, hurry! Yes, let's go. Pushing it, but still got the moves. I did have the world record for this at one point, so good to know. I can still do that much. I might not be able to do it with Sonic, but at least I can do it with Shadow. But I have to do it like right at the start. That's the trick. Which is weird because, I mean, what is it? Not level 1. The very first spin kick that you do when idle, for some reason that just seems to have a bigger hitbox, a bigger radius compared to the second and third spin kick when idle. Strange, but that is how it works. Whoa! Oh. Yeah, so is the way. Alright, try this again. Just gonna make sure I time my first spin kick, that's all.
I can't do anything from here. I need to find somewhere to draw him in.
Yeah, okay. So I don't have to worry about the position, I just have to make sure I time... Oh, that was false. I just have to make sure I time the first spin kick. That's the priority. Cool. What? Yo, what the hell? Okay, no, something's up. This is faster. Why is it faster on the PS3 version? He is recovering a lot faster than he is on 360. Might be too far out. Okay, no, we got it. Am I tripping? I don't know. He seems to be recovering faster. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's very bizarre. At least I got all 3 hits, though. That's the main thing. Because I can't really do anything about the 4th one. Kind of need to hit the orb to make him quickly rise up to get the final hit. Yeah, I don't think I've ever noticed that. Very interesting. This is what I find so fascinating about playing this version of the game. It's you never know when you're going to encounter something that's different. Haha, nice. Yo, actually, that was actually a pretty freaking clean run. I'm actually kind of curious to see how that compares. 221. I'm curious. That was really fast. Not gonna lie. Okay, so what? Iblis Phase 2. Let's see. Here we go. Gemless, but that's Sonic. I don't want Sonic. I want. Yo, what the fuck? Oh shit! I was really close to my record actually. 219 was my PB. And I got 221. Let's go. But what about my first attempt? I got 229, so not bad considering I wasn't really going for like any records. I was just trying to get through it normally, but using some fast strats. But it just worked out well. I got both the I got all the first hits with the spin kick, and I got the fast glowy, what do you call it, to make him to call him faster. It's kind of difficult to get all that together, but then I also got the fast final hit where you can get the homing lock on to curve right into the eye right before it like sinks into the lava. Yeah, not easy to pull off all of those in one run. Again, not that I was speedrunning it, but still. Not bad. What? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's good. It's really, really good to know that I'm not alone. But yeah, thank you for understanding.
Have you retrieved the Book of Darkness?
Well, I'll provide full report shortly.
I could have very easily gone a different route too with when I started doing YouTube videos. I watched a lot of R6 reviews and well, say no more. They very quickly made me realize that my opinion was obsolete to the majority, and but it's weird though, because I didn't look at it and go, oh, how dare people disagree with me. I think it was more so, I took it more as a joke. I didn't actually believe that people really hated this game, or Unleashed, especially Unleashed. And I think it was the IGN review for that that really made me think, okay, well, this is all just a joke. It's all for entertainment purposes. There's no real hatred of these games. There's no chance, really. Yeah, back in those days. Because this would have been like somewhere between when 09 to 2011ish. So and that was around the time I got the my first modded console to play the likes of the Super Hedgehogs by Shadowlag. But when I started making videos, I knew at that point that it wasn't a joke. That, you know, most people really did like detest these games that I liked. Still love to this day, really. So I knew that if I was going to get into this, I would have to likely prepare for a lot of, not so much hatred, but like, just a lot of people going, oh, what's wrong with you? What are you playing? Oh my god, you spend so much time on this. I literally got it the other day on one of my shorts. Man, you've been playing this for 10 plus years. Your whole life has revolved around this. I mean, there might not have been any harm done by the comment, but I still knew that I'd have to probably deal with that. And, you know, sure enough. I'm just, I'm glad I'm able to separate myself from this, though, at the same time. Because I do have other projects, I have other channels, and when and if I really do need to take a break for whatever reason, I have that ability to. So that can be very therapeutic for me, for recollecting my thoughts and opinions and mindset, all that. It does help me get through the day, especially when I'm kind of contemplating a lot of things with what to do with the channel going forward. Because, like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. It's just the content might dip from time to time. But that's why I like doing the character swaps, because at least it kind of, it shows that I'm still here. I'm just going to be slower, that's all. I might be working on other channels, I might be working on other projects. But, yeah, I just might dip for a little bit, that's all. I feared for going into the Clement review, a 3-hour video, fearing that it would convert me almost, you know, changing my opinions and views on 06. But I'm glad it didn't. But I'm also glad that I was able to view it through a different lens of how a classic fan went into 06 and how it hurt them mentally. But yeah, perspective. It's amazing what this game can do, good and bad. You know, this being my first Sonic game ever, was enough to get me into the franchise. Who would have thought? And while I only really stuck around for Sonic Rivals 1 and 2 and Unleashed, I still did consider myself a Sonic fan in those days. And you know what? I still do consider myself a Sonic fan as far as this type of era of content goes. If we ever were to get these type of games where it goes back to being dark and serious, sign me up. I'll come back. I'll play the more recent games more frequently. That said, the voice cast change, I think was probably the most the thing that took me off guard the most. But you know, that's, I mean, it's bound to happen sooner or later. But but yeah, I was afraid that watching as long a video as that was, that it would dissect everything. And I mean, it did go over quite a fair bit. And I will admit, yes, it certainly has brought to my attention a lot of things that I am trying to get Chaos to change with the game. Stuff like having hedgehogs in other hedgehogs campaigns. Still do think that to this day. Yeah, Blaze instead of Sonic for Kingdom Valley, Knuckles instead of Silver for Sonic's Kingdom Valley. If we want to play a different hedgehog, we'll play their story. You know, Johnny even said it. So yeah, for sure, I've it's broadened my view on the game, but it doesn't take away from my first memories of this game. Because I remember when me and my mother were really curious to see what the game was going to do next with the story, because we were like hooked into it, you know. Curiosity certainly was a big factor, but for me it was also the knowledge of how multiplayer was and how single player was different to multiplayer, but also similar. So a lot of it was curiosity. And I think that's the thing too. If you were to go into the game and play multiplayer first and really play it a lot to the point that you've memorized the level design, it really does serve as a type of test stage, or test stages, if you will, for what you're going to encounter in the game in single player. And I think with that, it really did help me get into it. I didn't rage quit as a lot of people did. So he looks down, shakes his hands a little bit, then looks a bit depressed, kind of bouncing around really slow. See if we can remember that animation, because I'm pretty certain that it is recycled in Phase 2. Same could be said for the intro, but oh well, too late now. Oh wow. Wow. But I guess it can, not knowing can also, yeah, because I guess I was kind of similar to that as far as, I mean, I did understand most of the things that were being said. Well, I mean, I say that, but I think a lot of people would be surprised how little English I really knew for someone that does speak English back in my 7-year-old mind when I was playing this game for the first time. Because can I think of an example? I mean, it's not really a good example, but I didn't pick up on Knuckles calling Rouge out when he goes up to her and he's like, "What?" And then he kind of runs off. I didn't pick up that she was, kind of throwing a jab at him, kind of in a playful way. To be fair, though, you have to really have played the previous games to know that, to know that he's a treasure hunter. But despite that, I remember not picking up on that and always thinking, why did he react that way? I remember reacting that way the first time I saw that. I think, what else? I know there are better examples. And this actually applies to this very day. There's a cutscene coming up in Wave Ocean, I think. Mephiles. What he says to Omega, to this day, I still don't get what he means by it. Think of that what you will. But, what does he say? He goes, don't tell me you didn't know. You may have been programmed by humanity, but what you did to Shadow in the future, that was your what? I still don't get what that means. So, that was your destiny, that was your doing. Maybe it's a script error, or maybe I'm still stupid. But it's little things like those that I either did get what they were meaning eventually later on, or in that case, I still kind of don't get what they were intending for that line. But I have played games where there is no speaking, or if there is and there's lines, it's like, I don't know. The Neverhood is a really good example where there is dialogue, there is lines in the game, but half of the game, if not more of the game, you're essentially playing a game where there is no talking for the most part, and that's a game that you can jump into without really needing to know. It shows more than it does tell, and through what it shows, you can understand the context of the game and the story and who's the bad guys, who's the good guys, all that. And I have found that it is those type of games that connects with us through a languageless, through a languageless type of way, where it connects with us on a deeper level, because we do understand it at heart, So, yeah, I can understand that. I really can. Oh, that's right. I'm an agent. But I still can't go in. Oh, because I gotta meet Rouge. That's right. A dude. But then they allow me access because I'm VIP. Man, that hitbox. Ah, yeah, there she is. I remember my first time on that. Yeah, I remember that too. I actually remember crying. I was that cut about not getting through the boss because it's like I knew I could do it, but I just didn't know how to do it. And thank God for my father. He started to realize if you run around, he starts jumping. If he jumps, attack him then. And yeah, so thanks, Dad. I might not be playing it to this day if he didn't speak up about that, or he wasn't then, or around then. Yeah, I know the feeling. I remember. Yeah, Shadowlag's super mod, and I forget the other guy's name. It was like Usis L or something like that. Usis J. And he uploaded a very, very, very quick video of the Rainbow Gem in Sonic's Dusty Desert. But what was so surprising to me about it wasn't the Rainbow Gem, actually, because I didn't even know what it did back then when I first viewed it. I just saw, okay, well, there's another gem, whatever, it just does a weird animation and doesn't do anything. What's more impressive is that we're playing as Sonic in a princess level. That was more surprising to me than the actual Rainbow Gem, because I didn't get it. I had no idea that it was meant to transform you into Super Sonic back then, so how about that? I mean, I don't blame Kid Me too, because I mean the shoes were literally red. They weren't even rainbow. And I guess I just never connected the fact that the animation was so similar to the Super Transformation. But yeah, I was like, it wasn't so much the Rainbow Gem, that either character swaps, but no, even then it was more so the Super Mod. And I was like, dude, what? 999 rings? I've never gotten that on any stage. But then I still wasn't satisfied when I actually got the mod, because it was version 2 where Shadow had been updated to basically not have 99 rings. And I actually don't think that mod was ever released, the first version. Because I've never actually seen an upload for it. I've only had to rely on a recreation of it. Of course, still building off of the V2 release, but still. That and some animation changes, making Shadow look like he's kind of floating around instead of skating. Man, what a difference V1 and 2 made. But yeah, I'm glad I got into it when I did, because man, I really just can't imagine where the community would be. Because I remember, and I was actually thinking about this recently, I wanted to unite all the 06 modders in a single Discord server, because we had never all come together before, and it felt like as soon as I was getting involved, other people were bailing. I was like, oh man, can we somehow get everybody back together before everybody really does start leaving? And I think I did a pretty freaking good job. Because, I mean, out of all the modders, the only one that I couldn't get to join was Paraxade, who was a former speedrunner of the game. Because outside of that, we got me Firesu, we got Milpontro, we got Shadowlag. That was, oh my god, that was a dream come true. We even got Chaos Punishment, who covered a lot of those mods from way back when. And it was just it was, to me, it was almost like the No Way Home cameos in that movie. But for the 06 modding community. So that was such a big deal to me. Oh my god, the bike really is fast. Yeah, this is actually really difficult to perform this glitch. It might not even be possible for that matter. Because it is, I mean, it is PS3, so it might have different object behavior for even jump panels. And with the way the vehicles are different, it wouldn't surprise me if this can't be performed, but please prove me wrong. Come on, launch, 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 launch. No way! It's not working! Did they actually fix that? No freaking way. Yeah, this is actually a repeat. I can't believe how fast it launches from just a boost. A single boost. Come on, come on, come on. No, you can't do it. I can't believe it. You can't actually launch anymore with that. I can't remember if that's been pointed out to me or not. Yeah. Yeah, dude, this thing is... Fuck, oh my god. It's like it's too powerful for the collision detection. It knows it too. That's why it's tripping over itself. Ah! Okay. Back we go. Hopefully I won't be out of time. But yeah, I really wonder where Pure 6 would be had I not got involved. Because, I mean, I don't even know if that would have continued, because, I mean, it probably would have, but, like, but at the same time, I did provide a lot of resources for Chaos back in those days, in those early days. And it was only because of Chaos X's Demo 1 to why Sonic Next stopped making their yearly Sage demos. So, I don't know. It's interesting to think about, actually. Because it did start off as a Sonic Next mod. Yeah, really hard to say. I think what could have happened is he would have continued modding Sonic Next, perhaps potentially gotten noticed by Mifayasu, joined him, and basically he either took over the project or he'd still be following Mifayasu's instructions. But it would still be under the Sonic Next name. So I don't know, it's hard to say, because there's so many like minor details that I've pointed out with states that have either been implemented or changed, modified. And it's hard to imagine if those details would have been modified or implemented, if at all. Because I know some definitely would have been eventually. It's just whether at this point in time it would have been done yet. Anyway. I was just curious to try the super mod with the rainbow gem, because I mean, I eventually did learn that it was meant to be connected, so I was kind of curious. Well, what would happen if you do combine the mod that does allow you to play as them with the gem? Would that do something crazy? That was your doing. That was your fault. Yeah, that's what I kind of take away from it. But yeah, it's just so. That, I mean, that one line specifically, anyway. But it's just I've never heard anybody speak like that. That was your what? You know. Mm-hmm. Oh shit, really? 1,000 rings. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, Team Attack Amiga, you can get a really freaking high ring attack. I remember getting 833, if I recall correctly. And I remember seeing like the best rings. It was very much up there. I think it was... Was it past 1,000? It potentially was. But if not, it was like really freaking close. Yeah, unfortunately that Discord server turned into an interesting place because the person that really founded it alongside me kind of went through a bit of a depression stage. And yeah, just things started turning south, and I started getting painted as the villain for things. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened, a lot of drama. But I tried to get everybody out and put them in a more secure server. But at that point the damage had been done. Tried to make it work, but eventually the way it is now is through the LOS Lost Legacy server. So even though I didn't create that server, it's kind of where everybody eventually rested on, where everybody moved to. Where the hell is he? Oh, there you are. Yeah, that was satisfying AF. I love doing that move. Oh man, especially since there was like, yeah, I mean, because you can't do that, right? He'll it's no use you, so that much more satisfying when you pull it off. Never gets old. Oh, sorry, I should have made that more clear. No, that was not me. I've never been suicidal, not like that anyway. The person that co-founded the server was the one that went through a bit of a depression stage. And yeah, they haven't returned, so I don't know what that means, but I do hope they're better. But they are no longer in the community, so yeah, unfortunate, but yeah. Yeah, I actually tried really hard to get Chaos to implement that, because, I mean, it doesn't look like it was intentional, but more of like a side effect of the programming to Shadow's movesets.
All depends on me. Can't lose.
But despite that, I still fucking love it anyway, man. It's just, it's such a badass thing to have, you know. You hit your main target that you've locked onto, or even if you haven't locked onto it, and you use the oriented states to hit what's behind it. I mean, oh man, that's... Because you get to strategize with what you're gonna take down, especially if it has like multiple hits, like a big health bar type of thing. I haven't given up on it though. That's I do hope we can see that in the future.
What? What are you talking about?
Get kicked. Yeah, it never gets old. I wish we got more moments like that in the cutscenes. Although I'm not sure how that would work, but... I guess, aside from like pre-rendered cutscenes, I guess the most action we get, yeah, aside from that kick, I guess you get Omega firing at Mephiles, you get Sonic running with Elise in the opening, well not opening, the first in-game cutscene, destroys a few robots. And Shadow taking out, or not taking out robots, Shadow and Rouge avoiding the rockets that the egg gunners fire when Mephiles is released. But yeah, that's not really saying a whole lot. Because, I mean, it is action, I guess, but it's just, yeah, it just doesn't really hit the same way. Well, debatable, I guess. I guess the, when Eggman kind of hits Rouge with the Eggmobile and its arms, that's kind of it's pretty impactful. I could, that's another thing that I still to this day don't really get. With the script in that cutscene, I feel like I've kind of gotten a better understanding of it, but yeah, he punches Rouge. Shadow kind of staggers a bit from what he was doing. He looks up, he notices the Scepter and Rouge are coming down. He does his anti-gravity to catch Rouge, and then it cuts to Eggman, and he's like, "No!" And it's like, what I took away from that is that he basically, he either was like, no, I wanted her to fall, or what I, in my little headcanon I've got now, I kind of view it more as, no, not the Scepter, it's gonna get destroyed and he's gonna be let loose type of thing. It could be interpreted either way, but I think it's probably more likely the Scepter. I don't really buy that Eggman would be a bit like that harsh, where he'd be like, "Damn it, I wish you took damage." Like what? I don't know. Make of that what you will there. I could just do a little something called a clip. So I'm starting to go over time at this point. Yeah, I've I do know the feeling. I have been there. I know it's certainly without a doubt a lot worse for others. I just try to convince myself that what I'm doing, it is for a purpose, and it will be, you know, that there is a bright side to it all, you know? Because no matter how long it may take, or how big of a process it takes to get over, you know, the fatigue, the downtime, it will get better. But see, that's where I do feel I can use my channel as a good reminder that even for the most, well, arguably the most hated game out there, or at least declared by some to be the worst game ever made, content can be made out of it that creates a positive outcome, whether it's the reception of the video or the project itself of trying to fix a bad game. There is something positive that can come out of this, out of something that's been looked at so negatively over the years. And I have to remind myself this when I'm really low, because that to me is one of the most satisfying things to me. Just knowing that you can take something negative and turn it into something positive, whether it's, again, videos or projects. You know, when it comes to this game, I mean, the amount of stuff, the amount of potential this game had, I just, I view it as a goldmine in a lot of ways. I can see the amount of negativity that can be turned into positivity with the amount of things that this game can do through projects, videos, recreations, yeah, all of it. Even like just the music, you know, making a remix, that can go a long way. You know, recently that Forces stage mod Crisis City remix I did about 5 years ago got used for a Fortnite mod. It's like I created that. I made a remix of a soundtrack that's used in a game that's notoriously hated, and yet it's being used for a mod for Fortnite. I mean, it's satisfying to me, it really is. Being able to take on board whatever it is, if it's the music, the models, and turn it into something. It's just beautiful to me. Good morning, Sonic Falcon. How are you going today? Access to these cutscenes. Oh yeah, man. I've said it before, but yeah, if we got the immersion, if we got the XNM data of all the video file cutscenes, oof, that'd be wonderful. But yeah, we need at least for the cutscenes where the one we just saw where he seals Mephiles, that and meeting up with Knuckles with the iPad hologram thing. Those two cutscenes, I'm sure we could get those animations if we received the PC build and it did contain those in-game. But, But anything else, I mean, it is wishful thinking, but if we do receive anything else in the future, I mean, that'd be amazing. I'd love to use anti-gravity as shatter. Interesting, okay. Good to know, good to know. I was wondering if any others thought that. Because what does that do anything? It's just a spin dash. So B doesn't do anything if you hold it down in Pier 6. Yeah, for reals, the anti-grav probably could be implemented.
Omega is still in the pursuit of weapons. So, where's the kid? What did you find 10 years ago?
I need you to access GUX database. Specifically, find out what materials the Center of Darkness was made from.
Sure. But you haven't answered my question.
I think he was terrified.
Found the means to seal
Yeah, makes sense. Interested never meets Mephilus. I mean, the same could almost be said about Sonic if we don't include that one scene where he stabs him. But I mean, even then, they don't really exchange words, and I guess that's kind of part of the reason I wanted to make this what if that I'm working on. Well, I mean, it's idle at the moment, but it's something in the meantime. I meant to actually bring that up. Thank you for reminding me. I could be dead wrong about this, but I don't know how many of you guys saw the Earth 6 coverage in the Symphony just recently. Because I meant to actually do a video reacting to that, because I just found it really kind of odd. They were using footage of the trailer camera that I've never seen before. And it's weird because they've obviously had the ability to make all those trailer clips, and they did use that same trailer camera to make a lot of the trailer clips. But it's just really weird to me that, like, the clips that we have seen, or that we see in that Symphony video, I've seen, but I haven't seen from those perspectives, and there was nothing in there that looked like. I'll have to go back, because I mean, as a matter of fact, I've actually literally still got it opened right now. I don't want to watch the whole thing, but there's one thing I want to quickly just check if I can, and that is if Sonic has upgrade models. It's too hard to tell, man. See, it really hurts me that they didn't release this. I hope they do release this, because they released the last Symphony video. Yeah, it's too hard to tell with this camera quality. It doesn't look like they've got upgrade models, which is good as far as I can believe that more. But it's just really suspicious to me that the last Symphony we got, they only showed retail clips. They didn't even show E3 clips that were officially publicly released. But this time, after we got the trailer camera patch to enable that, they just so happened to have all this, extra footage that we've never seen before in the trailers in this video. Am I the only one that just thinks that's a little sus? Because, like, if you were to tell me that you had a source and this was created using the nowadays patches, they've been keeping up to date with the modding community and used that to create this, I would believe it. Because it's just too sus, the timing. Especially since the last Symphony video didn't do this. If it did the last time, I'd be, well, they had this before we had access to it through the modding scene. But no, they had this after we got this restored in the modding community. So, yeah, I don't know. That's just really sus to me. It would not surprise me that they've been keeping tabs on our progress and created that little video with today patches that we're using. Like I said, the lack of upgrade models, helps the credibility, because I can buy more that would have been on an actual promo build when they recorded the extra footage. But the timing is just really sus to me. It might be just me, but it just, yeah. Just seems off. Bit too close. Alright, let's see if we can get Rogue to touch the Scepter this time. Oh, that's right, I forgot that the castle can get spawned through the draw distance. How did you miss that? Okay, so I have to be a bit more to the right then, huh? Yes! I did it! But we didn't get a line, curiously. But I wonder if the spring will still spawn. Because, see, the thing is, we got that when we weren't meant to. We got that before doing the town mission. So does it still make the spring spawn? It still makes the spring spawn. So even though I didn't get the line, it still updated the spring. How about that, huh? How about that? That is very interesting. Curious. Yeah, I would think that was to do with skipping the town mission and having Rouge get the scepter. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was I was hoping it would be used for a Forces stage mod way back when, but I just didn't know where to post it, I guess. And then eventually I saw someone putting Crisis City in, and it was really awkward because my communications with the modder that was doing it was just, yeah, they just didn't like communicating or contact in general. Maybe they thought I was hassling them, I don't know. But yeah, just never got around to being used until now, so nah, it's great. I actually had a cover of one of the tracks that I used with the Night Crisis City. I did a cover of it recently. I don't know if I'll upload it. I think I might use it in a video or two in the future, but I mean, if I do upload it, I'll have to obviously make sure I get the credits right, because I can't remember the user. I mean, I think it has changed over the years, because I know it definitely did for the one that did the underwater aquatic bass remix. That was a great cover. And that does tend to happen, you know, usernames will change over the years, so you could update the credits, or if not, have the credits of what was their username when they released the video, and have it credited as in the description. I can't believe there was a spring at the end of that rail in a review version and they still took it out. I mean, it's like I buy a mod that didn't happen and that they had to revert back.
It won't take much for me to deal with you.
So, let's see, can this still work? Yes, it looks like it can. Let's go. Nice. I mean, I'm not saying they took my footage, because I haven't released the raw, uncut footage. At least I don't think I have. But I do think that it's possible that someone that's a bit cluey, that knows what's going to pass as legit trailer footage, has basically installed all the mods from like the trailer camera to no ability, no upgrade models on Sonic's model, and the rest, I guess, and recorded you know, some stages here and there with the trailer camera, done some fancy zoom in, zoom outs, all that, and passed it as actual trailer footage. That could have happened. That might not have happened. It's just, again, the timing is just really, really sus to me. Here we go. That was your. Yeah, ... literally. Yeah, see, I buy that more, that they recreated the trailer scenes. Yeah, well there you go. I mean, that would make sense.
It's so unfair. Shadow's always here to defend the rule.
Oh, that. Yeah, that would be interesting to cover eventually, because, I mean, yeah, for sure. It, especially in the context of what was in place, or what was supposed to become the terrain of the new city. Knowing how much was cut out of that. Because it really was. It really was a lot that was removed. It's just... it is tragic. This is a nice cutscene. I will. Oh. As rivals they want to surpass, huh? Okay, wow. How about that? Well, that's alarming, isn't it? Because it used to be one thing. It used to be respected. It used to be appreciated. But if they are now starting to look at this as, wait, they're doing better than us, Hey, that can't be right. We thought you were on our side, but you're actually stealing our profit, which makes you our rivals, which makes you our enemies. Alright, that's it. Declare it. No more fan games. We're gonna pull a Nintendo. That's literally how it could turn out. If they are starting to view us as rivals, they could quite easily pull that at any point. They've been very generous up until this point, but if they start getting jelly, if they start getting getting to the point where they are really declaring us or considering us rivals, that's not good. That's not good. It's the last thing I want to wake up to find out is that Hero 6 has been cancelled because, you know, there's been some suing involved, you know? Dude. Oh. I thought a ring was stuck in Omega's hitbox for a second. I was like, mate. Okay. Interesting. Just gotta be careful. See, it's times like these where I recall how everything went down with Ermines, and I'm like, you're painting a bullseye on not just your team, you're painting a bullseye on the entire freaking community. You're basically saying, hey, look at us, we can earn money. Now take us down, if you dare. Good.
I shall work with the gods to let you pass through the entrance to the desert. Please use it at your convenience.
Let's get the blast, shall we? Might not be used for much of anything, but what the heck? Upgradable. Let's do it. Got enough rings. Yeah, I could be wrong on this, but really, like, taking draw distance into consideration, we see in the trailer footage, we see Sonic running down here, right? From memory, we do see the bridge. We don't see the mountain in the background, but the thing that surprises me the most is that we don't see whatever the hell this thing is. This barrier, this great wall of whatever. This thing that blocks off the mountain. We don't see that. And that is the most intriguing to me, because it's one thing to not have a mountain, but when you also don't have that wall there, then that's when I start to question if it is just a draw distance thing to why we just see sky in the background in the trailer footage. Yeah, could it have been? It's not impossible. I mean, really, it just, Oh, you too. Yeah, wave version cutscene, just like, you know, PR6's Shadow wave version, should have been sunset. Just, even if it does use the Dusty Desert lighting, it just looks a lot better.
I will seal him before that.
Okay, so it's not so much the community, it's just it's Frontiers specifically for the mods. Okay. Okay, well that's good to know. Ooh, this actually looks a little different. God, I can really see the texture looping there. Oh my. Perfect. That was fast. Oh goodness. Really? People actually did that? They've actually sent PR6 footage. Oh my goodness. Wow, this looks actually really good up here. Wow. I mean, that's crazy to me that, like... And I mean, I know it can happen, but... Yeah, it's just insane. Because depending on the footage, too, that could mean anything. That could mean a lot of things. Wish we got more interiors like this. It kind of reminds me a little bit of a Flame Co-op with the crystal rooms there too. But it also reminds me of Twinsanity, because I think it's like the first or second level after Mecha Bandicoot. They have an entire level dedicated to an underground type of mining kind of a level, and there's a lot of like this type of visual aesthetics going on, a lot of crystals, and a lot to this kind of scaling too. So much detail. A lot of it goes unnoticed. Like, what are these burns? Are these like ancient Iblis creatures that didn't see the light of day? Like, for reals, this looks interesting. Imagine that, you know, if it was... It's got like horns. It's got an interesting looking body. It almost looks like a mix of a bull and there's dog looking Iblis monsters. And if the scaling of those burns are anything to go by, I'd even say it could have rivaled the bigger golem looking ones if that was an actual creature at one point. And again, just as big if not bigger here. And what's this? Too hard to tell. But fossils nonetheless. But again, it's like details that are so easy to miss. So this is interesting. I'm noticing a lot more green lighting here. Which is strange, because on 360 it looks more orange. Not that there isn't greens in these rooms, but... interesting to take note on there. Alright, man, no worries.
Very interested with phone content to see past them.
Okay. Yeah, I just hope that we don't get like another case with you know, Sonic Omens where, because they, like Loki, they really were asking for it by having donations for the fan game. Because it wasn't just going to affect that fan game, it was going to affect all Sonic fan games essentially. I'm not sure what happened with that, how that was resolved, if they changed anything or not, but... Oh, choppy frames. I'm so glad I'm playing this and noticing these enemies now, because I remember in like the last few phases of the beta testing of the Silver release, I felt like I was either going in circles or I was just pointing out stuff that was changing, and I was like, man, I'm gonna need to check this out in retail when I can, because there was so many enemies. These specific enemies, Iblis and Mephiles alike, and there were so many of them facing the wrong direction, and I was kind of getting a bit pissed. Ooh, I triggered Chaos Boost on the frame I got at the end. How about that? Anyway, yeah, there was so many, and I was like, am I missing something? Are you accidentally turning them around and you think it's the right way, but it's actually not? I'm gonna have to check this out in retail, and I'm so glad I'm noticing it now. They're like, man, really did feel like at least 50% of them were like facing the wrong way. Insane. Especially towards the end part there. My goodness. We're aiming in silver are in the desert area. Can that area be walked on without sinking? Yes and no. Kind of, sort of. The answer's yes and no. I mean, it's kind of tricky because, I mean, you can see that, like, there's, like, a lot of plants in the background there. That area has collision, but where exactly they're standing, that may very well not have collision there. Yeah, it's too hard to tell. But it is very close to an area where there is collision, so yeah, make of that what you will. Yeah, I think it is the same animation for the intro and outro. Actually, no. The intro might be different, because I recall Nephilis still kind of like, he's almost chuckling in phase 1 for the intro, as the minions, the shadow minions start coming out of nowhere. But I still do think the outro for both phase 1 and 2 are just recycled animation with different lines. The camera animation might be different, but I'm pretty sure the motion is the same. This should look pretty interesting when we get to this in Pier 6. I'm very curious to see how he makes this all look. Especially then creatures. So it's like the damage actually follows them even when they try to get away. That is interesting. And the lock-on kind of comes and goes. I wonder what this would look like with a texture edit to make them look more Iblis-like. Don't get me wrong, these still look amazing, but yeah, I would be curious to see what they would look like with a more lava texture look. I mean, I guess doing that's one thing. It's the laser beam that would be the trickiest part to get looking like an Iblis form. Oh. It's like looking for me, but it's the camera's literally panning to the one. It's facing the one that is the real deal. It's like, I swear, that it focuses on the stuff that it doesn't need to, and doesn't focus on the stuff it needs to. Like, how does it not focus on the character bosses when you're trying to find where the hell they are when they're chasing you? But it focuses on Nephilis when he's got a bunch of clones of himself. Never change, game. But yeah, that outro cutscene, I'm pretty sure, it looks the same. Oh well.
Perfect.
Ah, I see. I mean, I can't speak for Chaos, but like, knowing that he's someone who has watched the original footage for so many years and basically remade the game off of Sonic Next and turned it into what it is now, for the most part, all without playing the original. I mean, it's only really in like this last update where he's added things to the update because he's played the original and noticed things that he's wanted to change and update. But prior to that, yeah, he's based it all off of just footage, essentially. I have done some quality tweaks. Tried to get OBS to pump out a bit more quality compared to the last. God knows how long I've had the old settings for, but I also got the audio working. There's no longer an echo. That was a nightmare. Just turned out I had to reset the PC, who'd have thought. But it worked out for the best. We got both audio and video better. And depending on how these splits go, I might have live split working. Because I still want to use splits for the Broken Bond anniversary stream. Because, I mean, that is a big game. So if the cutscene audio right now is out of sync, which I think it is because it sounds like it is on my end from the TV, that's just an emulator thing, which I don't really get. But yeah, it does seem that the video is just a little off sync from the audio, bizarrely. Especially Iblis Phase 2. Yeah, Iblis Phase 2 is... Oh man, that is the boss that needs one of the most work, I think. Mainly with its pacing, because my goodness. I remember kind of getting a bit of a taste on how a fast Iblis Phase 2 could work in the form of Sonic 06 2D. Because that was cool. You got to really see the same states, but not only in 2D, but also fast-paced, so... That's pretty cool, seeing what that's like. Because that kind of gives us a bit of some ideas of roughly how a faster Phase 2 could go. So let's see, does that go immediately, the shadow? Move. Yeah. Yeah, so that again, that's 360 build. I mean, it looks like the 360 build too, so I don't know. It's just not as bright as the PS3 version. Particles look the same. Wait enough for this kind of just idles off screen. It's kind of like what happens in Silver's episode where he's just, you know, he's currently at the terminal station. It's no or never if you want this, and then he just kind of spins off screen like Crash Bandicoot slow motion. He's got class, let's put it that way. Shadoosh! I want to see how these look in full screen with the credits, if it gets interrupted or not with all the visuals, instead of it just being a small window. So okay, I wonder, would this have been in-game? Because I mean, if everything else... Like, if we pretend that it was actually recorded on a PC build, not 360... actually, that's a good point. I should set this up for a comparison. This would probably be one of the most interesting. Because if there is a speed difference, then it could mean that it was in-game when they recorded it. This particle coming up is different when he shoots them away. Right. Yeah, the shine, that. And that. It's just a flash of color. And that is very different from how it is in both PS3 and 360 versions. I mean, it might seem like a minor change, but that's basically a confirmation that every bit of footage that we're seeing here is not from the final builds, it's from a review version or like a prototype. And if there are changes, what other changes are there that we haven't noticed yet? Because, I mean, as far as the terrain goes, it all looks the same, but I can point out at least one area where I know for a fact that they had different either textures or shading for a single building, and that is a minor difference as well, but it's basically confirmation that it is a different build. They had a different stage model for that terrain, which means there's probably more changes that I'm unaware of, which is all the more reason to set up a comparison. Anyway, shall we? Okay, so in comparison, my goodness, 4 hours almost. Okay, I guess I kind of make up for it through last episode. Alright, yeah, shall we begin? Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot how much this slows down on 360. This is a lot faster here because there's no. Wow, that's so fast. I'm so used to it being slow. Insane. Even this is a little faster. So it's that little flash that slows down the game then, I'm guessing. Curious. And I like that there's like no immersion behind it. There's no words as he's doing it. There's no monologue before he does it. Just done. It's done. That's all you had to do, Silver. But I've done it for you. I mean, the fact that their villain has really come this close since 2006, pushing him to literal death. I mean, shit, man. What a villain. Yeah, really interesting. Really interesting. I wouldn't know. I'll have to try that out sometime. Yeah, I'll definitely have to write that down because I am curious. And there's a lot of comparisons I've got to set up, but yeah, if somehow doing something like that actually changes or like speeds up the loading, I mean, yeah, shit, man, I gotta write that down. Such a great cutscene, this one. It's like the one shot we get in that last one. It's like just like the concept art, and yet all we see, oh wow, that's a small ball of light compared to 360. Holy crap. Yeah, the one scene we get of like a long shot or a wide shot showing the entire island of Soliana, and it only lasts for like barely a few seconds, and even then it's being engulfed by a bright light, so you don't really see much of anything. Insane.
It seems we were all caused by the spatial distortion. Iblis's seal has been broken. Due to Mephilis's manipulation.
I kind of wish we saw a cutscene of sorts showing Mephiles meeting up with Silver post Iblis Phase 3. Because we don't see him get here. We don't see a bright light engulf him. I mean, we get the idea how it would have roughly gone down. Probably would have gone to pick up the emeralds, but then, you know, like with Shadow, would have started shining and then engulfed with bright light. But still, I think there was potential in a scene like that, where he knows that he was used by Mephiles, and whether he sees him or not is another thing, but still. Yeah, that is... I can't believe how much more smaller that is. I mean, seriously, compare it to 360, it's freaking... That's tiny in comparison.
It won't remain for much longer. We've no time to waste. We've got to defeat it now.
Dang, we killed Ventus Mephiles. He really did.
In the past, present, and future.
I don't know what he's doing now. I don't hear much from him. I mean, I know he doesn't have like social media, which makes it hard to know what he's up to. But hope he's doing alright, because man, I do want him to come back, whether it's as Knuckles or a villain or any Sonic project. Oh, interesting. Well, that is a very, very good place to test out slowdown, because simply put, the that whole animation of what do you call it, like the waves like actually coming in to the shore, that's essentially just advancing frames of textures to get that look. It's not really an actual animation, if that makes sense. How do I put it? It's like a GIF of textures. That's basically what it is, to create that animation. That's why it lags, because it's trying to... It's getting through all those textures at that speed, trying to keep up with it, and that's what's causing the slowdown, especially when the camera's focused on it and Sonic's interacting with it, creating more particles on top of that animation, essentially. Kind of weird how that works. They could have done that through other means, through X and V methods, but they didn't, for whatever reason. I don't usually play this game with subtitles, but I must say it's been interesting to return to the game with it, because I'm seeing a lot more than I initially thought was here. Like they mentioned before, crowds of people noise, and I mean they didn't have to do that, but it's interesting to notice. Because the thing is, the only time I really would have had subtitles is essentially my my initial first playthrough, and even then, you know, that's on 360. So to do this on PS3 is very interesting. Okay, here we go. Wow, already no shadows where there was on the 360. Launching Utes again. Oh wow, not used to that. It's such a large, like a large amount of time of just the freeze frame, but it's just as soon as you get it, insta loading screen. I mean, it's cool too playing this because, like, in some ways, this kind of can give an idea of how the Series X could potentially play 06. Though I'd like to think it would be somewhat better than this, to be honest, because, I mean, loading times aren't bad, they're just not as fast as I was expecting, because Xenia so far really is the fastest way to play the game, going off the loading times anyway. Which is kind of unfortunate, because I still do consider this to be the most polished version of the game out there. ETD this. And I can not have to worry about the slowdown there. Let's go. Now what was the dealio with this? Go up and then thingy kind of launches a thingy. Okay, but in order for that to happen, what needs to happen? Because how does it work? It's like a red one, right? Throwy black hole. Where'd it go? Where is it? Maybe it was more further back. Yeah, screw it. Just do it here. And try not to screw it up. Said try not to screw it up. Yes! No! That's fine, I can work with that. Nice. I hope that we do get some kind of a hub world of sorts when we get into the world. Because, I mean, I mean, this would be a lot of work, but since it is just one stage for the last episode's campaign, I would like to think as much of the work would be needed for this. I would love to see the ability to basically pick your character into whichever section of End of the World you want to load into. Because, I mean, the section itself, it doesn't need to be chosen. I'm fine if it's randomized and it loads you into whichever section. But as long as you've, like, got that ability of doing something, you know, different. Because the Emerald location should definitely be randomized, but if the sections are also randomized, then you're not going to consistently go through Amy White Acropolis all the time. I mean, like I said, it would require a lot of work, but I think it would just help. It would make it that much more unique, and I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it would make me want to replay it a lot, just to see all the different scenarios play out. Curious. Can I light bench? Yes, I can. Damn it. Nice. Yeah, I very rarely got the spike launch. It's... I have done it, but it's just very, very painful. I much prefer using the boulder method. But I want to learn that other method where you rely on the... Screw off. I want to learn the method that well, you have to rely on the red, like the black hole where it throws stuff, and because I can't even remember what object it throws at you, but you have to time it perfectly with the wide spring, because at the perfect height of the wide spring, that object can go right into you, and you use that as like a bit of transport to get to the next part of the Stargate. So I think you essentially, like, by doing that, you get all the way up to like where the pillars, or not pillars, the moving platforms where they come in and out. I think it takes you all the way there. It's quite the skip. Yeah, it's interesting. Even after all this time, eventually getting into and playing SO1 and 2, I still don't really look at this game as something that could have been titled Adventure 3. I do get why people have made that connection. I think with an altered story, with the same characters, it could have worked, but they literally advertised it as a new beginning. It was intended as a reboot. I think that's really my only major gripe with PR6. It treats it as if it's canon when it should stay true to what it was intended to be back in the day, which was a reboot. And they do the same thing here, where you have to use Sonic for the center shell. This is going to be insane. I can just tell. Like, visually it's going to look amazing, but I know a lot of the things that went unused in this boss, and just imagining that, knowing the unused animations that the supers had, this is going to be interesting. I think perhaps more so than the others. Because the others are still going to be interesting for seeing how it's covered, how it's enhanced, how it's faster. But I think this is the boss that has the most unused elements in it.
It's not going to be that easy.
See, even those scenes I could picture some visuals on the supers. Because if you really think about it, we don't actually see the supers in game, in cutscenes. We get gameplay, we get the results screen, which even then it's only a Sonic, We don't actually get any visual in-game intro, outro, mid-tro boss cutscenes with the supers, so I think for sure there's a bit of potential there for PR6 to explore that. Let's see if I can get... Let's see if I can get Silver to do the final hit for the boss, because I mean that's not easy, especially in this phase. Chains of the past, huh? Damn, too late.
The moment he attacks is your chance. Solaris' core will be vulnerable. Evade his attack and strike at the same time.
Beat me to it. Hate it when it does that. That's another thing, seeing a better hitbox would be nice. I mean, obviously that's a given, but it's just... It's alien to think about at the moment, because I mean, I don't think mods could improve that at the moment. You can barely even get a single rock in, man. Although, got something there. One or two more. We'll switch to silver.
Sonic, I believe in you.
Oh, not good. Too hasty. Yeah, that hitbox is just atrocious, man. Look at that thing. What? Huh? Like, dude, where are you? Like, at least Shadow has multiple Chaos Spears to try to get into wherever the hell that hitbox is. Oh.
Let's see how long you can keep up that big energy.
There we go. One more. Oh. Alright, so much for that. Literally one more. I forgot that he really does do like double damage compared to Shadow. Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't have made much difference to the results anyway, but still.
That was incredible.
Hmm. They've still got the destroyed pillar there! Oh man. Dude, you can freaking see that at the start of this campaign. When the bright light is freaking engulfing everything, but it's even here, man. Okay. I'm gonna look out for that in the final cutscene now, because like that'd be very interesting if they left that in. I don't think they did, but I'm gonna look out for it now. Orders. Musics and selecting first person shared game with fantasy art. I would think so, but I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. He might have been like repurposed gameplay wise. He might have had like, yeah, he might not have had psychokinesis. Hard to say. Yeah, next time. They do that not a lot, I've noticed. They even do it later on in this same cutscene. Interesting. What does this remind me of? There's a scene from a movie. It reminds me of the way this ends. It's either Drop Dead Fred or Coraline, or both. The way like the world is kind of being destroyed and there's like nothing left. You've got this final room and you've got this final decision to make. Yeah, the little nod he does. That's my favorite shot in the entire game. What it carries behind it. Nice. Interesting, this model was never found in the files. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You know, never was in an in-game form, but it's the only thing that really is missing. Alright, pillars, 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 pillars. Pillars. One left. That's still there, that's still there, that's still there. They all seem to be there. I couldn't see one that was destroyed. That would have been very interesting there. Little loophole or something, I don't know. And then you've got the moon fully intact. See, that's another thing. It's like you've got the moon that's half destroyed in Pure 6, and then you've got cutscenes like this that are going to be a part of the same game. You know? Whew. See, like even though this theme does have elements of sweet dreams, at least this isn't like in your face, you know. It's still pushing it, and I still have thoughts against it, but it's not. I don't know, just something about the Sweet Dreams track just really, ugh. Did not do it for me. Come on. Let's try this again. Oh, so like actually flat out, it just kills it. Is that how it is? Okay, good to know. For future reference. Okay. This will be hard to get answers on with comparisons, because I mean, yeah, it's got the filter on it, so I mean, I'm pretty sure it is just recycling footage from the last credits, the last 3 episodes credits videos. So. Motion capture, Sega motion capture team, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion capture actor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again. So unless there's repeating names, they had a team of 12 for that whole process, huh? Interesting. Web team for the site. Oh man. Do we see the bright building on the left? No, they're gonna cut away. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna put my iPad on charge because that's dead. This has been an enlightening stream. I'm glad I did this. It's turned out a lot better than I was expecting it to. I thought for sure it would have crashed more often, but it surpassed my expectations. I learnt some things that I didn't before. And I always do enjoy playing the PS3 version of 06 for comparison's sake. Oops, I had to stop that a while ago. My goodness, 10 hours. But yeah, playing through this has also been a good way to compare directly to PR6 within a week, essentially. Because, okay, yeah, sure, didn't get time to go from this to PR6, but, I mean, look, I did the last build. I mean, yeah, sure, it would have been nice to jump in. But I mean, really, like, I guess if I were to do it now really quickly, what actually is there to cover? Because what didn't I cover last time? The only thing I didn't really cover was it was just the test stage stuff, right? I didn't cover TGS06, I didn't cover E3. Because outside of those demo stages, I did still do everything else, right? Sweet, sweet, sweet 06 economics. Sweet dream 06 economics. I'm sorry. Lee Brotherton arrangement to Moya. Lee Brotherton Remix Factory UK. Curious. Happy 17th anniversary, 06. Oh, right. Just off by 23 minutes, huh? All right. I just wanted to see if that was still going to say the 14th. They still got the 14th on all three. Cool. As far as the rest of the game goes, I don't know. I'll have to check my schedule. There's a lot to do. I'm still in the process of finishing up all the Broken Bond soundtrack. I I still want to get started with the next stage of the PR6 review. Yeah, there's that as well as some other video editing projects. And a lot of the soundtrack related stuff is I need to attend to soon, because it all kind of just it's either going to be dealt with this month or next month. So it's not so much stressful, it's just I'm trying to cover a lot of things, you know. Why is that not working? There we go. So alright, I'll quickly jump into this now. There's the artwork. I added the thumbnail icon to be the Wikipedia page icon. So at least this way I get to cover at least an aspect of the latest build, even if it is just test stage related stuff. Because it isn't much, thankfully. But I am well over time. But, you know, I figure, you know, the next time I'm going to be streaming, I'm going to be doing, Broken Bond, I guess. So, yeah, so, you know, what the heck. I don't want to start, you know, streaming stuff that's unrelated and do Pier 6 after the main event of Broken Bond, you know. Really, this is the only time I'm going to have to cover this till the next R6 anniversary date. Which, I mean, again, depending on how we go for like all the other music projects I'm working on, I should be able to return and do the rest of the Steamdeck playthrough, as well as a bit of Pure 6 then. But that's the thing. Since it's just the test stage related stuff, I mean, heck, I might as well just do it now. And then joystick goes joystick, and joystick goes joystick. There we go, that should do it. Cool. Yeah, so it's fresh, it is new. Yeah, I really haven't touched it. I only set up the artwork. We literally just saw, had to set up the inputs just now. Whoa! Yo! Whoa! Hello! Good to see ya! Nice! Okay, that's cool. I respect that. Dude, now it really is just the trick messages we need. That's literally all there is left. That's literally all there is. Oh, snap. He did implement that. Oh, shit. I didn't think he was going to implement that. Oh, wow. He really did a lot. Was off implemented? Yeah, off was implemented, I'm pretty sure. That wasn't there. That, okay, I'm gonna leave that on out of curiosity. Let's do that. Actually, no, let's do that. Wow. Yep. Yep. I'm pretty sure that now loading text is scaling wise a bit outdated. Well, not outdated, but it's not accurate compared to that. I think that's more updated. Or more in place, more accurate to the original. So I was never under the impression that the now loading text actually moved places. Because I mean, even that gradient kind of looks different to that. That looks more updated. Anyway, okay, yeah, that's that. Let's have TGS Sonic on, E3 this jank, off that. Retail? Yep. Jump Dash. Legacy. Or should I go straight? Let's go straight for the time being since I don't really spend that much time with it. Original upgrade models off. On. And I think that should about do it. Did he do anything here? That's cool. I mean, that pretty much has been like that for a while, but still. And yeah, I still found it interesting that he implemented End of the World when that was locked for a while. Bosses. Town. Yeah, that's pretty much all the same. And then you got that. Okay. I'll be honest. I think I would like to see the game over swapped out. I like Mephiles Appears. I really do. I thought it was really unfortunate that they didn't implement that to the OST, even as quick of a track as it is. With that said, there is another Mephiles track that I feel is a little bit more appropriate to have as the Game Over jingle, and it's the one that plays right before the second phase of Mephiles Phase 2 begins. Right when Mephiles goes, "But you're already too late," and then you hear this piano go da 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 da, and I view that as more of a game over type of sound, especially with the high strings that kick in after. That's just me. Anyway, I'm going to do that for starters. And try those out since I'm not used to it. In-game dialogue, in-game cutscenes. Okay. Alright, should be good. Alright. Yeah, that's very surreal to see the time on the save point with the E3 UI. Huh. Yikes, that speed. Yeah, I'm not used to that at all. Invisible collision much? Okay, so... Alright, I'm just gonna quickly try this out. Because I know it's not gonna be different, but I have to check it. Yeah. Because it really did take me by surprise when he did implement it the one time. Okay, so I might check this after, because I forgot to check this when I did the PR6 stream, but it appears that the retail UI still results in showing the E3 item box particle animation, which, I mean, I'll be real, if I had to choose between one or the other, I'm obviously going to pick the E3 version, because of how much more complicated an animation it is compared to the retail one. I still do like the retail one a lot. But, wow, that is so weird to see, man. I mean, the crazy thing, too, is that I've literally seen the text like that in retail. I've removed the box behind the text. So I have seen how that can look in retail. But it's just weird seeing it in PR6, I guess. I remember he was messing around with that. I didn't actually think he implemented it. That's very surprising. So I remember he got some outside thoughts and not everybody was thrilled with it. And he was like, alright, I probably won't implement it, but I guess that's just it. It's his project, isn't it? Whoa. That is so weird to see, man. Not used to that at all. I mean, again, I've seen it. That's the weird thing, just not here, not in PR6. Maybe the drop shadow's making it look different. I'm not used to seeing that. Yeah, okay. I'd be very curious to see how many people use that from now on. If they're just going to stick with an E3 look and setup. A retail look. Can't be stuff to modify the UI. Or are they actually going to use that? Because despite it trying to emulate the cutscene subtitles with its text, it is the most original piece of UI in PR6 at the moment, since it changes the UI formula the most through this. And yeah, through this I'd like to think, like I said, that we could eventually see a selection for trick messages being invisible in the same way E3 has it. Having the score go up, that's fine. I've got no problems with that at all. The E3 did have them not present, so... So it still returns you to the main menu. That's kind of surprising. I was kind of hoping that the I see you got rid of the drop shadow. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that the menu, it would return you to the TGS6 menu after completing it. And I hope at the bare minimum he's at least tweaked it so if you hit B on the TGS06 menu, you don't go back to the freaking title screen, because I mean, that's even worse. I mean, really. Yeah, I really am surprised about that, the save point and the subtitles. It's so unexpected. I mean, I didn't think he would have updated the UI customization any more than he already had. See, typically prefers not to. What hit me just then? What actually was that? Was that the tower? Yes, it was. Oh, that's right. I go up now. Oh man. Man, that goes a lot higher. I think he's purposefully tweaked it that way because just the retail values, yeah, just don't really work with the Pier 6 physics, I think. Sometimes you need to do that. Yeah, I do think that there's a strong possibility that we could very well, very possibly, very likely see an E3 Sonic Kingdom Valley in the next release. Man, that looks satisfying. Whether or not a menu would be implemented, that's another thing there. Because E3 Kingdom Valley is one thing, but yeah, the menu. I would freaking love to see, you know, the menu recreated, especially since the UI has been remade. Yeah, given he recreated the TGS06 menu, it would be nice to see like an E3 kind of title screen with its menu to really complete the whole thing. Because I mean, if that were done, I mean, at that point, you might as well just merge PTGS or 5 with PR6, because that's really the only thing that's going to be missing. I actually really like this little section as a demo. It works pretty damn well. Again with a lock on. That really does need to be tweaked in the future. Haven't got the extended dash yet. And one thing I actually did mean to test out the last time, but completely forgot to, is this. The tele-launch and basically any state after that, whether it's the levitate, the teledash, because that went through quite the evolution. So I couldn't levitate for a while, then I could levitate but couldn't teledash, then I could teledash but the levitation went back to being weird. But it seems to be fine the way it is now. Can't be. Yo, you can actually move in this state. Look at that, I can actually move. I can see it. I can see the camera. I'm moving closer. Am I clipping? Okay, I was going to say, is the hitbox going to register? Interesting. I wonder if that was intentional, being able to move in that state. I mean, I wouldn't think so. I don't know, it's hard to say. So, I mean, by that, you could probably... If you have enough height, you could probably get through the whole stage with a slower amount of time there, but still doable. Okay, so now we'll switch to the retail UI because I want to see again the item box animation now that I know what I missed the last time. So here we go. Yeah, still E3. I don't think we should dismiss the possibility of having both the retail and E3 animation used, depending on which UI you've got it on. Because we're already doing that type of thing with the sound design of getting one-ups, depending on the UI. So, yeah, similarly, I feel like that could apply to the animation of the item box. That way we get the best of both worlds. You monster. Not used to seeing that with a retail type of loading screen. Yeah, seeing that animation of the item box in this stage for the first time, I think. Okay, not with the E3 UI, but still, that really does complete it. It's, again, it's crazy how far he's willing to go. Some of these, a lot of these details, it's ridiculous. And like even with that glow for the hindering, it's amazingly faithful. I meant to point this out last time too, but if I jump and levitate and then point down the complete opposite direction, I couldn't do that before, believe it or not. He would actually struggle to turn around, and I think that's why it was failing, because I was actually hoping it would just make him go in the opposite direction, just like in retail, but that's why it was fighting it all this time. He's been trying to turn around every time I'd be facing a direction and try to go the opposite direction. So yeah, if you do try that out in like the shadow release, see a very interesting result. Very glitchy result of that. It's something I I've had a bit of an issue with since Demo 1. I'm just glad it's gone now, though. Yeah, man, they launch so high. Wonder if something could be done about that. That's kind of been improved. Yeah, I've mentioned it before with the particles. Yeah, just... For certain enemies, fine, but not for all enemies, man. Fiery explosions were the stuff. In my opinion, anyway. Where you lasers going, bro? Oh man. Cool. I still can't get over how amazing this looks in contrast to the original. Whether it's just, you know, particle recreations, lighting recreations, shading recreations. He really has done such an amazing job with this. All of this. Alright, that's all the test stuff done, I guess. See if I can put my UI back to normal. So what did I have? That was E3, that was there. Was it? I'll leave that on this time. That can stay. That can go to that. That can stay. That can go to that. And that can go to that. Yeah, I think that's right. Because yeah, I want to try out the TGSO6 menu to see what happens if I cancel out of it. But then, after that, I will have to wrap up, because I am, yeah, well over time. But no, I'm glad I've covered this as well. At least we get a bit of Pure 6 action. So I don't think it's fair to say, yeah, see if we can find time to do this after the main game, and then not follow up on it, even if a little. Yeah, it still takes you back to the title screen, man. Oh, dude. Oh, shit. What? And... What? Sir, oh, okay. I was just gonna say it's saying 0, but I mean, not that I've made any progression, but still. Dude, how does that not... How is that not changed? I mean, even to the main menu was a stretch, but... Seriously, you're not even gonna allow it to boot you back into that second section of the test stage? I'm sorry, man. That's gotta change. I don't know whether it's going back here or the test stage. Either one works. I mean, but yeah, just to the freaking title screen. I know it did that in the original, but that's because you go from title screen to the TGS menu, and then TGS menu back to title if you're gonna go out, you know? And even then, that was arguably pointless. Anyway. Enough about that. Yeah, if I can find time, we'll try the full thing out. And do a bit more with the PS3 playthrough, because there's still a lot of S ranks and silver medals and town missions I've got to attend to. But I'll be honest, there is, it's a very hectic month, or 2 months, yeah, hectic 2 months for me. So don't be too surprised if I'm not coming back for this year when it comes to 06 streams. I'll be back for the Broken Bond, of course, and Unleashed, but that may be the last stream for the year. We'll see how we go. But yeah, till well, I guess now 3 days time for the Broken Bond anniversary stream. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. Yeah, have a good one. Stay safe, and yeah.